Our speakers for this session have arrived and they will be joining us on the dais. May I request all of you to please settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Textiles, joining us. May I request the others who are on the dais to please join us? Mr. Ajay Shriram, Mr. Ajay Bahel, Mr. Sudhir Kapadia, and Ms. Manmeet Nanda, Joint Secretary, DPIT, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. We have everybody. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to each one of you to the DPIIT CII National Conference on Ease of Doing Business. To begin the session, I'd like to invite Ms. Manmeet Nanda, Joint Secretary, DPIIT, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, to give the welcome and introductory remarks.
Honorable Minister, sir, dignitaries on the dais and in front, a very warm welcome. Ease of doing business is one of the most important and distinguishing subjects of the ministry. This is something that is being led by the Honorable Minister, reviewed very strongly, and it is the backbone of the entire Indian ecosystem. DPIIT heralds and did work in the Doing Business report, and thereafter there are a number of reforms that have been carried out, which include the Business Reform Action Plan, where all state governments are motivated to undertake reform processes. Thereafter, from 2021, the Regulatory Compliance Burden Portal, where we also have stakeholders of the three important associations be a part of, give suggestions, and where a number of regulations and were either done away with, made simplified, digitized, or decriminalized. From there, we came up with the Jan Vishwas Bill, where about 183 provisions were decriminalized. And I think that activity, like Sir mentions, needs to carry on. And he often wants to know what is the next Jan Vishwas 2.0. For that, I think this forum is extremely apt to suggest where minor offences can be decriminalized and be removed from the judicial system. So we look forward to very fruitful conversations today, and without much ado and not wasting any more time, we look forward to your inputs today. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. And now to share the key suggestions from the Government CII Task Force on EODB, I'd like to invite Mr. Ajay Shriram, Past President CII and Chairman CII Task Force on EODB and Chairman and Senior Managing Director DCM Shriram Limited, to share his thoughts.
Thanks. Thank you. Shri Piyush Goyal, Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Textiles. Mrs. Manmeet Nanda, Joint Secretary, Mr. Ajay Bahel, Mr. Sudhir Kapadia, ladies and gentlemen, and members from the press. It is an honor, really, to have Mr. Piyush Goyal here with us today for such an important meeting and discussion forum on ease of doing business. I have seen it personally, and so has CII, that he actually has a passion to get ideas, ask for ideas, and see what can be done to ease the way of working as simply as possible and as fast as possible. He is very open to our suggestions on business reforms. Among the various suggestions we made, one of them was to set up a committee of Government CII Task Force on Ease of Doing Business, led by Secretary DPIIT, and participation of 8 line key central ministries within this. I have the privilege of being associated with that on behalf of CII, and from CII we have 25 members who are on this committee. In the task force, we have dedicated working groups on the following 4 key areas: minimizing regulatory compliance burden, easing paying taxes, improving enforcing contracts mechanism, and decriminalization of business laws. We would like to present some of the key recommendations of these working groups. Mr. Ajay Bahel will provide some key suggestions on enforcing contracts and decriminalization, and Mr. Sudhir Kapadia would make a few suggestions on easing of paying taxes. I'd like to make a few suggestions on the issue of regulatory compliance burden. First, to enhance the efficiency of the national single window system, it may be useful to track and publish the performance of states and central ministries on the portal itself on a real-time basis. That will tell us exactly where each application stands vis-à-vis states and center. Second is a view to promote self-discipline in meeting regulatory compliances, which are very important today. Standards in the area of environment, we suggest constituting a performance-based incentive system to recognize companies that consistently meet regulatory standards. We're not talking of financial incentives. We are talking of incentives which will actually save time, expedite approval process of clearances, environment, etc., and approval for new investments also. If the time is shorter, it's a great benefit to the industry. Third, to streamline the process for the multiple extended producer responsibility requirements for various waste streams, such as plastics, e-waste, etc., by creating a unified framework that consolidates the requirements of different waste streams. This can include simplifying reporting procedures and standardizing compliance guidelines. Fourth, evolve the India Industrial Land Bank as a platform not just for obtaining information on availability of land, but also for allotment of land to industry on a pan-India basis. That will again, well, of course, it will require the involvement of all the states, but more important, it will save time. And I think that's very important. And finally, the 4 labor codes to begin with could be implemented on a select basis for special and PLI schemes. Minister, time is a very important part when we are looking at industry and approval process, and time costs money. My request is, your ministry is very aware of it, but how do we move to save time on all decision making and adhere to the time frames which are agreed upon so that industry can move faster, investment can move faster, and jobs can be created faster. I'd now like to invite Mr. Ajay Bahel to make his observations. Thank you. Ajay.
Thank you, Ajay. Honorable Minister, we are very fortunate that the Minister is both an accountant and a lawyer, so he will understand the pain and the suffering we are referring to. Sir, our basic concern has been that as we look at the whole process of enforcement of contracts, we have to solve for the pendency of matters, because without the pendency being addressed, there is no solution. We can't file a silver bullet which will basically make a contract enforcement and basic dispute resolution move faster. Our analysis and our work over the period that we've been looking at this has also suggested that there is a need for reducing the demand of litigation. So we have supply side and the demand side. We have to keep working on the supply side, more judges, more tribunals, but we have to find a way to reduce the demand. And that can be through a combination of, first of all, reducing government litigation, bringing in some guardrails where people can take decisions which will not be second guessed. We have some suggestions in that regard. Continued decriminalization, which you have started, sir, and with a request that at least allow a reconsideration of the ban on retrospectivity. We have some suggestions on that as well. And also to introduce more and more settlement mechanisms. SEBI is a classic example. You will find that most SEBI show cause notices are actually settled through the mechanism of the internal mechanism of settlement. And I think this combination, along with adding to the infrastructure, is critical because the pendencies otherwise are today overwhelming the courts and the judges, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. May I now invite Mr. Sudhir Kapadia, Senior Partner, E&Y India, to speak on easing paying taxes.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Honor to have you here, Minister Goyal. And in a lighter vein, coming from the same city, I think the adage time is money is very well appreciated by a minister when it comes to easing business processes, including taxation. On taxation, there are many suggestions which the committee has made. Just to summarize for the benefit of the minister, few ones which are really something which are easily surmountable and will go a long way in easing some of the pain which businesses face. On the income tax side, sir, somehow what has happened is at the Commissioner Income Tax Appeals, there has been a tremendous pile-up of cases after the faceless assessment scheme has been introduced. The number is actually a staggering 5 lakhs number of cases. And I think the additional capacity has already been announced, joint CITs, etc. We need to just expedite the working of this additional capacity and get going on that. The second suggestion, sir, is that in the GST domain, we really need a national appellate authority for advance ruling. As you may be aware, we have state level authorities, very differing views coming, which is natural. And that has led to a lot of interpretation issues, a lot of litigation. A national authority with a final view on the matter would give great certainty as far as GST is concerned. The third one, the CPC has been working exceedingly well. I'm sure everyone will agree, especially on the personal taxation front and even in the area of business tax. But we find that few cases which get stuck, they really get stuck. And in between the jurisdictional office and the CPC, they are just not able to resolve those issues, especially when it comes to refunds. And so, as recently as last week, there has been quite a strong judgment from the Bombay High Court directing the government to release a refund due, which is just caught up in this quagmire between the CPC and the jurisdictional office. So, a few cases should not mar the good work which has been done. And I think some interface problem between the systems can be easily resolved, and somebody has to take responsibility for the overall efficient working in those cases. Sir, on the withholding tax, whilst it is accepted that the scheme of withholding taxes has been very useful to establish an audit trail and to increase the tax buoyancy, as we stand, there are 33 sections now where businesses have to comply with TDS, TCS, and the rates range from 0.1% to 30%. So the suggestion here is, can we not streamline that? Can we have probably 3 baskets of withholding tax rates and expenditure which requires TDS? So we need it, but it can be more streamlined. It can be more helpful. Particularly, it need not clog up working capital for mid-tier companies, mid-tier businesses. And so the last one on the trade facilitation side and customs, I know some of this is already in the works. We have been in touch with your ministry and other authorities. One is, under mover, can we have a payment of customs duty on a periodic basis rather than on a transaction to transaction basis? Because that will go a long way, like we do it in GST today, it's like the end of the month. If that can be facilitated. Similarly, there is a great demand for conversion of EOU units to the mover scheme. And somehow there is some technical issues because of which it is still not facilitated. If that can be done, people really do want to come under the scheme and get out of the EOU. And the last, sir, is the ROTEP benefit, which is there for the DTA units. We were told that it is just a matter of time. They would be extended to SEZ units. There's no reason why it should not be, but maybe some clarification there would be extremely useful. So these are the summary. The details are there in the report. We'll be happy to share that and have a more detailed discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kapadia. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege and honor to invite Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Textiles, and our chief guest for today to deliver the keynote address.
Thank you, Mr. Sriram, for organizing this extremely important interaction. Thank you, Ajay. Thank you, Sudhir, for your comments. I've got all of them here. And compliments to CB as usual. I think ये मेरा standard SOP हो गया. But as I was looking around the room, I must say that you've really put together a very, very good team. And I would like to thank each and every one of you who have taken the time, who are willing to contribute to this very important subject. Many of the things may not even be impacting you. Probably some of the suggestions Sudhir Bhai and Ajay have given are going to hurt them professionally. But that's the strength of well-meaning captains of industry who are willing to spare their very valuable time and support this national initiative to make business easier in India, take ease of doing business to the next level, see and monitor its impact on the ground, and come up with a roadmap which is evolving and it's a continuing effort. This is an effort which is going to be endless. And I do believe with all our best intention, maybe the Jan Vishwas Bill 2 will take us one step forward. But we'll still need a Jan Vishwas Bill 3 possibly. Unless with all the collective wisdom that you have in this room, we are able to come up with such a holistic plan that it does resolve a lot of the issues and we can move on in life. But my own sense is this will be a continuing effort, and I thank all of you and thank all the distinguished participants for your active role in helping government. And this is truly in the spirit of what the Prime Minister appealed to 1.4 billion Indians on 15th August 2022, that if we have to make India a developed nation, it can only happen when each one of us, and sitting before me are the people who have the wherewithal, the capacity, and the teams who can work very significantly on this particular subject. But when each one of us, 140 crore Indians, to the best of our ability, and given the role description or job that we are doing, or work that we are doing, when everybody contributes with a sense of duty, that's when India can truly become a developed nation. And I see today's effort as truly a labor of love that this team sitting before me and all the others who will participate in the various sessions later in the day will be giving. And I'd like to thank each one of you for your contribution and your participation. Ajay did mention about my education, but I think more than that, what helps is my own personal experiences. Having run a small scale unit, tried to grow it to become a mid scale level, having been an investment banker, I think that has helped me understand the woes of operating at the actual level of officialdom or paperwork. And I can never forget that day when a statistics officer came to my factory and said, "You haven't furnished statistics returns for 5 or 6 years, ever since my plant had started." And I had no clue that I'm supposed to furnish that. But ignorance of the law is no excuse, you tell us. Or as I learned later on when I finished my law, and he had the power to take a criminal action against me. And that cost me dear. You know what I mean? The fact that he could threaten me with criminal action just escalated the cost of doing business significantly. And I think that's what Prime Minister Modi is trying to do, trying to recognize that there are many such instances where there's no mala fide, And there could be truly areas where the law is not really is not really broken. The intention is not at all impure. It's purely uh, small matters which can be adjudicated by paying a fine or by warnings and stuff like that, until a person is demonstrated to be a repeated offender. The Jan Vishwas bill was an effort in that direction. I think nearly 140 odd 183 amendments spanning 42 laws covering 19 central government departments. I mean, I don't think there's a parallel to that law in the history of independent India. And that came out of similar engagements with all of you. I hope that will resonate well with the industry. Ajay keeps telling me that there are about 100 lakh cases which could get commuted and closed through retrospective amendment. He said it before. We had taken legal advice and we were given to understand that retrospective applying of this Jan Vishwas bill will not stand the scrutiny of law. So I'll urge you to give me some more information, why you believe that it is possible, how it is possible. Let me once again take some more advice within the government to see if that would be possible. Mr. Sriram, you spoke about incentivizing compliant companies. I like that idea very much. What I have in mind for that is, since you said it's not about financial incentivizing, can you all, in the course of the day, come up with some kind of a proposal? I think I've implemented it in one or two areas in my ministry also, where what we could do is that, let's say the first approval is for 1 year, for argument's sake, or hypothetically. First two approvals are for 1 year each, and the track record is being built up. The third approval could be 2 or 3 years. And with a track record like that, possibly the fourth approval could be 5 or 10 years. And maybe after that, with a 10, 15-year track record, it could even be a lifelong approval with reporting requirements or self-certification for compliance as the requirement. And over a period of time, with consistent unblemished record, or let's say no serious blemish on your record, you get rid of that compliance from your books. Maybe something like that could sell. So I'm happy to offer that at least some of the laws where I can immediately make this difference in terms of the approval process. One is the PISO, right? The explosives. That comes directly under me. I can start that right away. So you have a test case, and whether we can take it to other ministries and other departments and to the state governments. Another could be boiler inspector. Though it's on the concurrent list, I don't know whether I'll need states also to give concurrence or what is the situation. We'll check that out. But on these two, I will test this and see how it resonates with the rest of the government and legal department. But I would urge you all to assess how many more laws. We have a wonderful environment minister who's proactive and willing to go down uncharted territories. And I think a combination of this along with a reporting requirement may do the equal work as is a repeated approval process. And we can probably throw in randomized computer selected surprise tests or surprise checks where the officer is selected randomized and the plant is selected randomized. These two will have to be important elements. Otherwise, we can look at rent seeking starting again. Right? So if we have allocated officers for allocated plants, then the whole purpose will be lost. और छोटी मोटी गलती तो निकल ही आएगी किधर ना किधर, and we'll be back to square one. So I think Maniji immediately set this in process so that the whole approval process can get in with an incentive model. This is just one idea. I urge you all to come up with more similar ideas how we can incentivize further. As long as it's not a cash incentive, it needs me to go back for funding, then we can start exploring even more out of the box ideas of other sorts. Incidentally, to answer your point on RODTEP benefits to SEZs, etc., we have a certain budget available for RODTEP and ROSCTL. All the current sectors, even now one sector is left, I think chapter 72, iron and steel, which I've still not been able to cover for budgetary constraint. So I don't have enough budget to be able to give to SEZ and EOUs as yet. We'll hopefully wait for a time when we have adequate budget to cover them. In any case, our logic is that many of them are using imported products. Their value add is very small in the country. Sometimes there could be a threat that one unit may be having a higher value add, another may be having less, since they are all under the EOU or the SEZ umbrella. So we'll need to be a little cautious on that. I don't want the basic RODTEP or ROSCTL scheme to come under any threat, because that is purely a reimbursement of taxes. And it has gone through a very scientific study by the Pillay committee in determining different industries where there is a unremitted incidence of tax or duty or levy. For example, the consumption of furnace oil or petroleum products where duties don't come under GST. So it's purely meant for those type of cesses which don't get remitted. And because of that, it stands the test of WTO compliance. And I think many of you will be aware that one of the cases out of the 7 that US and India have squared off, and you can be proud that 2 countries as large, with such a large trading or economy size, the world's largest and the world's 5th largest, maybe another 4 years and we should be the world's 3rd largest 3 or 4 years from now, in Prime Minister Modi's 3rd term, as he has guaranteed to the nation. 2 such economies with cases which are as old as somewhere over a decade old have been able to resolve and square off all WTO disputes bilaterally is history actually. It's never happened in the world in the 35 years of GATS and WTO. It's never happened that 2 litigious countries such as the US and India have been able to square off amicably through negotiations all WTO disputes. Why I'm sharing this with you is that one of the reasons we could do that was because RODTEP ROCTL was recognized and appreciated as purely a reimbursement scheme. Now in your SEZs, one of the largest areas of export, or 2, are petroleum products and softwares, both of which are not going to in any case get RODTEP benefit or ROCTL benefit. The balance are very few units. So we'll go about it cautiously. In any case, we are liberalizing looking at ways and means to liberalize some of these restrictions on SEZ units. It's under consideration. You're all aware that we are discussing it with all the stakeholders. And hopefully that itself will give a significant boost to the SEZ units. And then at some point of time, we'll consider this once we are very confident that it will not lead to any WTO non-compliance. Ajay ji also spoke about time limits. I think very often we've delved about deemed approvals as a way forward. Some states have done it in some small measure. But I'm told that the experience has been mixed. Deemed approval has its risks also. For example, if in explosive there was to be a deemed approval and somebody took benefit of that, and for any reason, an officer was not able to look up the file or look up the whole thing in time, and there was a deemed approval and a big accident took place. We are opening a big threat or a risk. So maybe there may be some simpler ways, areas where we can look at deemed approval or at very strict time limits. But certainly on court cases, we can't have a time limit. Not possible at all. Even in government processes, let us look at, or your teams could guide us to begin with some easier or non-threatening where the risks of any catastrophe is less. Why don't we start with that? So maybe not possible on a boiler inspector or an explosive license case. So therefore, I'm keeping those two out for the moment. But whether we can have probably what we could look at, and I'm just sharing my thoughts in a roving manner. Problem is when I do that, the press seems to reflect it as if that's government policy, and then I start getting a lot of pushback. I wonder whether we should have these more closed door and without Javed sitting in the room and giving a spin to it in tomorrow's Economic Times. No, the other day I was doing an interview with Anand Narasimhan on the Hindustan Times Summit, and I was giving my thoughts about how we can counter CBAM, and I gave some personal views of mine. The personal part of it got out, and one of the pink papers reported it as almost as if government has made up its mind to introduce a carbon tax. And I went through the transcript this morning of my exact statements, and at two places I've used the word, these are all my personal views, personally what I think. And I've also said that we could find a solution through innovative measures, and that has been converted into a carbon taxes coming into India. So I would urge the media friends also, please listen to my words very carefully, and if you're quoting me, please quote me in entirety, and don't miss out a very crucial word in between, madam. So I'm just throwing the thought that possibly one way forward could also be that we hold, now the headline will be government to punish officers if they don't give approval in time. That should not be the headline of what I'm suggesting. It's a roving thought that can we hold people more accountable to completing tasks on time within the government machine. That we can do in PISO and boiler also. That there will be a time limit, transparently put out on the website, and whoever has not done this job within that time limit, a red flag comes in and gets escalated to a higher level, and then at 2 or 3 stages right up to my office. That will, I think, push the system to work smarter and faster. So let's look at time limits in a more innovative way. I hope to get some more suggestions from you all also in the course of your deliberations. Also that could get into one risk, and that is the queries. I'm saying from my old experience of 30 years old. So you raise a query and you're free from the time limit. So, but companies can also misuse that. Companies can also misuse this in some form. So you'll have to, I think all of you will have to apply a balanced mind to see how this cannot be misused by companies or applicants and by the department by repeated queries. You remember, Sudhir bhai, in the old days, when I was doing my chartered accountancy, there was first one query, after 1 month another query, third month another query. Those are the bad old days. Huh? This is not happening today. Now we have faceless assessment. Nobody can mess around with us. That was face to face, and till you understood why the queries are coming, after he ran out of queries, the first one would get repeated. I remember in my articles going to my senior, sir, we have answered this query 6 months ago. Because the chartered accountant under whom I was working said, okay, so it's simple for you. Repeat the answer which you gave 6 months ago. And which is why we brought out such a game-changing thing like the central processing unit and center and the faceless assessment. I believe now the assessments are under 1%. 99% of us get our tax assessed under section 143(1). It gets assessed, you get your assessment order, and your refund comes home into your RTGS, into your account, and with an SMS to confirm that it's gone to you. Or in the old days, or the colloquial words, जूते नहीं घिसने पड़ते हैं, और भी कुछ नहीं करना पड़ता है. उसमें चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स थोड़े नाराज हुए, नॉट EY और प्रॉब्ली, बट कई चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट मेरे मित्र नाराज भी हुए हमसे उसके कारण. Am I right? But I think many more new opportunities are opening up for professionals as the country sees this scorching pace of growth, and we'll all work together to make life easier. Ajay ji, you spoke about national single window system and industrial land bank. Here, I want to make a straight complaint to all of you, starting from CB, CII, and all of you collectively. I'm terribly disappointed at the response, at the active involvement of industry to make this a success. I've still kept it as a beta version. I've not launched it because I really want to see more traction on that. I want to test out its success. What we can do, Manmeet ji, is give these extended approvals to all those who come through national single window and incentivize people to come through national single window and stop this system of paper applications and paper and going through different modes of applying for licenses. You know, I've done more than 140,000 approvals. 140,000 approvals on national single window. But they've only been in cases which were largely related to my own departments. There are many other approvals available on national single window. But industry has not even bothered to check it out. And I've been asking CII 4 times at least, 5 times. That get all, many of you are running large companies. Many of you have 500 companies in your fold. Get all those guys to get onto the national single window. Check how it operates. Try to get your approvals on that. Tell us which are the approvals you want which are not available on that. So we can then get those added. If you face difficulties or there's problem in the software, problem of navigating, any other problem you face, let us know. If it's not easy to work on it, we'll improve that. How do I move from beta to trials and then implement it fully? If you don't give me the support and give me the confidence that it works well. So what has happened? I've been able to do PISO and boiler approvals wherever I need to. I've been able to do hallmarking approval, hallmarking centers, jewelers, all of those things which directly come under me. But I would urge all of you to look at these two much more seriously. I want to do much more on that. We have already started a new project on national single window where we are going to use the PAN number as a common database. Since a lot of information is already available on your PAN numbers. And that way it can auto-populate a lot of your applications and reduce the burden on you. तो हम कर रहे हैं काम उसको सुधारने के लिए, पर जो बेसिक चीज है उसको तो जरा टेस्ट करके हमको बताइए कि whether it's good enough, what could be better. Similarly, you spoke about multiple extended producer responsibility requirements. I don't have an answer because I am not familiar with that subject. I'll wait for your report to come in with more details. And once Mr. Yadav gets free around 25th of this month, post Diwali, we'll have a meeting with Bhupendra Yadav, Environment Minister. Very proactive, very committed to ease of doing business, committed to making life easier. Please give us as many ideas as you can. But bear in mind, he's a very, very environmentally conscious minister. He's passionate about protecting the environment. And therefore, the ideas should really be in the direction of truly making life easier without compromising on national interest. We already have enough problems. We don't want to give a leeway and add to the environmental problems of the nation. On the 4 labor codes, there cannot be selective application as we see it right now. We are deliberating and discussing with various stakeholders, and at the appropriate time, I can assure you, when we have a greater degree of consensus on the labor codes of all sections of society, we'll give it our best consideration. For the present, you may kindly keep that issue under deliberation and consultation, stakeholder consultation. Mr. Ajay Bahl, I mentioned about retrospective amendment. I'll look at your note. Manmeet ji, please get it examined again by legal affairs. And possibly we can test it out with some judicial officers also. You can also possibly test it out, whether it will stand judicial scrutiny. On government litigation, it's a sword with cuts both ways. It's not as if you are reducing your litigation, and it's not as if AZB gives you wacky interpretations, or E&Y for that matter. Let me balance it out, or any other chartered accountant or law firm, including me in my earlier avatar, let me put it that way. We get different types. Again, wacky is not for quotation. My friends in the media. And I hope I can have that understanding from all of you. But I mean to say, it's an interpretation, right? Whatever an ex-professional is doing is an interpretation of the law. Government has its own interpretation of the law. The only way to sort it out is through a law code. And therefore, while we would like to reduce the litigation, tali do haath se bajegi. I think a more transparent interpretation of the law, not going beyond the boundaries of what is the intent of the law or what is meant in the preamble or objects and reasons of the law. Usually laws are very clear, but ambiguities are sought to be exploited. And I think if at all there is any slight ambiguity also, then that leads to litigation. If you take the safer route, there'll be less litigation on both sides. So I would recommend that wherever you're looking at a more liberal interpretation of the law, probably a more consultation with the government or with the lawmakers, whichever department, center, state, local body, whatever, would probably be a good way to go about it. Let me give you a case in point. In Mumbai, they had started giving, for building approvals, certain area and balconies or parking lots free of FSI or FAR as they call it in Delhi. That went to such an extreme, and the misuse of that went to such an extreme that at the end of the day there was a collapse of infrastructure, and people misused that benefits ought to be given so much that we started having car parking on the 30th level of a building. And people had flats with car parking outside their home, like you used to watch in the Star Wars and all those movies. And after the building approvals, people would cover that and make it a part of the house. So it would be approved as a car park on the 30th level with a lift to take your car up to the 30th or 20th. I don't know whatever level they would go up to. And they're selling you. So we have enough interpretations being done, which then obviously will lead to legal cases also. So jitna industry, business or professionals कम एडवेंचरस होंगे इंटरप्रिटेशन में, उतना लिटिगेशन अपने आप ही कम हो जाएगा. पर अगर आप सोचे कि सरकार की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है कि दे शुड नॉट गो इन अपील, तो चलने नहीं वाला. Similarly, you spoke about limitation on criminal proceedings. Earlier, I used to always buy your argument on that. I myself used to feel we must think of limitation. Now I realize that that won't work. And I'll share a live case that I'm facing just now to tell you why, thank God, there's no limitation on criminal cases. A decision taken in 2007 or 8 by a PSU, patently, and I mean, on the face of it, if I can share that information, you'll be amazed how in the earlier regime decisions used to be taken. My blood boils when I see cases like that. But a decision taken in 2007-8 has caused a potential loss to that PSU. And any loss to that PSU is your loss, ladies and gentlemen. You are all the taxpayers sitting here, including friends from the media. It's your loss. You are going to pay for that. And since it's a PSU, it remained in the books of the PSU, shown as a contingent liability. A decision which was patently illegal, possibly tainted, but taken, won in arbitration because it was a foreign company, went through different levels of judicial scrutiny, and sometimes went in favor of the government, sometimes went against the government. Both have happened. Now, how can the government not carry out? And since it was a PSU, remained as a criminal, as a contingent liability, Mr. Kapadia. And I must check who the auditor was of that. And we never came to know in the ministry at all until we started looking at, I think, the closure of that PSU or possibly some other reason why that issue came to the ministry, that how do we address this contingent liability or a disposal of another subsidiary of that PSU. When that was being disposed, the argument started, whose liability it is, the other company or this parent company. That's when it came to the ministry. And that's when we first saw the criminal activity that had happened in 2007-8. Now, what do? Shall we ignore it for limitation of time or we take action against it? That's the reason criminal liability or proceedings cannot be closed when such things emerge out of the shadows. And I personally now am getting, tell me afterwards. I'm being told that I've shared too many personal experiences, so I should avoid it in the presence of the media. I'm hoping the media will be a little benevolent with me. And please report the intent of my comments, not the literal personal experiences or examples. I have many other things. I'm dropping all of that so that I can address what the previous speakers have said. I'm hoping that with this, you will be able to appreciate how government has to think. And hopefully will come up with practical suggestions. Otherwise, sometimes we get such impractical suggestions कि फिर वो पूरी report एक तरीके से हमारे लिए useful नहीं रहती. On the pile-up of cases, I cannot comment. I don't know much about it. Actually, all yours are all areas on which I am not the person who will be able to respond, frankly, except the mover. I'll take it up with customs since it's a trade-related issue. Trade facilitation and customs periodic payment instead of transaction makes a reasonable good sense for ease of doing business. My department will take it up. And ROTTEP, I've already responded. The others are issues which we can flag off and hope to see what can be done on that. So friends, this is how I would expect that you all will apply your mind, find out solutions to where there are pain points even for small retailers, small businesses, or for that matter, big also. Foreign companies, Indian companies, we are open to all ideas which are practical, which can help us find solutions which are fair, balanced. Maybe once in a blue moon, somebody may get away by cheating, but that we can live with. But it should not open a window or a door for significant misuse of that ease of doing business. Usually, laws get complicated. When a set of people misuse the law, then somebody has to sit down to plug that misuse. And that's how the law keeps getting complicated. My own experiences, and we can take the income tax. It originally didn't have so many sections, subsections, and all of that. But with innovative ideas being used to misuse the law, then solutions had to be found. And that's how the law keeps on getting more complicated and keeps on adding new provisos and provisions. If businesses and all the people also participate, and particularly professionals were to help in this, that they will go strictly by the intent of the law. My own sense is a lot of things could be eased, much more. A lot of things can happen if people become whistleblowers. I mean, there are many instances where we know of somebody doing wrong, but we choose to keep quiet. We don't realize that because we have kept quiet, the wrongdoers are actually hurting our own industry, our own business. And because of that, one day when they get found out, tougher provisions or actions will come in, which will hurt us further. Our effort is that everybody should get a level playing field. And within that level playing field, we have enough checks and balances. We create a culture, a mindset of wanting to meet the law, and something I've said on more than one occasion, meeting the law in letter and spirit, until all stakeholders and professionals advising them agree and commit to recognizing the letter and spirit of the law, and not just say that the letter of the law said this, that means I can do this also, which may go against the grain of the law, the spirit of the law. Then, friends, it will be very difficult for any government to be more trusting of its stakeholders, to be more open, and to be willing to ease the compliance burden beyond a certain stage. Well, certainly, we are willing to do a lot of things, and we are looking for your suggestions, but we'll both have to work in tandem. We have already reduced 39,000 plus compliances. Some have been eliminated, some have been made easier. The Jan Vishwas bill we talked about. We are now happy to consider, Rajesh ji is here, Secretary Dpiit, maybe like we have the project monitoring group for infrastructure projects. Maybe a good idea, we immediately, in consultation with CII, FICCI and ASSOCHAM and PhD or 2-3 chambers, we draw up a simple portal where we monitor the status of approvals of industry projects also. Businesses who are wanting to start. It could be an importer, exporter, it could be a person who's investing in industry, manufacturing, trading, any business. We can open it up for everybody. Keep it free of charge. Or if at all, charge the larger guys to just subsidize the costs of running it. Smaller guys being free. And see if we can, through that, monitor the approvals and the time taken to give approvals. Only thing is, if that gets connected, linked with the national single window, that will make life much easier, because then that will flag off data to us directly. But if you want to, I don't mind even starting it on a standalone manual basis and keep it optional for people who want to come in and want us to do the handholding of their projects and help them through the cycle of getting approvals. Not only for foreign companies, necessarily equal treatment for Indian investors. Am I right? So that Indian investors are also encouraged and the government of India becomes equally responsible and a participant in trying to attract all of you to invest larger amounts in India. हम चाहते हैं आपको रेड टेपिज्म से पूरी आजादी मिले. Policy paralysis is not this government's calling card. This is a decisive government led by a decisive leader and somebody who wants each of us to become a facilitator and your friend in need. He wants each of us to be hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder with each of you in your contribution to nation building. We believe the nation's future is safe in your hands and we can at best give you a little leg up or a little support. Ultimately, देश तो आप ही बनाएंगे. हम आपके सहायक के रूप में काम करना चाहते हैं. I do hope that the effort that you have taken, the pain that you're going to go through the next few weeks, today and in the next few weeks, will come up with some really good ideas. If I get enough by the end of this month, we can make an attempt. Actually, earlier in the next 10, 12 days, we can make an attempt to do a Jan Vishwas Bill 2 in the winter session, which is going to come up. But it will need some really fast, heavy weightlifting from all of you. So look at some low-hanging fruits. See if we can get some 200-300 sections of different laws, which are low-hanging in nature, which can immediately give some relief to the common man, small-scale industries, MSMEs, small traders, help our startups in their innovation effort, reduce burden of investment or the paperwork that investors have to do. We welcome all of this. We have moved from a fragile 5 to the top 5 economies of the world in the last 10 years. The Azadi Ka Amrit Kal. Next, now only 24 years, friends. 1 year has gone by. But that has been a glorious year. Our GDP has grown, fastest growing large economy in the world. And Prime Minister Modi's commitment to this nation is to really make this a developed nation by 2047. He has made available the building blocks in terms of strong macroeconomic fundamentals. He is providing large investments in infrastructure necessary to make India great or make India a prosperous nation. He has met the needs of the people of India in terms of food, clothing, shelter, health, education, water, electricity, digital connectivity. All of that has been taken up in large measure by Prime Minister Modi and the central government, funded largely by the central government under his leadership, so that we empower every child born in India to contribute to nation building, make him an aspirational young Indian, aspiring for a better quality of life, and that, friends, is going to spur the future growth potential of India. We have the future of India sitting before us in good measure in this room. I hope they will go back inspired in the next 24 years to contribute and make India a developed and prosperous nation. We are living in a opportune moment. It is India's time. This is the right time, and I'm sure collectively we will not let this opportunity go by. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. And now, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we come to a close of this session. We'll start with the next session in another 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Please remain seated. Sunil Kant Munjal, past President CII and Chairman CII Public Policy Council and Chairman Hero Enterprise. Mr. Rajesh Kumar Singh, Secretary DPIIT, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. Mr. Navneet Mohan Kothari, Managing Director, MP Industrial Development Corporation and Secretary, Department Industrial Policy and Investment Promotion, Government of Madhya Pradesh. We also have a representative from the Government of Gujarat, sir. Please do join us. Mr. Ajay Sriram, who's the moderator for this session, will also be joining us. But whilst he will take another few moments to join us, I'd like to invite Mr. Sunil Kanmunjal to kindly address us, please.
Thank you. Rajeshji, Secretary Government of Gujarat, and ladies and gentlemen, why is it important for us to be discussing this subject? Why does it actually even matter? We do business, we get along fine, we compete with each other. Some win, sometimes you don't. But the reality is, unless we have a truly transparent system and a level playing field, we will never quite be able to tap our true potential. And as we've seen, the transformation only in the last few years, we do have an enormous potential. I remember some years back in the Prime Minister's Council, I'm talking now about 20 years ago, 15 years ago, I think, bringing this subject up when the response was that, but we're already doing so much. And we all used to complain about too much red tape, too much bureaucracy, delays. But I'm not sure many of us had actually measured what it actually took to resolve and get going. So in that meeting, I took 3 sets of documents with me. One was for a small scale industry to apply for a power connection, all the papers that it took. One was to apply for a bank loan, and one for all of the documentation required to export one consignment, one single consignment. So where it said 6 copies in those days, as you know, we used to make carbon copies of everything. You needed multiple copies. So we put 6 pages, and I asked some of the teams in my office and some of the others in CII to help. And the document in each one was literally about this thick. And when the conversation started, I actually put that document on the table. And I can tell you that everybody in that room got a shock, because we literally don't, we know that there is a problem. We know it's a deterrent, but we never quite measure what it's actually taking, how much time and effort it's actually taking to do all that we do. I also think there's a history to this. We are coming from a set of regulations. Please remember, most of our regulations are from over a century ago. It's only now we started changing them more rapidly. Earlier, we've only been making modifications. And those were regulations and laws and rules made by a minority which was ruling a country which was against them. So all of them are based on mistrust. Mistrust of the people, mistrust of your own population. So unless we can actually start trusting ourselves, you cannot quite get all the laws in the place that you need in a truly free democratic nation. Which is why we were delighted when we saw the government start rapidly to scrap a number of the old laws, a very large number of them. And that also demonstrated itself in the improvement in our ratings. We jumped 79 places in ease of doing business in the World Bank rankings. But it's still not enough. And of course, the Prime Minister has made his intent known that we should be in the top 50, which we are not right now, although we are in touching distance, but we are not quite there. I also wanted to talk about 2 things that the Minister just mentioned. That he first made a suggestion, then he pulled back a little bit. I think we should actually go that distance, Mr. Secretary. We should attempt to create a negative list of things like explosives, where it does not make sense to give automatic approvals, but allow automatic approvals for everything else. Please, rather than trying to find things where you can give it, let's just select those where you cannot give it and allow it in everything else. That might make life easier. And at the same time, as you said, make both sides responsible. I do think it will actually help. One of the other things, and this is going beyond ease of doing business, the government announced 100 new cities when it started. I know it was not all going to be 100 greenfield cities. Some of these were development of existing cities, some were developing current urban agglomerations, and some were brand new cities. if we can actually start to build new cities, which means all of the infrastructure, commercial, economic, industrial, retail, living, the right use of energy, that itself could give us ease of living, ease of business in one shot. I think it is a mission which a government like the current one can take up, and I think it should take up, because we do have a problem right now of hundreds of thousands of people migrating from the rural to the urban and the semi-urban areas on a daily basis. And our current urban infrastructure is already creaking. It's not designed for this kind of population. So I'm going beyond the brief of the way we're looking at ease of doing business. But my recommendation is, let's not look at only a narrow interpretation, because it impacts us in just so many different ways. Also, we are a federal structure and we want to be. But with its pluses come its challenges. Many of the issues are managed by the states themselves. We just heard about some of the challenges which already exist, even on concurrent issues. So we had actually made a recommendation of CII over the last few years that what happened in GST was almost magical. Setting up a council of all the state governments as one common council, we had recommended that you should pick up 3, 4, 5, 6 such other key issues and create these councils where the states can actually work together. Education is a classic case in point. We've announced a wonderful new education policy. By the way, it's probably the single biggest reform India has done since 1947. But the implementation is going to be individually done by every state, which means we will have a difference. We may have an extreme difference. And we do know the only way we can build a nation for the future or create any sustainable improvement is through education. That's the only single tool available to any nation. So could we consider, I know now that we made a model for implementation, but it's still only a model. I would strongly urge us to look at the possibility, and I believe it is either separately for each of these issues or make one common council which looks at multiple issues which are on the concurrent list as also on the state issues managed by the states themselves. I also want to take up one more issue which the minister had said we may not be able to do, which is litigations. I think it may be a good idea because it is a challenge and we all recognize that. But despite that, we've not really been able to do much. If the government does a study, and it's not very difficult to do, where you pick the department and you pick the issues where you're losing the majority of the cases in the higher courts or in appeal. Relax in those places. Let's look at reinterpret that law at least, because we already know that 6 out of 10 or 8 out of 10 cases the government is losing. That part of the time, effort, and cost that is spent by industry, by government, by civil society is a cost. It's a cost for all of us. And I also think ease of doing business should not only focus on ease of doing business, it should also focus on the cost of doing business and the competitiveness of India as an economy and an industry. These are again interlinked. They cannot be separated from each other. So if you would look at a more generous definition of ease of doing business, I believe we can do a lot more, which would help accelerate the process that has been set in place of India as a nation, highly aspirational and with high growth. But growth which comes with quality, which comes with sustainability in terms of growth, and also in how we address the planet. We do know this is one of the biggest challenges. We are today in a city, by the way, parts of Delhi today had an AQI of 999 this morning. I'm not sure how many of you heard that this morning. It's beyond shocking. I mean, how can you even be living in a place which has an AQI over 100 and much less 999? Healthy AQI, by the way, is supposed to be below 5. It's okay if it's below 50. It's just manageable below 100. So ease of doing business cannot work in isolation without all of these being integral components of ease of doing business. And that's not just the government roles, it's equally our role as well, that we play that role responsibly ourselves as industry, as members of society, as citizens of the nation. So I'm going to stop here because I know we are running late, but we will come back to you with specific suggestions as you have been asking, as the minister has asked, as the joint secretary has asked CII. We will come back with specific recommendation suggestions. We hope and wish you will give them a fair shot. And I would go as far as to say, if something looks like it's borderline, let's still try it. If it doesn't work, we can always amend it. And this, again, this is the way we would like to do this in partnership, because it is a partnership which is moving this ship forward. And I think that, in some sense, is probably the most important partnership between civil society, industry, and government, partnership between states and the central government, and partnership between us as members of industry who represent all industry, and what we bring to you as recommendations. We will do them with responsibility, not looking at only individual benefit, but looking at the national benefit of all of us. Because if we all grow individually, we will have much more room to grow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Munjal. I'd now like to invite Mr. Navneet Mohan Kothari, Managing Director, MP Industrial Development Corporation and Secretary, Department, Industrial Policy and Investment Promotion, Government of Madhya Pradesh, to give his special address.
Respected Dais, I'll just share initiatives which have been taken in the state of Madhya Pradesh to promote the ease of doing business. As we all know, the implementation of EODB reforms circulated by EODB has not only led to an increase in the ease of doing business. Madhya Pradesh started on the BRAP since Dpiit has started it in 2014, and this is a snapshot of our progress. It has started since 2019, when we were ranked 4th and declared the best state in the western region, to the most recent landmark, which is the notification of Madhya Pradesh उद्योगों की स्थापना एवं परिचालन का सरलीकरण अधिनियम, which literally means Madhya Pradesh ease of doing business and establishment of business and conduct of business act. We used the opportunity given by the COVID times to implement our major reforms, and also Madhya Pradesh has been at the forefront of when the additional borrowing limits were linked to the reform implementation. Madhya Pradesh was one of the first 5 states to avail of the additional borrowing. This is a snapshot of the ease of doing business of the state. Again, we have taken some, these are basic metrics where we have done with exemptions from approvals. We have taken initiative for starting the business in 30 days. We have got an invest portal, and also we have been recognized for that. The implementation has not only of these EODB reforms has not only led to improvement of processes across the departments, but also we have taken some special initiatives like how to enable a business to set up within 30 days. So that has led to simplification of both the processes, as well as it has led to many approvals which are put under the deemed category. Another thing which has taken is the exemption to the industry for the period of 3 days. Under this, this is a part of the act which I just talked about, and there are around 22 approvals are exempted and related to 7 departments. There have been exemptions to the industries from obtaining specified approvals for a period of 3 years, and these act has notified for 296 industrial areas have been notified under this act where these facilities are available. This is only the beginning, and more services are in. We are already in a process of reviewing all our acts and our state acts and state legislations and state rules, whereby we are seeking out and also improving the ease of various processes related to that. There is a facility to start your business under 30 days, and this initiative has reduced the timelines of delivery of services. 3.4 lakh applications have been served as per the revised timelines. The provisions of deemed approvals on have been very effective, and over 17,000 applications till date have been cleared by this way. Land allotment system for the industry has also been simplified under the reforms taken for the ease of doing business. We have IT enabled all our services. In the future, we are going for a drone-based and Internet of IoT-based systems so that we can have a real-time monitoring of the facilities being provided under our industrial parks like water, electricity, lightings, etc. We have also introduced a provision of EMI for industrial plots, whereby many industries who are not in the condition in a position to pay all of their amount for lease rent, lease premium at the one moment, they can avail of the EMI facilities. And also, we have also gone for a computerized allotments for in many of these industrial areas. We have got a dedicated single window system, and it is linked to the national single window systems, and it's also we have started to reverse integrate with the national single window system, which will enable flow of information both ways. And in otherwise also the reforms initiated under the EODB in the state have led to simplifications of not only the industries department, not only the processes related to the industries department, but also with other departments like forest, labor, and revenue. In forest, we have got an online system for issuance of non-forest land certificate, which is very useful for even for the common public. The revenue department, it has led to simplification of the processes used for diversion of lands, digitization of land revenues, and e-records. And as a way forward, we are in a process of implementing a dedicated helpline. We have got a CM helpline for common citizens. We are in a process of implementing a dedicated helpline for the businesses also, which will be manned by specialists and who will be able to deliver the results to the businesses. We are proposing to host yellow pages whereby the industry will have an information relating to raw materials, other component materials, the products which are being made within the state, so that they can better integrate the forward and backward linkages. Earlier, one more thing is that earlier the industry had to visit the sub-registrar's office for getting the registries done. So now we have, as a measure of reform and as also for easing the processes, we have said that MPIDC has been allowed to work as a service provider for e-stamping and document registration. So these are some of the reforms and some of the small procedural simplifications which we have implemented in the MP, and also we are in the process of further simplifying them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kothari. And now we have with us our representative from the government of Gujarat, Sandeep Sagle. Sandeep Sagle. May I request you, sir, to kindly address us, please.
Good afternoon, all. Respected Rajesh Kumar Singh, sir, Secretary Dpiit, respected Manmit Nanda ma'am, Dr. Kothari from Secretary Madhya Pradesh, Shri Ajay Shri Ramji, past President CIA, Shri Sunil Kant Hunjalji. I am happy that both of them have strong presence in Gujarat. Dignitaries of the dais, colleagues from central and state governments, industry captains, and representative from media. As you know, since 2001, under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister of India and the then Chief Minister of Gujarat, Government of Gujarat has been persistently focusing on improving business environment and quality of life in the state. Gujarat is an inherent enterprising state. Honorable Prime Minister recognized the true potential of business innovation and their contribution to drive overall growth and development. He not only created policy-driven approach and implemented technology-based faceless systems, but also brought a positive outlook of government functionaries to support investors, to understand their concerns and deliver timely and effectively on the ground. His objective was to transform Gujarat into driving force behind the nation's development. This vision has now become a reality in last 2 decades as Gujarat's share in India's GDP rose from 3.2% to 8.3%, with roughly 6% of India's geography and 5% of country's population. Gujarat accounts for almost 8.3% of India's gross domestic product. Gujarat has witnessed growth of nearly 13 times in industrial output. Today, Gujarat also accounts for 17.5% of industrial output, with 11% of India's factory, which is highest for any state. The manufacturing sector in the state accounts for almost 37.5% of state GDP, while national average is about 17%. State accounts for 1/3 of India's export, which is highest in the country. Gujarat has attracted FDI of USD 55 billion from 2002 to 2020-22. In terms of domestic investment, which is reflected by number of industrial entrepreneur memorandums, Gujarat features among the top 2 states, both in terms of investment committed as well as investment implemented. Gujarat is home to iconic projects of world class, including India's first International Financial Services Center, GIFT City, the largest greenfield investment region, Dholera, the world's largest office complex, Dream City, Surat, world's largest hybrid renewable energy park in Kutch, among others. State all-around business ecosystem combining policy support, regulatory ease, and futuristic infrastructure allowed Gujarat to take leadership position in startup ranking framework, lead index, export preparedness index, composite water management index, among others. Talking about Gujarat's journey so far in ease of doing business, in the latest EODB ranking announced in 2022, Gujarat was ranked in the top achievers category. Gujarat was one of the first states in the country to develop single window portal, which we call investor facilitation portal, in 2010. The objective of creating investor facilitation portal is to provide all businesses approval and licenses under single portal and remove requirement of physical interventions. Government of Gujarat introduced the Gujarat Single Window Clearance Act 2017 to effectively implement the IFP and ensure timely approvals. In 2017, 90 applications were available online on the IFP. At present, more than 200 applications covering 18 state departments are integrated with single window portal IFP. Till date, more than 15 lakh applications have been processed on the IFP. The Gujarat Right to Citizen to Public Services, that is RCPS Act 2013, and Gujarat Single Window Clearance Act 2017 have been enacted to ensure time-bound delivery of all services and approvals on the IFP. Going forward, 30 applications of 13 departments are also being integrated with IFP to bring all approvals and permission for business under one roof. Additionally, the state government is also now integrating with IFP 14.3 new applications that have been developed under PM Gati Shakti initiative, which will boost the development of infrastructure in the state. Gujarat was among the first state to have integrated its state single window system with national single window system of DPIT. The development of NSWS, that is National Single Window System, will go a long way in providing the required ease of both for both domestic and foreign investors. I congratulate DPIT and Invest India on the successful implementation of NSWS portal and assure Gujarat's commitment toward further enhancing the integration with NSWS. The IFP also provide access to GIS-based land bank information system, which provide information of land availability across the state. This has been identified as one of the best practice by Invest India and has been taken up for integration with the India Industrial Land Bank. I would like to take this opportunity to discuss key reforms undertaken over the past few years, which have been appreciated by DPIT and industry in creating required regulatory ease. As part of these efforts to reduce the compliance burden so far 24 state departments have reviewed over 270 acts, rules, and regulation to undertake initiative across regulatory compliance burden and decriminalization. Over 2,900 compliances have been already actioned upon through repeal of RKA clause, introduction of self-certification, third-party inspection, faceless permission, and other initiatives. Gujarat is leading state in the efforts undertaken for decriminalization of minor offences. The state government has decriminalized 9 labor laws to create an enabling business ecosystem in the state. Recently, the state has also decriminalized 4 state electricity regulation, which will come into effect as soon as Central Electricity Act is decriminalized. To ease the burden of professional tax on MSMEs and low-wage earners, Gujarat have recently rationalized the professional tax slab from three slabs to single slab of earning rupees 12,000 or more per month and a flat tax rate of 200 per month. With the new Shops and Establishment Act 2019, Gujarat have removed the requirement of renewal of shops and establishment licenses. Businesses are only required to obtain shop and establishment licenses through one-time registration. This initiative of Gujarat government has been identified as good practice by DPIT. Gujarat has introduced self-certification scheme for industries, which is applicable across 5 labor acts. This allows industries to obtain exemption from inspection for a period of 5 years by providing self-certification for various compliances under that acts. Additionally, third-party certification process has been introduced for the renewal of consent to operate under Gujarat Pollution Control Board. Also, the Urban Development Department of State Government has launched Online Development Permission System 2.0 to provide construction permits based on self-certification. It allows developer to immediately initiate construction activity. Government of Gujarat introduced Gujarat MSME Facilitation of Establishment and Operation Act 2019, which exempts businesses from obtaining state approval for a period of 3 years and provide additional 6 months to comply with them. The Revenue Department has now digitized over 8 crore handwritten land records and 2.43 crore handwritten mutation entries in record of rights. This has helped in providing online access to 30 services through the integrated online revenue application, that is IORA, and over 13.5 lakh applications have already been processed so far on IORA portal. These are some major reforms implemented in the state to enable business to focus on core activities and reduce the efforts and costs associated with adhering the regulatory compliances. Gujarat will continue to take proactive measures to undertake reforms and compliances burden reduction for business and aim to be the most preferred business destination for investors willing to invest in India. The guidance provided by DPIT around EODB has played a crucial role in our journey so far and will continue to do so in future. When we talk about way forward, the Vikasit Bharat by 2047, as envisioned by Honorable Prime Minister, is obviously becomes the guiding force. The target of developed nation is contingent on the growth at state level. Under the leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister and the legacy and vision of Honorable Prime Minister, we are following minimum government and maximum governance ethos. Gujarat is the first state in the country to implement semiconductor policy to establish itself as most preferred destination in India for the semiconductor sector and display flab manufacturing. Micron, India's first and largest investor in the semiconductor sector, has recently started the work of setting up a semiconductor plant in Gujarat. The company was allotted land in record time of a week only. Gujarat recently signed MOU with Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center, that is InSpace, to set up space manufacturing cluster at Sanand. To support the investment by industries, Gujarat has 20 sector-specific incentive policies, which offers incentive across all industry sectors, including emerging sectors like semiconductor, electronics, biotech, electric vehicle, Atmanirbhar Gujarat scheme, and recently we have launched Gujarat Renewable Energy in September 23. The ease of doing business environment is not only created through policies and IT support, but also through excellent infrastructure development spread across the state. Development of mega projects such as dedicated freight corridor, high-speed rail, PM Mitra Park, Dholera Special Investment Region, mega hybrid renewable energy park will definitely pave the way of future growth and investment in the state. The social infrastructure plays an equal vital role in creating ease of living for the citizens, and government of Gujarat is ensuring to develop the robust ecosystem in the state. The newer initiatives undertaken by Dpiit, such as evaluation of cost of regulation, regulatory impact assessment, deemed approval, and others, will further help states to review their regulation and simplify existing laws, as well as provide guidance on formulating new laws. I would like to conclude with thanking and congratulating Dpiit and CII for organizing this important event and bringing all stakeholders for meaningful dialogue. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak today at this prestigious and august gathering. I look forward to listening to the views of esteemed speakers from the states and central ministry and industrial captains and learn more on best practices and industry requirements which can be further implemented in Gujarat. Thank you.
I'd like to introduce our previous speaker properly. This was Mr. Sandeep Sagale, Industries Commissioner, Government of Gujarat. Can we hear it for him one more time, please? I'm sorry for that. And ladies and gentlemen, now it's my honor and privilege to invite Mr. Rajesh Kumar Singh, Secretary, DPIIT, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, to give his keynote address.
Mr. Munjal, Mr. Shriram, my colleagues from Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh, industry leaders, media representatives, ladies and gentlemen. Pleasure to be here today to discuss a subject which is very dear to the heart of DPIIT. It's one of the flagship sort of initiatives that DPIIT has taken. As all of you are aware, this whole concept of ease of doing business stems from in a sense, from the World Bank's EODB rankings, where we used to really lag behind for a very, very long time. Now that the World Bank itself has kind of given up on this ranking after they got into a scandal over the way it was being gamed, India sort of continues this. And we continue it primarily because under our federal system, the levers that we have as far as states' policy actions are concerned are limited. Either we give them funds or we try to sort of exert some kind of moral and political pressure in a sense. The EODB rankings for states is somehow extremely dear to the hearts of our honorable chief ministers, and that itself has created a tremendous impetus to the business reform action plans that we come out with year after year to ensure that the reform agenda and the reform momentum continues. The Honorable Minister has already covered a lot of ground, so I'm not going to sort of cover the same ground over and over again. Let me just focus on a few key sort of additionalities that I can mention at this gathering. You are aware that besides the ease of doing business issue, Dpiit is working on what we call the cost of regulation and the overall regulatory impact assessment. Now, for the first time, Dpiit has completed that exercise across states for 13 services that are accessed by businesses across all the states in the country. The report is ready. We'll probably release it publicly in the not too distant future. It's very educative in the sense that you can see the huge variation when it comes to the various elements that go into the cost of regulation, whether it is the cost of the intermediary, whether it is the intrinsic cost of the regulation, whether it is the fee that is being imposed. And one of the interesting insights we got from that exercise, to be very frank with you, and since CII basically is a gathering of larger industrialists, the bulk of the compliance burden, frankly, falls on the smaller, medium, and small industry. For most of the larger industrial enterprises, essentially hire intermediaries to do this work of complying with the compliance burden. To be very frank with you, there is a vested interest in that ecosystem for either complicating or keeping things complicated. And as a result, when we, whether it is the national single window or whether it is the unified logistics interface platform that we've developed to integrate various public sector databases, this is what the minister was hinting at, that most of you are not using NSWS enough. You're still using intermediaries. You're still using various types of consultancy firms to do a work that really you should be able to take care of directly. It is the MSMEs, therefore, who actually end up facing the regulatory burden in a way. Of course, you'll be paying money to the intermediaries for this. That adds to your cost. But I'm not sure any of you face that compliance burden directly in many cases. Although on some of the larger issues like allotment of land or environmental clearances, maybe many of you do face that and you do raise that as an issue, maybe taxation issues as well. But a lot of routine local body and state clearances are not really being done other than through intermediaries who often have a vested interest in keeping things complex and making it seem complex and not taking advantage of the initiatives that government takes, whether it is the national single window or other measures to provide online services to business. In the national single window right now, we've received 2.7 lakh applications, out of which 2.1 we've been able to successfully process. About 1,000 plus applications are being submitted on it on a daily basis. That's too low. I mean, that just shows that we've not reached out enough, or you've become lazy in terms of simply handing it over to the intermediaries that I mentioned to take access to government services. I would really seek your help in trying to take advantage of the online services that are available directly. On the issue of reducing of compliance burden on businesses and citizens, we've just passed the Jan Vishwas 1. We are working on Jan Vishwas 2, and I look forward to specific suggestions from all of you from CII on what are the specific legal provisions cutting across different departments that need to be decriminalized. Now, the exercise that we did in the first place, many ministries have a kind of a vested interest in keeping some of those. Maybe they genuinely feel that those kind of very difficult, sometimes draconian kind of provisions are actually required as a part of their enforcement mechanism. But we need an objective view there, which is why we've set up a working group of cutting across ministries to look at those provisions which can be decriminalized further in the next round. The same exercise we would request our state colleagues to do for their states, because the bulk of the work of decriminalization probably now rests at the state rather than at the central level. There was an issue raised also, I think, by one of the previous speakers about the retrospective application of these provisions, so that we can actually clear out a lot of the court cases that have piled up, particularly in the case of the Motor Vehicles Act decriminalization. There are some 10 lakh cases which could have gone if we had applied these provisions retrospectively. Now, frankly, I mean, this is something on which I had a difference of opinion with my colleagues across government, in the sense that I wanted it to be applied with retrospective effect. We tried hard in the interministerial level to get that done, but other colleagues from other ministries, including law, had their reservations. I don't think there is actually much ground for reservations, because these are not criminal provisions in any case. At least most of them are not. But yeah, we'll take another crack at this and try to make it retrospective to really take benefit and also unclog the courts to some extent. I mentioned cost of regulation and the huge variation that exists across states when it comes to cost of regulations, when it comes to different services, whether it is electricity, power, fire, NOC, environmental clearances, land-related issues, stamp duty. These are some of the services we covered in that cost of regulation survey. It's something we've done for the first time in India. It's modeled on what OECD countries do. The methodology is fairly similar to what they do. It's a first attempt of its kind in the country, but it is very, very revealing in terms of the variations that come across, and obviously that gives all states the chance to look at themselves and see whether their cost of regulation can be brought down. The next step from the cost of regulation would be to develop what we call a framework for regulatory impact assessment. That is the next step that DPIIT will be working on to move towards a much more intelligent, outcome-oriented type of regulation with adequate cost-benefit analysis when it comes to fresh regulations of any kind. I mentioned the fact that the levers when it comes to EODB at the state level is primarily the ranking framework. We have a ranking framework not only for EODB but also for a lot of other things. Actually, two other things. One is the ease of logistics that is another survey that we do every year, and also something called the startup rankings framework. All three are keenly followed by states, and they do try to take steps in line with the indices that we bring out to improve their rankings, because that is an important political capital for many of them to improve their rankings. Finally, let me end by saying that when it comes to EODB, the World Bank is now working on a different kind of framework after the scandal they had with China in terms of the EODB rankings. They call it the Be Ready framework. That survey is covering 60 countries at a time. It's going to come to India sometime to the second half of 2024. We have to take steps to ensure that we don't regress when it comes to our ranking, which we improved after a lot of effort on all sides, including at the state government and local body level. One reason we could also get a lot of those reforms through during COVID was that we linked it to the additional borrowing limits of the states, which actually led to huge reforms in areas like a centralized and randomized inspection system that most states now follow when it comes to the regulatory measures. A similar, business reform action plan for all the states, and this is for my state colleagues, is being framed for the Be Ready framework, where the surveys start from 2024. We'll try to ensure that a lot of the indices that go into the World Bank's Be Ready framework become part of this, so that we are actually ready when it comes to that survey, and that it ensures that our ranking goes up beyond the present 62. Right? We are 62 right now. 62. Yeah, so 62 is actually too low. We should really go up. Similarly, when it comes to logistics, I think we are 42nd, and again we want to take it up to at least 25. So those are areas where what we try to do is use the ranking frameworks to improve the states, induce the states to improve their systems. 63, okay. Let me end by saying that I had a quick look at the the CII's committee's recommendations on the the next steps or, as far as the ease of doing business studies initiative is concerned. A lot of these areas that you mentioned are areas where work is ongoing at the state. I mean, one common thing that everybody is mentioning is land records, integration with the registration and mutation survey, land records. There are three different departments, and registration. There are three different departments. Their integration seems to have been achieved only in one state, Karnataka. Many other states, it's a kind of work in progress. But those are areas where we are already working. But of course, we welcome your feedback on how that can be further improved. In Madhya Pradesh and Gujarat, also you have to see whether you can get that done quickly, because that's that's one of the elements of our administrative system which remains untouched even so many years after independence. And in a way, for IAS officers, it is particularly bad because we are all of us primarily revenue officers. We treasure our time as district collectors, but this is an area of revenue reform which we have not been able to tackle across all the states in the country, although we've made progress in some states. The fact that it continues to be an EODB issue is a problem. The other problem is the online building permit system. During the EODB ranking exercise, most local bodies, major local bodies in the country brought in computerized online permit system. Frankly, in many states, it is already failed or it is failing. In some ways, either it is failed because all you do is initially upload, the architect is allowed to upload it, but thereafter the same runaround continues, including after a 30-day period, you give you raise a query and then the whole process starts all over again. I think in this area and in the area of renewals, we have to take fairly tough decisions. One decision should be that maybe up to a certain level, maybe up to 2,000 square meter plinth area, we should simply go by self-certification and allow buildings to proceed without any requirement of anything other than uploading of the drawings by a registered architect. In the area of renewal, again, a minimum 5-year renewal period you should ensure in all states. You shouldn't have this annual renewal system at all. That really takes care of a lot of this regulatory burden that we keep talking about. Finally, I want to end by saying that since all of you are here, let me ask you, how many of you know that we still have an industrial licensing system in India? And if so, what is that domain in which it operates at the central government level? Does anybody know? No. You have an actual industrial license in one area. Which is that? CII? Nobody in CII knows that? Yeah, so it's basically arms and ammunition and defense, and that's a bit of a shocker for me when I came to this department in April of this year. That even now in that area where private sector companies are coming forward to make arms and ammunition, sometimes sophisticated ones, for the armed forces, even there, the old ills of the system in terms of making people run around, delaying clearances at different levels, MHA, etc., state governments, home departments, it was taking a hell of a lot of time. And I mean, it's really a kind of self-sabotage in the sense that these people are working on your own defense preparedness. So that's, one area where we, of course, try to make it. We've tried to ensure that now we give it within a 1-month period. I don't think there's much of a pendency left there. But it's very interesting that when you keep those discretionary systems alive, the old habits seem to come back always. So we have to actually take things to the level where we actually remove the compliance altogether. When it comes to things like renewal, we get rid of renewals, maybe make it in defense. We've made that renewal process after 10 years now. The whole idea is not to, not for him to come knocking on the doors again after every 1 year or 2 years, not even 5 years. We've made it 10 years. And in other areas also, we have to look at that kind of a radical reform, because those incremental reforms obviously don't work. So I look forward to the details of the recommendations being made by CII. We'll work together with you, particularly on Jan Vishwas 2. We want to do a quick Jan Vishwas 2 fairly soon. And if there are any specific legal provisions you can list out, we'll work on that and try and get it done through our system. Other elements of the ease of doing business framework and your inputs for the next year's business reform action plan, which will lead to the indices for the next year's EODB rankings of states. That will also be useful because, as I said, states do take that very, very seriously. So I look forward to a continued engagement with all of you on these issues. Thank you very much for inviting us.
Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you, Rajeshji, for a very comprehensive and complete address. We'll have brief time for two questions. But before that, I just want to mention Mr. Sandeep Sagale has to catch a flight, so he wants to leave. So Sandeepji, thank you very much for coming today and sharing thoughts of Gujarat. And we look forward to changes happening in Gujarat also really soon.
Thank you.
There's a lot of progress happening, but this is an unending journey. Look forward to more. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I think we have time for two quick questions. My request is please keep it brief. One, Milan, may I request you, Milan, to please mic laiye kahin se.
Thank you.
I think.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh. You spoke about gaming the system, about international countries gaming the World Bank system. Yeah. So there is perhaps a similar thing happening with BRAP, because although BRAP has been a great initiative and a step in the completely right direction, there's still an emphasis on form over substance in many cases, where it's just like ticking of boxes. So what are you going to do about that aspect?
So I mentioned that some of the things that we did under BRAP, particularly the things like the centralized and randomized inspection system, actually has happened in almost all the states in the country. What you mentioned is probably related to the issue of feedback and the fact that we rely mostly on feedback, and feedbacks to some extent can be gamed by some states which are smarter than others in defining or giving you the phone numbers of a specific constituency of respondents who are, who may be their own, who may be their well-wishers, so to speak. That's an issue which we'll try to tackle in the future design of our system. My Joint Secretary Manmeet is here. Do you want to say something about this issue, Manmeet? Because this is really a matter of detail, but this is a complaint. Since I've just come from the state, one of the states, Kerala, always used to complain that one or two other states in the south were gaming it.
There's a mic there. Manmeet ji, this.
So we are aware of this, and states are also aware of it. The fact is that we should not blame the system because of a few black sheep. And a lot has been achieved because of the Business Reform Action Plan. Every year we try, sir, to provide a new set of reforms. But I think one key to solving this issue is probably addressing the HR issues in terms of the people actually at the ground level, speaking to business entities, both MSMEs, big and small industries, trying to empower them with proper information, real-time information. I think that's when, like you said, that the actual change ground level will be also seen. And when we also have queries and we put in the queries in the system, I think if we limit the time by when a government department can send a query to a business entity, and also put, like the Honorable Minister said, an accountability to the officer at the other hand, I think things will fall into place. And it is also for departments, sir, to start thinking on a risk-based methodology where not all industries have to follow the same procedures, SOPs, maybe depending on the risk of that industry. We are moving towards that. And like sir mentioned, the cost of regulation and that report will bring in a lot of insights into this. And we hope to achieve better things over the future. But I think BRAP from the first edition to the sixth edition has provided a lot of reform areas. Of course, we'll keep improving.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I mean, the only issue that comes out from there is actually that methodologically we should be able to combine objective data with the feedback system.
Sir, so the 4 editions of BRAP was based on only the evidence that they
Yeah.
provided.
So we should do a mix of both, perhaps,
So-
rather than only feedback. I
So,
mean, I don't know. I mean,
yes,
we'll have to work on
The
this.
5th edition had an 80-20 ratio. The 6th edition, whose results will come out, is completely 100%.
Yeah.
But we'll take this feedback and maybe have a fair balance of
Yeah,
both the two again.
yeah, because in the logistics index that the World Bank publishes, we have this grouse that they are relying entirely on feedback, and there is a perception lag across the world from among shipping agents about India's logistics, because actually our port dwell times, etc., have improved immeasurably in the
Yes.
last 3-4 years,
Yes.
and that because it is entirely reliant on feedback, the perception lag means that those guys are still sort of think that India has a huge issue with at the ports. So I think methodologically, in the long run, we have to combine objective data with
We'll do that,
with
sir.
feedback, and of course try to ensure that the feedback is actually random. Yeah.
We'll do that.
So that is a very useful thing, and we'll certainly work on it. But it's better than nothing. Even a slightly indicative kind of a data is better than nothing. Yeah.
Also,
Thank
to be
you.
fair, it has done
Thank
a
you.
dramatic change in the way states compete with each other in a positive way to attract investment from within and from outside the country. So there's a clear positive competitiveness now among states, and this highlights it. Every time a new study comes out,
Correct.
chief ministers and chief secretaries call up to say what is it that we can do to look better.
Salil,
Thank you,
please,
Ajay.
please.
This is a problem I'm trying to grapple with. Industrial accidents. Immediate reaction is to arrest the managing director, the factory manager, the very people who will set things right. And I'm trying to understand what regulation we can change. Because it is under IPC, PRCP, the dish which some states have, industrial safety and health departments. There are cases which I have got from the industry, and this is a very, very serious problem. It affects industrial, and the second thing they do is close the entire factory. If I have 20 plants, there is an accident in one, the entire factories are closed. Major economic damage, major challenges to set the situation right. Look at that, it happened in LG. We arrested 3 Koreans who were the managers of the business. What is the message it conveys across? We have to think and find a solution across the various regulatory issues. And this, I think, is a very, very significant issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Suliji. I mean, just to sort of set the record or rebalance what you said, that was a chemical plant, right?
Even in
Yeah. So this is a country which has a history, which is, as you know, Union Carbide, Bhopal. I mean, obviously, maybe we've gone too far in the other direction, as you mentioned. If you bring out specifically what are the provisions that you feel should be decriminalized, which are sort of technical violations which don't deserve a jail sentence, for example, we can certainly work on that. But let's not forget the history of this country when it comes to chemical disasters.
Thank you. Last question, ladies and gentlemen. We have Nalin, please.
Thank you, Ajay. Sir, I am going to talk on behalf of MSMEs and startups. So, CI is not just large companies. We have a fair share of MSMEs and startups.
Part of CI's membership is small companies.
And so I had the privilege to be co-chair for both CI's National MSME Council and the Startup Council. So particularly on startups, as we say, we are the 3rd largest startup ecosystem. So now most of the startups are selling on e-commerce. And e-commerce kicks in with the GST registration even before the threshold is achieved. So whether you are selling 5 lakhs or 10 lakhs, you have to register if you want to sell on an e-commerce platform. So the big issue which is coming, which is affecting hundreds and thousands of MSMEs and startups, is that although we talked of one nation, one tax when GST was introduced, we are supposed to register in every state because the e-commerce platform wants to deliver very quickly on the same day delivery, and you need local warehouse. So sir, when we have data on the system now, it is actually more of a software change that is required than forcing small industries, small startups to go and register in every state And so it's such a huge cost for them that my request to you would be to kindly have this examined. We can on the home state, you can have a proper verification. The home state has a full verification, but the rest of the registrations which are required, so they should be done in a virtual manner because all data is available. So we had the SIDBI chairman the other day telling us now all bank loans are being given by banks up to 2 crores by triangulation of data, where they pick up data from GST and portal, and they release bank loans on that. So why can't this department just do it virtually and spare the industry from this multiple registrations in each states? Thank you.
Yeah, we are aware of this issue, and this was brought to our notice by our own ONDC, our Open Network for Digital Commerce, which tries, among other things, to get our ODOP products of local craftsmen sold across the nation, across districts, which is where this across state boundaries, which is where this issue comes up, that you have to have a GST registration unless you are selling within the state. So we are working on with the revenue department on this already, and we'll try and come out with some kind of a solution which takes care of ensuring that MSMEs are able to benefit from e-commerce. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we are running short of time, so we don't have that much time for more questions. I know more questions there, but I want to make a very serious suggestion. All of you who've got questions, please send your questions to CII. We will collate it, put it together, and take it up with the ministry. So please do that. I think industry's involvement is required a lot more than where we are today. So please do that. First and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank all the speakers for sharing their thoughts with us, and we are understanding much better what's happening in various states at the center. Secretary, your sharing of thoughts and I think your passion to find solutions is so solid. I think that's what we have seen. I must mention that over the last many years, our interaction from CII with Rajesh ji and Manmeet ji and Supriya ji and all the others and their other officers, they're always asking, please tell us what more can we do? How do we find solutions? I think that's a very positive approach where it's actually ball is in our court. So we have to be much more proactive. So please send your suggestions and ideas of what can be done. I'd really like to thank DPIIT for the work they've done over the years of trying to work on ease of doing business. This is an unending journey. It won't happen overnight. It won't happen in 3 years or 5 years or 7 years. But we have to be at it and we have to be actively involved to see how we can continuously simplify, save time, save cost, ease the ease of doing business, make it more effective. And I think as CI is concerned, we don't doubt the intention of the government at all. Wherever we've had interactions, we've seen that they're trying to figure out solutions of how to do better because I think really, if I may say so, the Prime Minister's objective of economic growth, job creation, economic activity is very solid. So I think we all need to work on that. I'll just give one small example actually in terms of how solutions were found. In 2015-16, when I was more deeply involved with CII, I had gone to the PMO, Mr. Nipinder Mishra, was there at the PMO at that time. And I had a chance to interact with him because he was Secretary of Fertilizers and I was involved with the Fertilizer Association of India as an office bearer. So we used to meet a lot. So CII made a presentation on how we can do things easier. It was virtually easier doing business. I raised a point with him for our own factory in Gujarat that we are within our industrial estate. But for expansion, we had to still get the environmental clearance of villages around us. So I told him, I said, look, we are already in an approved industrial estate. Why do we need to go back outside? And he agreed, wrote to the government, and it changed. So I'm saying if we take up issues the right way, things happen. So it's up to industry also to take steps to go forward, how we can sort things out. Secretary, one thing I'd like to say is, which I had mentioned earlier, is I think India is 29 states and 8 union territories. We are virtually 29 plus 8 mini Indias within one India. There are 47 laws, if I'm not mistaken, economic and otherwise, which are concurrent subjects. So the interaction between center and state and industry with the states, I think that is something we have to focus on very strongly to make sure that we keep sharing information, giving back feedback, and how do we really make sure that we can push at the state level? And, Mr. Secretary, just how can the center and the state work in a more collaborative way to bring changes? I think that's a challenge which is always there. You rightly mentioned about cost of regulation, national single window system, Jan Vishwas too. We'll also get back to you on many of these issues to give ideas and thoughts what we can do. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank all the speakers and all of you for coming for today's session. Thank you very much. Thank you.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we close this session and move on to our next session. And because we are short of time, we are not breaking for tea. I hope you will cooperate with that. And we move on to the next session, National Single Window System One-Stop Solution for All Approvals/Renewals. I'd like to invite on stage, as soon as we've turned the table around, Ms. Manmeet Nanda, Joint Secretary, DPIIT, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. Mr. Kevichusa, Commissioner and Secretary, Industries and Commerce, Government of Nagaland. Mr. Abhishek Prakash, Secretary, Infrastructure and Industrial Development, Government of UP and CEO, Invest UP. Dr. Sujit Kumar Bajpai, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India. And from Ministry of Labour and Employment, we'd like to invite Ms. Shefali Dhingra, Economic Advisor. That's it. And may I request all our speakers now to please come up on the dais. May I have our speakers on the dais, please? Please come. Somebody's missing her. We still have someone who is missing and will be joining us soon. In the meantime, I'd like to invite Ms. Manmeet Nanda, Joint Secretary, DPIIT, to kindly give her special remarks and take the session forward. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. A warm welcome to the dignitaries on the stage. Thank you for showing so much of patience. I know along with ease of doing business, we also need to inculcate ease of listening and hearing. I'm often told that the bureaucracy does not listen very politely and patiently to the industries. We only hear what you say, but probably listening is also very important. So with that, we will speak about the National Single Window System. Like our Honorable Minister mentioned, and also the Secretary, DPIIT, that the National Single Window was launched in 2021, especially during the time when it was felt that we need to make systems more transparent, more streamlined. We need to reach out to the industry, be more open, reduce the dependency of people coming to government offices. And I think the COVID hastened the process, and that's when the Honorable Minister launched the beta version. It was started with a lot of difficulty. It took a lot of conversations, many like these, and many conversations with different ministries to come on board. Many of the ministries that we know of took a lot of time, but as of today, all 32 business-related ministries are on board, and my colleagues from Ministry of Labor and Environment are here, and I must say that these are the two ministries that have actually championed and taken in the national single window and adapted to it very, very strongly. So their support indeed goes a very long way in making national single window as it is today. And the entire journey, like we said, talks about a whole of government approach with 32 ministries, with 24 or 26 state governments also onboarded. And presently, we are in talk with 6 state governments to also do a complete reverse integration, meaning to say we not just enter the national single window and then just go on to their window of single state, but also vice versa, so that if any entity is applying on the state window system, can also through that apply for a national level clearances and in real time also see the application status on both the windows. We would also use and urge this forum and through all of you to also reach out to different ministries, both at the center and departments in the state governments, to also realize that the national single window can only be as effective and more when the usage will increase. So, like it's been urged earlier as well, that we need to have more of you to use it, more of you to come to us to tell us what is the ground difficulty in navigating through it. I'm told that it is fairly good, but there is a lot of space for improvement. I would love to hear that today. And I would also be open to receiving anything that you would like to mention in written. On the other hand, I would also use this forum to urge different ministries to use our infrastructure and our skeleton to launch anything that they would want to on the national single window instead of building more portals, more online systems in their departments. It will then only truly become a national single window. As of today, when we started, the success was small, but as of today, we have about 1.1 lakh business entities that are registered. On the national single window, we have 3.5 lakh approvals that have been applied for and about 2.4 lakh approvals that have been granted. Along with integrating ministries, we have also on the national single window also have information on certain schemes related to the government, that is related to the integrated leather development scheme and also to ethanol, to solar PV modules, also to footwear, leather and vehicle scrappage. I have also interacted with somebody from the leather industry. I would like to know your honest view about what we can do to improve the national single window. I believe you do have suggestions. Would want you to take this opportunity and tell us about it. We would also urge you to now spread word, not just of using it, but also when you register your entity or many of your members register the entity to use PAN as a single business ID. The more one gets connected on the national single window through the PAN, we want to use that as our single business identity across different portals of the government and the state government so that we reduce the burden on a business entity to provide the same information over and over again. And this again can be effective only when more people come there, register their PAN IDs, and so that we can use that further. The national single window is going to move forward. There is no doubt about it. We are strongly and passionately backing it at DPIIT to take it even forward. And we would like to not just keep it open for new business enterprises, but we've also started certain renewals for some activities which are closely related to DPIIT as of now, the PESO and the boiler renewals. But we would also want to make renewals happen for all ministries and departments. Secondly, we also want to, we believe and through our interactions realize that there are certain department sectors like tourism, hospitality, energy, semiconductors, which are attracting a lot of investment, and there is a lot of dichotomy between state governments about the approval processes, the application processes, and that's why I think we have identified about 10, 12 subsectors which we are going to be focusing our energies on the national single window, study state level systems, bring them all together, collate that information, and provide this window as a single point where if a hotel wants to open chains across the country, they can do so at ease through the national single window. This would help us to enhance our system, but it will require a lot of interaction with the industry. So I think organizations like the CI will play a very important role. I do not have you coming up to us to complain about the national single window, which basically means that you're not using it and you are not spreading the word about it. Also, I have a complaint that the CI has a lot of representation today with big and medium-sized industry, but I'm looking for MSMEs more here, and I think we need to have an interaction. In the future, I want DPIIT and CI to also interact with the medium and small scale industries, because I think the pinch of regulation, the pinch of trying to go through the rigmaroles of different approvals and different departments pays much more heavily on a small and a micro industry. And I think that is where we need to ease the pain further. I look forward to an engaging conversation today, and thank you for patiently listening. Thank you. So I also have the task of moderating this session. I believe you want to go next. Do you have a presentation or it's आपके पास है? So let's hear from our representative from Nagaland.
Thank you, ma'am, and a very big thank you to DPIIT and CII for this conference and also for inviting the government of Nagaland to take part on it. I know, ma'am, that the invitation was for the Chief Secretary, but I am here representing him. I hope you'll not be disappointed. Nagaland, as an investment destination, is always not on people's map, but we talk about our culture, we talk about our traditions, and we talk about the uniqueness of Nagaland in terms of its traditions. So, Nagaland as an investment destination for business and industries has not really been taken seriously, either at the national level or even at the state level. Now, I would say that COVID has brought a sharp, made the government face to face with the reality that it cannot continue with handouts from the central government all the time, and also that it needs to take itself seriously because it needs to create a business environment, it needs to create an ecosystem for businesses to thrive, and that also involves attracting investment from outside the state for improvement, for upscaling, for developing new businesses. Now, so in that sense, Nagaland has always suffered from one disadvantage, and that is that Article 371A of the Constitution guarantees that the land and its resources belongs to the people. And that complicates a lot of investment decisions. So I am happy to say that the government has taken a very serious consideration of these, and we are now currently examining and identifying areas in Nagaland where we are calling it special development zones, where relaxations will be there. And I hope that we can come up with some solutions soon, so we can take forward the idea of getting businesses into Nagaland on greater scale early. Now, in light of this, we had been doing the EODB exercises for quite some time earlier, and in 2021, with the launch of the National Single Window System, we felt compelled that we should also set up our own single window system portal, and that it should be integrated with the National Single Window System. So in that sense, we started in 2021, and on the 4th of July, 2022, the Nagaland Single Window System portal was launched by the Honorable Chief Minister Shri Piyush Goyal. For this, I would like to give a big thanks to Dpiit Invest India, without whose help we could never have done it. And during this exercise, I also came to realize that government is opaque. It wants to remain opaque, but this exercise caused us to, we encountered a lot of resistance. I know that some of the Invest India team, some of the younger ladies were reduced to tears also in visiting some of those officers whose cooperation was needed, who needed to be onboarded. They refused to do, and the whole exercise brought them to tears. But nevertheless, after a year of persistence, we managed to launch it. And after that, it has been a process of onboarding. It has been a process of getting approvals live. So I'm happy to say that we have onboarded 11 departments so far, and 33 approvals are live. We have more that are onboarded, but 33 are live at the moment. And I would also like to compliment here that our Director Dpiit, Ms. Supriya, when she visited Nagaland in August, we had a workshop with the Chief Secretary on this issue, and during the 2-3 months that have passed, a lot of clarity, a lot of cooperation has come in as a result of our visit. So thank you very much, Dpiit and Invest India, for the continuous support. Now, the experiences that we have faced in through the EODB and the National Single Window exercises are that we feel that these exercises need to have the power of legislation behind them. So on this score, we are coming up with our EODB policy. I would say that we place the cart before the horse. At the same time, we also have the Public Service Delivery Guarantee Act drafted. It is awaiting legislation. There is a lot of queries. There is a lot of apprehension on what this could mean, because we start talking about timelines for delivery of services. So there is a lot of apprehension on this. I hope that CII can help us in allaying these fears, because the Public Service Delivery Guarantee Act and the EODB Act, unless it goes hand in hand together, I feel that the whole exercise will just be an exercise of ticking boxes, as some people have commented. So that way, we can only propose, but if the end users also do not come forward, like Madam has said, if the end users do not come forward and interact with us, we feel that we are stuck chasing like a dog chasing its own tail, just doing the exercise for the sake of doing the exercise. So in that sense, our single window system is online. I encourage members of CII, those who have business interests in Nagaland, to check it out, to interact with it, and give us the feedback so that we can improve upon it. I have been told that Nagaland was the first to launch the single window system in the Northeast, but I have also been told that it was the first in the country to be fully integrated top to bottom with the national single window system. So thank you for for assisting us in that. I look forward to further interaction with the CII on improving our single window system. There's a lot of ground to be covered. One of our key departments is still holding out. I wouldn't take names, so Better to say save some embarrassment, but sometimes it feels like banging your head against a wall. So, but eventually the wall will crack, or someone else will have to do the banging. So, in that sense, the only thing that can help us is when feedback comes back from the end users, and we can propose that, okay, these are the things that we require, these are the gaps that are still there, and for that we need participation from industry side also. So thank you very much once again for the time and for the invitation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kevichusa. It's interesting to know, and it's important to tell the audience about the difficulties that the government itself also faces when they bring about new change, and the fact that you've used the word breaking your head. That's something that we all come across in our attempt during the national single window, and my team from Invest India would definitely give evidence about that. We would now like to hear our officer from government of Uttar Pradesh, Mr. Abhishek Prakash. He has a short presentation to also talk about his experience and the government's experience in the national single window.
Thank you so much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, respected dais, colleagues from Dpiit, CII, different state governments, friends from industries and media. So at the outset, I'll thank Dpiit and CII for organizing such a wonderful conference in which champions from all the sectors, including governments, industry, across the sectors, they are together. And in the first two sessions where Honorable Minister and Secretary Dpiit, they have chaired the sessions, so many thoughts have come up. Before exactly going to the presentation, I'll just like to comment on few other compliances which is related to this topic, which government of UP has been able to achieve in the sector. And why it has been able to do, the single most important factor is the strong and committed leadership. So I think the thrust from Government of India by the drive of Honorable Prime Minister and the commitment and the leadership of Honorable Chief Minister of UP is the single most important factor which has transformed the state now. And UP is the destination which everyone is looking up to. And I'm sure that most of the colleagues from industry who are present in this hall, you must have attended the very successful Global Investor Summit, which was held in the capital of the state in Lucknow in the month of February. And we are building on those blocks. In the field of mentioning about minimizing regulatory compliances and burdens, total 4,504 compliances have been minimized in the state in the last 3 to 4 years. And that includes 577 decriminalizations. 949 acts of the rules of the regulations have been abolished. And 2978, almost 3,000 compliances have been simplified, plus digitized. So now coming to the single window system. So government of UP's single window system is by the name Nivesh Mitra portal. Nivesh Mitra, reason being its friends for the investment. And we have three important pillars of the same. One is Nivesh Mitra, which is G2B as well as G2C. These services I'll be coming in detail, and the regulatory framework and how and the importance of feedback which we have got from our users, that also I'll come and speak about. Second is online incentive management system. To make the system transparent, it is important that all the transactions are online. So now all the policies of the state, the incentives, including its beginning till commercial production starts and the disbursement of the incentives is all online in the state by the mandate of a government order, April 2023. So everything from letter of comfort to disbursement of incentives is online. Third is Nivesh Sarthi. As the word says Sarthi, it is an end-to-end integrated system which is for the investors and for the companies from the stage of MOU signing till the time you start your commercial production. So that's why the name Sarthi is there. I'll come one by one about Nivesh Mitra portal. Probably this is will be the second largest, I think, online portal of the country, because we started it in year 2018, and by now 12.5 lakh applications have been disposed of, with 97% of the disposal rate, in which things have been given. The services have been either provided to the business houses or to the citizens. 37 departments, 454 licenses, which includes pre-establishment, pre-operation, renewal and additional services are available on this portal. Sectoral, besides these, we also have sectoral approvals on this, not only for the business houses, but also for the citizens. Medical Establishment Act, drugs, film and entertainment, geology and mining, renewable energy, MSME, agriculture, horticulture, etc., to name the sectors at all. So this is a grand example, and this is very instrumental for promoting businesses, for making the life of citizens helpful. It's a very simplified process. I won't go into the architecture more, but it is important to know what the traditional approach used to be in the state and what the approach now is. Earlier, issue of offline application by submission of forms. As the minister in the first session I said, वो जूते घिसने वाली बात खत्म है. You just have to upload your application, and then rest will be taken care of by the online system itself. So one single Nivesh Mitra URL to remember for all department related online license applications. Another important feature is you don't have to apply to different departments differently. A single application with all the data are there, which is fetched out by the system itself, and it goes to the different departments. Because this has been a very important feedback from our users, which has been given. Suppose to operate a industry, you need 8 licenses. Just the example I'm giving. So you don't have to fill 8 different forms online. It is a single form of which the data is extracted and it is sent to the relevant departments. Equipped with fee payment cart options by different modes of payment, the fees can be paid all online. Real-time tracking of submitted applications. And this real-time tracking is not only by the government departments, but by the applicant itself. You can also track where the application is lying with the different departments. Important features: know your approvals and incentive wizards. Common application form, I have already told you. Consolidated fee payment option. Suppose for the 8 licenses, you don't have to pay 8 fees. It is going to be a consolidated transaction, which goes to the department as per their fees. So it makes the process even simpler. Digitally signed final NOC. No physical movement of file or any paper is there. Online incentive management system and Nivesh Sarthi integration with Nivesh Mitra. So this I'll come on. This is something which is very helpful for the business. And I am pretty much sure that so many of you must have used this also, because few faces I have myself interacted with you and for filling up this form on Nivesh Sarthi portal. Suppose we have in our database on Nivesh Mitra, we have your data. And now you want to make new investment in the state, or you want to expand your business. So you don't have to fill the data and those information again and again. As someone was mentioning, that the same application or the same information has to be given to so many places. So it is there in the database. It is extracted from there itself. And these 3 things, the online single window portal and the Nivesh Sarthi, which is from MOU stage till your commercial production starts, and then incentive distribution, these are all integrated together. So it makes really things simpler, faster, and easier for both the users as well as the service provider. Service provider in this case is the government. Third-party verification, we also get it done. It is not only that we are self-certifying it, but third-party verification and audit also we get. Advanced chat BOT option is there. Ask me online chat from the users. You can drop a message over there, a voice message, a text message, an emailer for your feedbacks or your queries as well. And online grievance through IGRS and user feedback module is there. On queries, I'll come on. I have mentioned it that is really important. At times, queries delays the process, but we have also taken care of that in this entire portal. Major reforms which we have done: implementation of single window system, services of more than 35 departments, digitized, it's online. Timeline for more 200 services have been mandated under UP Janhit Guarantee Act. This is really important. This act came in the year of 2018-19, and timeline for more than 200 services have been guaranteed. Some of the business friends was telling that timelines is really important and one should stick to it. So that is their act provides the backup and the legal backup for the same. Provision of only one-time query on application within 7 days. Like Honorable Minister was on a lighter mode, he was mentioning the number of queries keeps on going and then the queries keeps on repeating. So any department is only given 7 days. If you have 101 queries, make all the 101 queries, but within 7 days. So that the investor finally responds it and not more than 7 days are taken for its redressal. So this is a very important feature which we have added after the feedback from all of you, I mean from the users of this portal. Integration, as I've already told, integration of our investment portal as well as the incentive distribution portal through this portal we have done. Inter-department linkages of NOCs are there. Automatic incubation, mutation of different things. Increment in validity of licenses, all these features, they are there. And reduction in service timelines through different mandates. I had mentioned to you and I had shared with you in the beginning before the presentation that these were the acts which we have decriminalized or which the timelines have been reduced or we have simplified them. List of departments 37 with more than 454 services. It's there. It's all online. It's on Nivesh Mitra portal, Invest UP, our website. You can find all of these. So I'll just go ahead. This is the process flow, know your approvals. These are the different. I have already discussed about it. This is just for information. Governance mechanism. This is important. Especially, I'll like your attention on the right side of it. The monitoring mechanism is there. A 3-tier monitoring mechanism has been established in this portal with the dashboard, which is visible to different tiers. First is the nodal agency. The nodal agency is the department which is dealing with the relevant application clearance NOC, it may be. Second is the Industries and Infrastructure Development Department through its nodal agency, that is Invest UP. And third is CM office itself. So you will be happy to note it that Honorable CM in his regular reviews which he takes, at times he also reviews these pendencies and why it is there or why the queries were not addressed in the proper manner. So this makes the process very efficient. And I strongly suggest that monitoring mechanism at the highest level adds to the efficiency of the system and brings more and more transparency. Features, these are the way forward which we are working on our system to further take it ahead. And this is with the help of the industries which we have. And I'll request each and every one of you to please use this once, go through it, and any kind of suggestion or feedback will be most welcome. So we are also including social media through it, WhatsApp integration, because WhatsApp is a means and a tool which is now being used by all the sectors. Know your reforms. So we are developing a new module over it, where you can give with reasons why a reform is needed, as we have been discussing in this forum in the last 2 sessions as well. District level ranking now we have come up, like Dpiit, it induces a positive competition between the states. So similarly in the 75 districts of UP, we are going to have different rankings under UDP. So the districts also compete with each other positively and they improve the system overall. Department level ranking on the same lines. Notification module is important, that if a user has to know whether, even if as on date, suppose the renewal has to be done every 5 years. So you tend to forget. So a notification through SMS, email will go to you that please come and get it updated. Like the insurance companies, they give you notification that your due is in another month or so. Dedicated call center we already have a call center, but we are increasing the efficiency of this call center, which will be all platform integrated, voice calls, SMSs, emailers, social media, queries, all will be integrated to this call center. And redesigning the common application form so as to make it more user friendly and less information from the user. We will only be taking those information which is important, and the redundant ones will be doing away with the forms, because minimizing the form is also important. Online incentive management system, as I had discussed with you, this is a system which is online. It is integrated by all the banks by backend, so that your LOC and your incentives is all going to be distributed online. Policy is stated over OIMS. So I'll just like to, UP state government has got now 25 plus sectoral policy. including startup policy, IT policy. We have a semiconductor manufacturing policy, MRO, defense policy, and then we have an overarching infrastructure and investment promotion policy. And I'm very happy to share that UP is now the only state in the country to have a dedicated FDI and Fortune 500 companies policy, which we had notified on 1st of November this year itself. So a bit about this policy also I'll like to share. Those into the field of manufacturing with an investment of tune more than 100 crores will be eligible. I mean, there are other eligibility criteria, but these are the broader eligibility criteria. Either they have to be 100% FDI, or they have to be in the list of Fortune 500 companies or India Global 500 companies. What additional we are going to give to these companies is combination of subsidies, land subsidy front end, because UP, as you all are aware, is one of the states in the country with the highest land prices. Reason being, it's the most fertile state. It's home to the largest number of consumers, over 250 million consumers in this state, and it's one of the most fertile Indo-Gangetic belts. So front end land subsidy, capital subsidy, and subsidy reimbursement, tax reimbursement, SGST. So now this slide, I'll come to this slide. This slide provides all those policies of our state which is already online on this system. So if you want any incentive or LOC under any of these policies, this online system is there for you. Nivesh Sarthi portal introduction, as I told you, the Sarthi word is to drive the Nivesh, to drive the investment. So it is a web-based portal for end-to-end investor facilitation. It provides, the beginning is the MOU signing and the culmination is your commercial production when it starts. These are the features of the Nivesh Sarthi portal, and it is really important for all our business friends present over here. Lead and query management system. Second is MOU monitoring system, Udyog Bandhu meetings. It is a meeting which is held every month at district level, divisional level, and at the state level, at the apex level, and every quarterly by the Honorable Chief Minister himself, who is the chairperson of Udyog Bandhu / Invest UP. MOU signing system, ground verification system is there. Report builder, facilitation module, user management system, and search engine for different kind of information which a business person needs. These are the key features. 50,000 plus registered business houses already on this portal. We had launched this portal last year, October end, when the curtain raiser for our ground ceremony was there. And within last 1 year, we have 50,000 plus registered business organizations on this portal who are already on this portal. They have started using more than 26,500 MOUs signed through this portal itself with an investment tune of over 40 lakh crore rupees. 41 active departments of the 41 departments of the state government are active on this. Projects worth almost 7 lakh crores are now facilitated through this portal. I mean, they are ready for groundbreaking. Every clearance is there, land is there, the different NOCs are there, work has started. 6,000 plus queries of these investors, they have been answered, redressed. 12,500 plus investors contacted. Investor queries of 5,000 already responded. So this is the performance of this portal in this last 1 year. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhishek. That was interesting to know how Nivesh portal is doing, and I hope that some users from here can also share their ground experiences. I next call upon Shefali ji from the Ministry of Labour and Employment.
Good afternoon, members of the audience, ladies and gentlemen. I am representing Ministry of Labour, and I would like to begin by just mentioning that Labour Ministry has a very difficult task of walking the fine line by balancing the interests of both the employers and the employees. Now, this is difficult in the sense because sometimes the objectives of both are contradicting. However, Labour Ministry is making a conscious effort to be an important part of India's growth story rather than being a hindrance. And the conscious effort has that is taking place is especially in the field of convergence. both interministerial, as can be seen by our integration with the national single window system, and intra-ministerial, that is on our very own Shram Suvidha portal, which is of the Ministry of Labour. As soon as the budget announcement for NSWS was made, DPIIT has very proactively reached out to all the ministries to integrate their portal with NSWS. Labour has taken this very seriously and is in continuous touch with the relevant personnel in DPIIT to integrate our SSP, which is the Shram Suvidha portal, with NSWS. Just to give you a brief about the SSP, which is our Shram Suvidha portal, this is the portal which is offering one-stop solution for all labor law compliances. It offers facilities of registration under 3 acts, BOCW, ISMW, and CLA. It offers license facilities under ISMW and CLA Acts, and it offers a facility of online return filing under 8 Central Acts. I could go on and explain this with the help of an example, but I think we are running a little short of time, so I will skip that. But we all know that the integration with NSWS is in process. As far as registration of enterprises is concerned, that is complete. SSP is offering, the integration of with NSWS in the field of registration facility is complete. Next step of license and return filing is work in progress and will be achieved in due course. However, I would like to mention that we have not received even one application through NSWS on our Shram Suvidha portal. Everybody is still coming directly to SSP, which is why we would request you to please try approaching SSP through NSWS. Please give us feedback. What are the glitches in the system? What all we need to fix? Why aren't we getting applications through NSWS? Having said that, I would like to now conclude that a lot of work has been done in the positive direction. A lot of work still needs to be done. And we in the Labour Ministry would like to be part of India's growth story. Over time, we have made conscious efforts to reinvent ourselves and not be looked as villains of India's progress. We are very much part of India's growth story. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shefali. That was very, very ineffective and very short, precise, but forceful comment. I request Mr. Vajpayee now from the Ministry of Environment, sir, please.
So good afternoon, everyone, and thanks again to DPIT and CII for organizing this conference. This is very important for us to, interact with the industry leaders, because we have realized that most of the time the problem is because of the lack of communication rather than the problem itself. And if I talk about environment clearance and forest clearance, there is a conception that these are very lengthy processes and they take a lot of time. But I start on a positive note that you take my word that we are giving environmental clearances today at somewhere around 75 days average across 38 sectors, which used to take 600 days before 2014. So this is the end result that I have said in advance itself. But how we have achieved that is a long story and the time is short, but I will be very brief, try to be very brief that it cannot be achieved only through development of a system. And the system is only the enabler. What we have tried to do, we have worked on twofold, and we have tried to resolve each and every the redundancies at every stage in the environmental clearance process, in the forest clearance process, right from the application to the grant of clearance. And if I talk about every stage, it will be very lengthy, but I'll tell you that today you can apply from the comfort of your drawing room, and you will be delivered the clearance at the comfort of your drawing room. That is the power of the system that we have developed through policy intervention and through Parivesh portal that we have developed in a such a comprehensive and robust system, which was started in 2018. And that time people were very reluctant to go to the online because It's, we have been used to using offline system, but COVID actually forced us to go online. And then the COVID forced us to go, then the demand started, coming up that we should have a more robust system. And then we took up this job of upgrading the existing Parivesh system. And earlier, there were actually different portals working in the background with a single window, but actually there were around 36 portals working. Now we have a true single window with one common application form for all the clearances of environment, forest, wildlife, and CRZ. So all the clearances actually are talking to each other through common application form. So the tracking becomes easy at the user end, tracking becomes easy at our end also. When you fill up we have also reduced the redundancies in application form. Our application forms are so objective that you fill up the application form, the same application form, same data. We use it for generating the minutes of meeting by auto fetching. So it takes, it reduces the time in preparation of the minutes of the meeting, which used to take 15 days. Now it takes around 2 to 3 days. So similarly, when the moment your minutes of meetings are published, it is published right from the portal itself. So it goes immediately to the project proponent. They don't need to ask us whether the minutes of the meeting have been uploaded or not. And if there are queries, automatically you get the queries, you reply to those queries, and then immediately your project falls in the basket, for the next meeting. So every 15 days you are holding the meeting, and that is how we have reduced time being taken at every stages. And then when the minutes are out, and immediately the notes are processed, and everything goes through Parivesh only. The Parivesh 2 system is so robust and simple to use actually, that we have been engaging with all the project proponents and the consultants, and the feedback is fantastic. The one of the most important feature I would like to request to all the CII partners here to use the DSS system that we have developed. We have developed DSS systems in 2 parts. One is know your approval module, which is in the open public domain. You don't need to log in anywhere. It is lying there on the Parivesh portal. You just fill up three information. One is your KML file, that the location where you want to have your project, the type of project, and the capacity of project. Based on the around 3,000 business rules and 150 decision rules, it will throw information, the type of clearances that you require. Because it also gives you the flexibility to understand the environmental sensitivity of the location. If you want to change your location based on the proximity to school, proximity to habitation, then you can go back to the desk and do that. And then you register yourself, then you apply with full confidence that my project, which I am going to apply, it will be, at a location which will be acceptable to the authorities who are going to examine it. And then same DSS system in a more refined form is available to you when you fill up the form. Like you filling a forest clearance form, if you have 100 KML files stitched together, you upload it, you don't need to fill up the data of the villages, of the divisions, of the district. It will auto-populated with the help of Bharat Map and Survey of India topo sheet, stitched, at the back of it in the GIS system. So it's a GIS enabled system wherein you have to fill up very few information. Most of the things will be auto-populated. You have to validate. If you are confident that the data it is showing, it is at that precise location, then you proceed and you fill up the form. And once that goes forward with that, and the DSS actually flows with the workflow. The same DSS will be visible to the regulatory authority, the people who are scrutinizing, and they will scrutinize it. The committee, it will be shown to them on the screen. They will examine it, they will appraise it, and the minutes of meeting will be prepared quickly in no time, and then you get a clearance in a much reduced time in what we used to get. So this is the process. With the help of policy reforms, with the help of with technology, we have been able to combine both the things, and we have a new Parivesh 2, which is delivering services to the stakeholders. Now this Parivesh is also integrated to the NSWS completely. But as the case with the Labour Ministry, we have not received any application so far, although the integration was completed only on 18th, 19th October. So we are waiting for the applications to come through NSWS also. So once you apply through NSWS, you simply register, you get a unique ID, single user ID. through single user ID, then you will be redirected to Parivesh where everything will be done. But that single user ID will help you to track your journey every time, every day, every moment. So it is a dynamic thing and this is completely integrated. So I'll urge you, I'll request you that start using NSWS to access Parivesh also as you have been using for other portals, and give us a feedback that what more we need to improve upon. I'll request DPIT also to have a detailed interaction for us with the CII, wherein we are able to, kind of present the reforms that we have undertaken in various sectors in FC, EC, FC, wildlife, and CRZ, and also demonstrate that how Parivesh has been a game changer in green governance. So I'll stop here. Thank you very much, DPIT and CII.
Thank you, sir. We will definitely take this on and we will get you a detailed interaction with industry. There are two questions or interventions from the industry side. Mr. M. Punnuswamy, co-chair of the CII MSME Council, please. Ji.
Good evening, all. First of all, let me congratulate DPIT Invest India. Within 2 years, so much progress. Whatever we expect, they have done. Today, Ministry is telling, DPIT scientist is telling, give feedback, use the portal. I think that is, we are lacking. I think we should use it. In my own experience, our company has applied peso storage enhancement amendment. We had to submit to office, a local office, then it will go to Nagpur. We got within 2 days online. No expenditure, no traveling, nothing. I think this is what it's happening. I think I was asked to speak not more than 2 minutes. One of the things I think what we have been telling also, grievance addressal, some portal should be there. If somebody wants to know some disease pending, something like that, maybe that can be done. And also, some of the services may not be there. Some states have included 300 services, some states 60 services. But knowing the best practice of that, can we improve other states also? And also, a tab can be there for additional item, which the services is not there. I think we can include that so that it can be. I think benefits are too large. Be a lot of wish list, madam. We'll submit to you.
Sure.
Because paucity of time, we'll submit to you. One thing I think, all of you, I don't know how many of you used it. It will be very, very useful. One more thing, sir. Ajay, sir, you can reduce your expenditure on government affairs. You can reduce your staff. Our consultant is Invest India. I think we should reach them. I think we need not have any, secondly, very clearly, you don't have consultant, don't have intermediate. Particularly MSME side also will submit a lot of inputs, madam.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. But to address your issue of grievance redressal, we do have a grievance redressal mechanism. Go back to the portal. We in fact do 1 hour of calling. Is it every day? Monday to Friday, which time? 3 to 4 is when there is a grievance open call. It's a face-to-face interaction. So you're speaking to a face from the Invest India National Single Window Portal. Please go ahead. I think initially when they had opened it up, there were many grievances. Now again, there are hardly any grievances that come in. So we were getting complacent thinking that we've reached the high point, but I think we need to use that more. And they will have information, and this is also a request to all ministries who come on board that you should also provide us with a single point person in your ministry who can answer all the grievances. It should not be a regular call center where you take down the grievance and say, I'm going to get back. What the Invest India National Single Window Grievance Call is, they will give you the way ahead 80% of the times there and there. So please use it. Anything you want to add, team? Thank you. We have a last interaction by Mr. Vijay Sharma, Director Corporate Affairs, Jindal Stainless, please.
Namaskar, ma'am. I bring to the table a small dipstick study with few industrial colleagues, operating teams, the people who actually fill in the applications, MSMEs, and across the 5 states. On EODB, great words, vision, everything was very, very positive. NSWS, I echo the anguish and the concern of Honorable Minister, Secretary Saab and you, that the familiarization, popularization and percolation down, there is a challenge. I think people are used to the traditional working, which is running parallelly. There were primarily three areas which I think can improvise the situation, and it is not directed towards government. It is perhaps more directed towards the industry itself. The first one is single window. In reality, we are not in single window yet. Multiple agencies, multiple departments, and I got a very, very positive feedback the way people are doing currently. Like it was very fascinating to know about Nagaland, UP, and even the ma'am said, sir said, everybody is so happy working with them. So they are not getting excited to move towards NSWS. So because things are going smoothly, ultimately, ma'am, labor में कुछ आया नहीं आया, business चल रहा है. Everybody is doing the business. So perhaps that unifier PAN solution is already there, and no repeat data entry. That is going to help. The portal linkage. This is a very, very interesting thing, whether it is reverse integration, but I think it should be a sort of a mandatory movement moving through NSWS, though from the industry perspective, it should not be said like this. It should be a democratic way, but things have not happened in 2 years the way it should have happened. And very interestingly, whether it is IFP, whether it is GoSwift, HEPC, Nivesh Mitra, I got so positive feedback. And once if it is integrated rightly, I think wonders can be done. But a little bit of ease of navigation, that is important. The right point linkages, that is important. These are not the points which need to be converted into a book. I would request that we can sit with Invest India, we can agree together and we can find the solutions, very small, but should be very effective. And the third main point is on the standardization and accountability. That even for raising deficiency, this is a challenge in the existing also. This should not continue in the national single window also. And of course, the MSME aspect, simplification. And if we can make the SOPs for migrating from the traditional way of doing the business through NSWS, it will help. हमें आदत छोड़नी पड़ेगी. I appeal to myself and CII. I think we need to do a lot more on the awareness. It should move out of the 5 stars on the ground, user workshops, structured feedback, and also the more engagement. Overall, industry is very, very upbeat. I strongly believe that it's going to be a game changer. We are committed, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are also running, I think, beyond the time limit. If there is any question that has not been addressed, maybe just one. There's a mic to the gentleman there.
One is compliments to Invest UP and UP State. But before that, I will actually one request to DPIT and probably Ministry of Environment. If there could be an intervention from DPIT where there are some compliance related issues, I'm not talking about the forest clearances and all, which is related to CPCB. If that can be addressed, we can detail it out a little later. Sure. And because time is very short and we are reaching that financial year and in 6 months time, but that is not enough. So that will detail it out. That is one. Sure. Second, I would like to compliment Abhishek and the team in UP. And trust me, I don't like to sound like a brand ambassador for UP, but the kind of changes that we have seen in UP, it is mind-boggling. And compliments to Manoj Kumar Singh, who is the IADC, the Chief Minister himself. And it's kind of an open door policy, which I have never seen in UP. I mean, I have been visiting the state, but in last 5-6 years, the kind of changes. And just to compliment Abhishek, your team, Manoj sir, and of course, CM Yogi, it's a fantastic job that they have done. And I would like to give them 5-6 years that the change that has happened. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I think we can close our session. Thank you so much for your comments. Just the last appeal that please use the national single window. If I had my way, I would actually stop all other portals and have it only through national single window. I was trying to do that. I was shot down by the cabinet secretary. He says we have to look at ease of doing business. We are asking people to choose. But if I had my way, I would not take hard copies of anything. I would use everything digitally. We provide it on the national single window, but there are still some offices who insist on a physical copy. So like Minister said, there are lots of personal um, passion points that I have. But again, use the national single window, you will see the ease. The fact is that because you're all mostly big businesses, you have people doing it for you. If it's an MSME, the pain that he goes through, he will probably appreciate the single window much more. I request you to please encourage them. Thank you so much for having all of us here.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, all our panelists on this session. And with that, we close this session. Thank you very much for being with us. I request you to stand up for a photo opportunity, please. Served in the hall so that none of you leave the hall. We have our last two sessions for today before we close. Session is a session on strengthening dispute resolution mechanism. I'm sure you're all going to find this very interesting. And for this session, we have with us Honorable Mr. Justice Manmohan from High Court, Delhi, and a whole lot of panelists, which I'm going to invite as soon as we've turned the stage around, please. Okay, I think we are now ready with the table. And I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Ashok Tyagi, Managing Director, DLF Limited, Mr. Sanjeev Puri, Senior Advocate, Dr. Nemika Jha, Professor Jindal Global Law School, OP Jindal Global University, Dr. Rajiv Mani, Additional Secretary, Department of Legal Affairs, Ministry of Law and Justice, Government of India, Honorable Mr. Justice Manmohan, High Court of Delhi, Dr. Nitin Chandra, Secretary, Department of Legal Affairs, Ministry of Law and Justice, Government of India, and the session moderator, Mr. Ajay Bahel, Chairman CI Task Force on Judicial Reforms and co-founder and managing partner, AZB and Partners. May I invite all our speakers for this session to please join me on stage. And may I request the audience, if there is a bit of a rush, please come and sit down. You can, as soon as the rush dissipates, you can go back and pick up your coffee. Please come back and join us. Dani? And one more person. Okay, we are going to start with the session. Please request everybody to please settle down. I'd like to begin by inviting Mr. Ajay Bahel to give his welcome and introductory remarks and take this session forward. Over to you, sir.
Where's the deck? How do I project it? Acha, there. Good evening. May I request everybody to settle down, please? I think you can't get better than this. We have today representation from the judiciary, Justice Manmohan, one of the senior most judges overall in the country and certainly in Delhi. We have Mr. Dr. Maini, who's joined us from the Ministry of Law, clearly a ministry that is very critical in this whole process. Mr. Sanjeev Puri, senior advocate, again, very much appearing all over India, various courts, international forums, arbitrations, so vast experience. Mr. Ashok Tyagi, who is the managing editor of DLF, who I was just telling Ashok that the one constituent that doesn't mind delays of litigation is the real estate sector, because the price of property always goes up beyond what the cost was, so that's okay. And we have Professor Namita Jha, who is here from Jindal University. She's practiced as a lawyer, highly qualified, and decided to give her career to the academia, just as Justice Manmohan, who gave up a very successful practice and decided to join the bench, and we value that sacrifice, sir. He has issued many seminal judgments on, I think, almost every aspect of law, from tax, IP, you name it, and you'll find somewhere his decision. The objective was to basically have a discussion and use the vast experience to see where we are insofar as this whole enforcement of contract mechanism is, and what is it that we can do about it. I just want to give you a few data points, which I think might startle you in terms of what's actually the scene on the ground. So currently, we have over 1 crore civil cases pending at the lower courts. We have over 3.25 crore criminal cases pending before the criminal courts. This is the lower court. And while this data, this graph doesn't show this, the fact is that between December 22 and November 23, when we last had collected this data, the number of criminal cases has gone up by 13 lakhs. So you're adding 1.3 lakh cases a month insofar as the criminal regime is concerned. This is now the total data of both cases. Here you can see the number, 4.45 crore pending cases just at the lower courts. And this does not include your pendency at NCLT, NCLAT, ITAT, FEMA. And today, when you look at contract enforcement is no longer the traditional enforcement of the civil contracts. You have arbitrations which are going, but you also have disputes under shareholders agreements. You have everything that was under the Companies Act, operation mismanagement arising out of shareholder disputes. That also goes to the NCLT. So there's a lot of very critical commercial matters, mergers, demergers, which are going to the NCLT, and that is also clogged, but there is no data in respect of those matters. This is the pendency at the high court levels. Civil cases pending 44 lakh 30,000, criminal cases 17 lakhs, 61 lakhs total, Supreme Court 62,000, 17,000, 79,000. But what is also very concerning is that the disposal versus the closure of matters is still far greater year on year. So if you look at the last month, district courts shortfall between those cases instituted and disposed 3 lakhs. High Court, the disposal is about 30,000, and the Supreme Court is also down by 600 cases. So what is the issue here, and how do we deal with this? Now, so far, generally speaking, the focus has been much more on increasing the supply. And I've maybe from my accounting standpoint, tried to break this up into supply and demand, because that is what this is all about. Demand is the demand of litigants for justice, and that's pouring in. And supply is basically your courts, your system, your judges. And there will always be, at the end of the day, some finite amount of judicial talent that you're going to be able to get. But there has been still an effort made through the supply side. More judges have been appointed, designated fast track courts have been set up, matters have been transferred to specialized tribunals, court infrastructure has been approved. But we still believe, as you can see from the data, that the issues are not addressed. And therefore, what we have been doing at CII and what we have been discussing with the government is that is it time to look at more seriously looking at reducing the demand through the pipeline of cases. And solutions, some exist already, ADR, alternate dispute resolution, decriminalization, they are partial solutions. But do we need to do more to reduce the number of cases that are constantly getting into the courts? And this is just a final slide before I jump into the questions and answers. And so these are what have already been happening: increased number of judges, focus on arbitrations, constitute new tribunals, increased use of technology and digitization. These are the demand side on the right hand side: deterring frivolous litigation, decriminalization, encouraging mediation, reducing interference in arbitration awards, reducing government litigation, which we talked about briefly with the minister, limitation for initiating proceedings in criminal offences and settlement mechanisms. 2 points I just want to quickly make. The minister had raised this issue about why there should be no limitation on criminal offences. I explained to him the limitation actually starts from either the commission of the offence or the discovery of the offence, whichever is later. So that put him a little ease. So we are not giving up on limitation. We will take it up with him again. As far as decriminalization is concerned, you already heard from the secretary his own view. I've given to Mrs. Nanda the actual Supreme Court judgment on this point, which says that beneficial legislation can always be given the benefit of. So with this, we'll just quickly jump into Q&A. One very interesting feature is Justice Manmohan, who is used to asking all the questions, has today agreed for us to ask him some questions. So thank you, sir. I'll just come and join the team there. So, sir, I'll start with you. We've all seen this elephant in the room, which is the pendency of cases. And we constantly are asked to develop programs for expeditious contract enforcement and speedy justice. To me, it looks a bit like a person who walks to a doctor with a broken knee, with a bad back, with 15 kilos overweight, with a neck which is stuck, and says, forget about curing all that. I want to run the half marathon and I want to do it in under 2 hours. So on that note, I wanted to ask you that question, that do you think that we can actually consider any kind of substantive improvement in the process of contract enforcement, expediting it, improving it, without addressing this issue of pendency, which seems to us as practitioners is the elephant in the room? And I know you work around the clock, and yet I see the stress on our judges. So I thought the first person who should be asked that question is you, sir.
First of all, I would like to congratulate the CII, its chairman, Mr. Ajay Shriram, as well as Mr. Ajay Bahel, and the Ministry of Commerce for organizing this national conference. See, I feel there is not much of interaction which is taking place between different institutions. And till I tell you what my problem is, and till you tell me what your problem is, how will we find a solution? See, there are various concerns which we have as an institution, which I am sure you also must be having as your concerns. And yet, with the best of intentions, we are all working in silos without interacting with each other. And we cannot forget that a nation is always recognized as an entity which is greater than the sum of its all parts. You know, like a music composition, it's always bigger than what a musician plays. See, when they all combine together, it's a great composition which is rendered. So therefore, we must realize that we all have to work together. It's not that it's a blame game where I put the blame on you and you put the blame on me. We try to understand what the situation is and how can we look for a solution in the process. And in this atmosphere of mutual mistrust, mutual suspicion, I think the the cause will suffer, which we are looking for a solution. So, keeping this in view, let me address the question that you have put. I agree with you that a major problem with regard to enforcement of contracts is the delays that take place in courts. There is no doubt about it. But the silver bullet is not just the expeditious disposal. You must also realize what is the cause for the delay. Other than the legacy issues, the real cause is that the litigation which is taking place is stemming from laws which are not in tune with the reality that exists at the ground level. One, and I will come back to that at a later stage. But let me tell you, there is a school of thought, and it's a very powerful school of thought amongst the jurists, which believes that if you have more cases, it means your institution is doing good work. More and more people are coming to that institution. Today, you cannot deny that any major issue that arises goes to the courts. Why is it? I think we all need to reflect on it. Whether it is pollution, whether it is with regard to some political issue which arises in this country, even gay marriages. Why is it coming to the courts? That's because the confidence that the court has today amongst the public. They believe no other institution is willing to hear the public at large other than the court. They believe they have their say in court only. Many times when you are dealing with very contentious issues, the counsel who's arguing ultimately says, "Thank you, sir. At least I was able to convey on behalf of my client what we have not been able to talk to anyone." That is a major issue today. Whether it is family litigation between big business houses or it is, corporate warfare at its best. This is what is happening. Number two, and really I will narrate it from a personal experience, you will understand it. I was in the month of May attending an international conference in a very prosperous Asian country. And they plan their events much in advance. Their intent is to get as much corporate litigation as they can in that country. They have planning sessions, they have coordinations, committees and all. So their Chief Justice met me and he said, "Please come to my court in the afternoon after your session is over and someone will give you a brief of how we work." So we went to that Supreme Court. There was an officer who met us and he told me how they were planning. First of all, I was amazed none of the judges were working after lunch. The court had risen. Then I was surprised that they had a planning division, a coordination division. And the planning was how to attract litigation from all over the world. And that too, highly lucrative commercial litigation. So they told me how they were planning and how they were holding discussions and how they projected that they will get some sort of, there's a genre of patent litigation called standard essential patents. I don't know how many of you are familiar, but that is basically with regard to our telephones, between the implementer and the innovator. So they believed that 2022 and 2023 was the year of that litigation. So they were planning and they said, we have told our judges if the matter comes, how they should handle it on day one, how they should take it to trial expeditiously. So ultimately, I found that they had planned everything, but they got no litigation of SEP. And in India, we have 4 major litigations going on, and none of the parties is an Indian party. We have a party between Germans, the Swiss. The Swiss are there, the Finnish are there, and the Chinese are here. And we are deciding that litigation. It has not gone to any other country, but it has come to India. It's the size of the market which is attracting it, undoubtedly, because our market is so huge that people have to get their rates fixed over here. And the other is the confidence which the people have in this court. So it is not a slur or an abuse that you have got a lot of pendency. It is also the confidence that this court is enjoying today. In courts, there is never a dull moment. And we are dealing with live matters. We are dealing with issues which really tickle your mind and your brain, and they are very important issues. In fact, because of the technology jump that is taking place today and technology going far ahead of the law, that we are having a challenge in court dealing with technology today. And even the legislature is feeling scared of dealing with certain issues because they don't know how to deal with it. And it's not just the Indian legislature, it is the worldwide legislature. They are, for instance, artificial intelligence. How do you deal with it? If a computer has made or suggested some medicine, will you give the patent right to the computer or to the gentleman who fed that program? And what happens if there is a case of liability? Who will be liable? See, these are very, very challenging issues today which are coming to court. You try to grapple them, it will take a lifetime to deal with it. So the other side of the picture is that the court is very live and dealing with very, very important issues. Therefore, certain issues which are there, which are in the routine, are coming on the back burner, and there is a lot of pendency. Pendency, as Mr. Goyal said, and I agree with him, it has to be dealt with both on the demand side and the supply side. The problem is over there is that there is a lot of litigation that is coming in today. If you ask, what did I feel when I became a judge 15 years ago? I felt I had landed up at a Barsati of a Mumbai multi-story building where it is continuously raining and it never stops. So how do you deal with it when the matters are just pouring in on a daily basis? And it's not trot that every judge in this country has to deal with about 70 to 80 matters on a daily basis. You go abroad, they tell you they do 70 to 80 matters in a year. We do it on a daily basis. So it's absolutely logjam, but at the same time, the confidence that the public has is huge. In fact, internationally, as I told you, the confidence is rather good in the Indian system, and therefore we are getting very good work today in India. But this problem will have to be resolved. It will have to be resolved by increasing on the demand side. A few more judges will have to be increased. The infrastructure will have to be improved. More digitization will have to be done. More budgets will have to be allocated over here. And the other thing is, really, in fact, with regard to pendency, the real elephant in the room is the states and the Union of India. Today, the situation is each and every matter where Union has to take a decision, Union of India or the state governments, they are not deciding. They are either leaving it to the courts to decide. Therefore, we are getting a huge number of matters on the public interest litigation, which should really be not within our domain, and which we'll have to grapple with because there is no other solution. How can you leave the citizen helpless if there is no decision that is coming? And it's maybe a small issue, maybe a big issue, but at the same time, no one can be left remediless. Now, just see, and I was just telling Mr. Goyal, if there is an arbitration award which has been passed against, say, a public sector undertaking, which is carrying an interest rate of 18% per annum. You don't get that interest rate today. It's about 6% at the highest payer bank. You're getting 18%. No bureaucrat will say that he has a weak case and he'll withdraw it. If you decide against him, he'll go up in appeal. He'll take it up right till the Supreme Court. Why? Because the ecosystem is such that if he were to say and admit that I have a weak case, I should not challenge it. It is in the interest of the union or the government to settle the matter today, and rather than pay after 20 years with 18% interest, he'll be hauled up. Either there will be an inquiry against him, or the CIGs, CVCs, CBC, or the court will get after him. So in this atmosphere of mistrust, it is today the courts which are being left to handle with each and every issue. Can you imagine an issue like a dog menace is coming to the court because civic administration is not working? And when people come and complain that we are suffering dog bites, our children are suffering, what do? You can't leave him remediless. You tell the government to take a call, they will not take a call. So there are issues, and really this issue of mistrust, which is there within the institutions, outside the institutions, will have to be resolved in some way or the other. And that calls for a larger solution. It calls for a change in ecosystem, as I call it. I think that is far more fundamental. That will resolve things. Today, no one is accepting any decision of any court. That applies more to the big business houses as well as to the government of India. For instance, I'll just give you one instance. There is a latest judgment of the Supreme Court with regard to software, royalty on software. A very interesting judgment came about 2 years ago, and they said that a royalty is not payable on software. When I was sitting on the tax bench, I got something like 20 or 30 matters which were pending or waiting for the Supreme Court judgment. When it came, those matters were listed. So we said that you will withdraw them. Now Supreme Court has pronounced. Why should the government of India now litigate? So they said, no. You pass a judgment, following it, record a submission. We will go back to the court and take another chance. And maybe they have a second view in the matter. So the private side is also not accepting judgments. They are also saying, please give us a gate pass to go to the Supreme Court. We'll try to agitate it. Maybe that point was not examined. That aspect was not looked into. So finality and certainty in the law in today's world is really a casualty. Till we are not able to bring back finality and certainty in the system and consequence at the end of the day, I think we have a problem on hand. And that really is the elephant in the room that we have to deal with, rather than just the demand and the supply. Maybe that's the short term, but long term is the change in the ecosystem and how the laws need to be brought in tune with the reality, like I said. For instance, Mr. Well, you're a chartered accountant. You would understand. We have today, I think, a government which is working overtime. See, in the last 10 years, if you see, nearly each and every branch of law has been drastically amended. Whether it's the direct tax law, the faceless scheme, I had never heard of it when I was a lawyer. And suddenly it's all faceless today. Look at indirect tax, GST, not heard of it. So these are concepts which they have brought in. They are very progressive laws. I must compliment the government. They're actually progressive. But they are a little ahead of their times. And people have not got attuned to what the system was when it was introduced. If there had been a lot of discussion, a lot of debate, if there had been a 2-year time lag between what was thought of and what was implemented, I think things would have been much smoother. They are now improving the system. Naturally, when a new system is introduced and a drastic overhaul takes place, things are slowly changed. But it led to a large number of litigations in court. This faceless scheme led to nearly about 10 or 15 matters being filed on a daily basis, fresh matters being filed on a daily basis, which is quite difficult to deal with on a daily basis if you're getting 10 matters on a trot. But that was because it was a new act. People were not familiar, did not understand. And they also, their officers also took time to understand whether a hearing had to be given, not to be given, whether it was just faceless means just no hearing and just oral, written arguments. So these are new laws which have also come in. Drastic amendments have taken place. Now they are planning to change the penal laws also. So if that's the only sphere they are not touched, I think. So that also is undergoing a change. So very progressive laws, very forward-looking laws are coming. But at the same time, the people for whom the laws are meant must also understand them and not rush. They also take their chances in court, but that is happening. So it's a little more complex situation than what it appears at the surface. And it's not a case where no one is making an effort. Everyone is making an effort. I'm sure the corporate side also, people are working on it. The administration is also working on it. But it's a running country. It's a country which is now galloping, if I am able to use that word. Growth is taking place in every sector. So there are complex issues which have to be dealt with, but we all need to work together and not blame each other.
Thank you, sir. See, first of all, I think we all recognize that we have a very vibrant judiciary and we have the most hardworking judges. In fact, I agree with you. All stakeholders have to agree. I think we have that attitude, which is best described by a guy jumping a red light. And the cop there asked the person that, did you not see the red light? He says, "Ah, red light dekhi thi, aapko nahi dekha tha." So, I mean, we also have to discipline ourselves. But therefore, the intention for me was very clear that we respect what the judiciary has done. There's no question. But the problem we still face is that we have this logjam, which, whether we like it or not, as practitioners, we see creates enormous delays. And maybe I'll switch now to Sanjeev, who now represents the bar, to see his 40 years experience. Of what do you think? I mean, we have to find a solution. I believe that this is a problem. We have to do it together. But what is it that we should be looking at?
Let us understand why and how this problem of pendency actually arises. I can give an example of the Delhi High Court. On a given day, before a Delhi High Court judge in a court, there were 70 matters listed for hearing. 70 matters, out of which 10 or 15 are fresh matters, which require interim orders. After disposing of those 10 and 15 matters, you can barely have time to have about 5 or 6 matters finally disposed of, 5 or 6 matters. So you're left with about 45 matters which actually are to be adjourned. Now, if the matter is adjourned to the next date and the 45 a day, every day 45 matters are adjourned, the pendency is bound to mount up. And it will mount up to levels which you can't control. And this is what is exactly happening. Now, the problem is not only this. The problem is that how to deal with this pendency. Now, the gap between the institution and the gap between disposal is also huge. It's about threefold, 3 times. If the institutions are 10, disposals are 5 or 4 or 3. So even that again adds up to the amounts of the pendency. The other problem is that, I mean, I must blame the lawyers. Seeking adjournment, the judge has read the matter. The judge has read the file, is come prepared, and I am not prepared, and I'm asking for an adjournment. And the reasons are frivolous. Personal difficulty. My lord, I have a personal difficulty. Now, personal difficulty is a very wide term. I mean, Justice Manmohan can't deny my personal difficulties. All right? Go ahead. What to do? I mean, this is a problem which is every day. So all these are going to be mounting up. Whatever, how many tribunals, how many courts you set up, how many new courts you form, nothing will happen unless this is sorted out. Now, for a smallest thing, an application is filed before a court. For a smallest relief which could be obtained through normal in the normal circumstances, in the main petition itself, an application is filed. An application will, if an application is filed, a notice has to be issued. If a notice has to be issued, the other side will file a reply. Then a rejoinder is filed. Then an application is to come up for hearing. So each application itself will take 5 or 6 hearings, and it's adding up to the pendency. So these are problems which are very practical, and you can know about these problems only when you are in the court and as a lawyer, and if you are a litigant there, and only then you will realize why these pendencies have arisen. The other reason for pendency is that each time there is a level. I'll just give you a practical example. An award, an arbitration took about 6 years to culminate into an award. Now, this is not the end of the matter. You call it as ADR, you call it Alternate Dispute Resolution Forum. That's an arbitration. So the matter should end there. No, the matter has to come to some single judge before the High Court. The single judge, I mean, of course, will take 3 years or 2 years or 2.5 or 3 years. And how this is taken, I will let you know how. But it will take 3 years to dispose of the matter. Now, if you take 3 years to dispose of matter, then there is another appeal which is there before a division bench, another 3 years. And then we go to the Supreme Court, another 2 years. So basically 6 and 2, 8 and 6, 14 years for an arbitration award to culminate into a decree of the court, and then the execution, which is sometimes longer than the actual award time taken. So to execute a decree, so what happens is, by the time a decree is culminating into a final decree, where some fruits can be enjoyed, you will find the company against whom the decree is passed has already sold its assets and gone. So what is going on? I mean, this is just round and round and round, and this is what will happen. Why does a matter take 6 years in the High Court? Why? Because that after the admission, one or the other side will always take an adjournment, or because it is listed down below, the matter will not reach. So that's how it takes 6 years. So it's not for the judge to be blamed, not for the judiciary to be blamed, and sometimes even not for the lawyer to be blamed, because the matter will not reach for the hearing. He may be ready for the hearing, but it's not reached for the hearing. So therefore, what is the, now, is it possible to reduce the pendency? Because the question of completely finishing the pendency does not arise. Is it possible to do so? Yes, it is possible to reduce it to some extent. And how? Refuse the adjournment completely, give it only on specified grounds. The adjournment should be on a specified ground only, granted on a specified ground. Otherwise, the matter should go on ex parte. Let the person be suffering for that. You restrict the appeal, the admission of an appeal against a case. See, once it has gone through one court, and the one court has already gone through that matter completely and passed a decree, we should have faith in that. So restrict the appeal unless it is completely perverse. Restrict the appeal, don't issue notice, don't let the appeal start. Because if the appeal starts, it will take another 3 or 4 years. So don't let the appeal start. This is the second. Third is, the most important part is, restrict the arguments time, the time for the court, for the lawyer to address the court. Restrict it. Otherwise, what happens is, in cases where the arguments take place, Justice Manmohan is here, he will know, lawyers take days and days to argue the case. You will find 1 hour one day, it becomes part-heard. Next day again, another 1 hour. So it will go on for days and days. So if you don't restrict that time, and if the judges try to restrict it, the lawyers feel bad about it, that they have been not given a fair hearing. So it's a very difficult task for even the judiciary. So therefore, but we'll have to take some strict action, and therefore restrict the time, restrict the adjournment. Don't admit the appeal unless there is a perversity shown on the very first day. So these are some of the measures which can be taken to reduce, but it is not going to finish, because as long as the institution is always higher than the disposal, this will keep on mounting up.
So one thing I've not been able to understand, over the years we have set up so many tribunals, NCLT, NCLAT, moved matters out of the high courts, but that also seems to have had no impact. And every forum we set up has its own problems, possibly because of what you're saying, that everywhere the same, it's like a highway is jammed, and now you've set up the side roads, so side roads are also jammed. So from what I'm understanding, ultimately, the answer has to lie in finding some means by which you can curtail the amount of litigation that we are actually, undergoing. And as what we are seeing, in most large matters are anyway going to arbitration. So they're not even going through the court system till they come up much later. So what is the question is that, how do you solve for it? Well, let me ask Ashok the question that, Ashok, when you enter into an agreement, how confident do you feel that you will, if you have a dispute, you'll actually get a resolution? So leaving aside the problems, the fact of the matter is, do we have confidence that the system will deliver a decision in a reasonable period of time, which is what a judicial system should do?
Okay. So of course, I'm extremely psyched sitting between a judge and a senior advocate. But so... sandwich you. Yeah, yes. Second, honestly, coming from a real estate, sector, and it's taken us, at least me, a decade and a half to understand this, that litigation is not a byproduct; it is a part of the main assembly line of what we do. Frankly, I mean, there are parcels on which we litigate, there are parcels which are litigated against us, and so shuru mein, we all used to feel psych, zameen litigation mein atak gayi hai. But gradually you realize that this is the way. Sometimes it will take 30 years for the parcel to fructify, and sometimes it will take 30 years to frustrate the designs of somebody who's trying to, frustrate your designs. Frankly, Ajay, to your point of how confident you feel, in all fairness, whatever limited, exposure I've had, I think the process of getting interim reliefs is fairly efficient. You may not always get the interim reliefs you are looking for, but the process of delivering an interim relief or denying is one that is fairly efficient, not just in the high courts and Supreme Court, but also in the tribunals, etc. But getting the final order or the final relief is something that frankly does tend to drag, and now also, of course, litigants have become smarter. They will activate multiple fora at the same time. वो NCLT में भी एक case जाएगा, एक case DRT में भी जाएगा, वो high court में. So I mean, you're honestly, of course, the seniors are having a field day, but beyond that, it does become a challenge. So interim relief process is actually pretty efficient. The final relief, unfortunately, because of all the reasons that Mr. Bahel, Justice Manmohan and Mr. Puri said, because of the clogging of the courts, 80 matters in a day. So, frankly, especially for the more important or the more complex matters, including a lot of tax litigation, for the judges to actually, devote the kind of time that it requires, I think that's where possibly the entire process does need to streamline. But frankly, with the kind of traffic that there is, and also, I mean, the one thing which I think Judge Saab said, which I think the private sector is doing a great job of emulating the government, is that nobody is satisfied till the matter reaches the Supreme Court. So it's not just the government of India, and I think even the private litigants, everybody wants to, finally get this. Supreme Court bhi ek baar nahi, ek review petition has to be filed after the one Supreme Court judgment. So I think the entire process end to end, to Mr. Puri's point, is like a 2-decade process, even for relatively trivial matters, in that sense. And that's the way it is.
Well, that's a scary scenario. I agree with you. That's what the minister said earlier. They don't keep saying that the government should give up its litigation. Why don't litigants also look at it? And we are a very litigious society. I think we have to accept that. But since we've got the law ministry with us, Dr. Benny, you've now heard some views in terms of, do you also see the pendency as being such a major issue? Because we are not sure that the government sees it exactly the same way. That is it really so important to sort this issue out, in addition to whatever other measures we are taking to improve the quality of delivery of justice?
Well, thank you, Mr. Bahel, and good evening to all the participants on the dais, off the dais. The question and the theme of today's discussion is very pertinent and very topical and very critical and crucial for all stakeholders. What we heard just now from the previous speakers, 2 points have emerged. One is the huge pendency, which is actually clogging the courts and the docket explosion, which we call it as. And the second important point which has emerged is the judicial process, which actually has many stages to be complied with before the final justice can be delivered. On the administrative front, numerous steps have been taken by the government to fill the vacancies of the judges in the district courts. Of course, that is the realm of the High Court and the state governments. But as far as the superior courts are concerned, the High Courts and the Supreme Courts, periodic steps have been taken to augment the strength of the judges on the benches. Second is the strengthening of the judicial infrastructure, so that requisite infrastructure is available for the judiciary to deliver the judgments timely and with the use of ICT tools. And the e-courts phase 3 project is another example of that, which the Union Cabinet had cleared some time back. Now, the issue is that even we have all the places, all the paraphernalia in place, the pendency is not going to, we are not going in a position to mitigate the pendency for many, many years to come. Because as we have come and discussed that the disposal is far less than the institution of cases. So basically, I think the issue needs to be tackled on a multifocal, multifarious subjects. That is whether, I think traditionally we have been a duty-based society. But when the, modern legal thought emerged with the French Revolution, the American Revolution, the concept of right has gained a priority. Everyone is vouching for their rights.
So from a traditional duty-based society, we have now become a right-based society. So where is the option of enforcing the rights? We first take to the administrative mechanism. We are not able to get the relief. Then the next step, of course, is approaching the judiciary, which Justice Manmohan Ji very rightly stated that the public has immense faith in that institution and it has lived up to its reputation. Everyone looks forward to it. But the fact is that if everyone is approaching judiciary for even trivial matters, because that has the adversarial system of adjudication which we have inherited from our colonial masters actually is now ruling the whole ecosystem. When we speak about arbitration, that is also a type of adversarial litigation only, informal in a sense, without much processes, but the whole ecosystem is based upon the same ecosystem of litigation. Now, I think what the government thought was to develop the alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, which to my own personal belief, I think are the most appropriate. As you also mentioned and the previous speakers mentioned, that it takes a lot of time even for the arbitration actually to get a finality, because one or the other parties would challenge into the highest court and then wait for its decision. And so that at the government level, at least it's the responsibility is not falling on their shoulders. With a view to cater to this issue, recently, as we are all aware, that the Niti Aayog also came up with a circular that at least even in case the award is sought to be challenged, then the government would pay 75%, deposit 75% of the award amount along with the interest before the appeal is filed. And secondly, whether the award is to be challenged or an appeal is to be filed, that has to be taken with the opinion of the learned law officers. So it's not that the decision, final decision of whether to set aside filing an application for setting aside an award or subsequent appeals is taken at the level of the government, but it is taken, a well-considered decision is taken at the level of the senior most law officers of the country. And I am very happy to share that in majority of the cases, the law officers are very categorical that there is no scope for challenging the award and we should need to accept it. So that is one of the, administrative, mechanisms whereby we can actually enforce the awards in an arbitration case. The second major change, I think, which is a systematic change, is to how to, wean away the stakeholders from this adversarial system of dispute resolution to the more amicable resolution of disputes through mediation. As we all know that the Parliament has recently passed the Mediation Act. It has come into force also. Not all the provisions, but some of the provisions have come into force. So I think we need to have some system of mediation, arbitration, followed by litigation. I think that can, curb the litigation. So instead of approaching the courts directly, only it should be the last resort rather than the first resort. This is my, I think, view. Thank you.
Well, I'll come back to this settlement mechanisms because I think that is something that is important. I mean, what I'm hearing from the bench, the bar, the business community, and Dr. Bedi is that at the end of the day, we have to think out of the box. I think that's probably the sense all of you are getting here, that there is a logjam, but we have to think a little laterally. And certainly the demand side has to be more focused and addressed because the incessant introduction of litigation is clearly clogging up the courts. And we have some ideas which we put up also, decriminalization, which I want to discuss a little bit more. But Namita, any comments from you? You've heard some observations from various people, what some comments from an academic standpoint. We want the academia to get more involved. We think that you can play a role in helping us. I've already recruited them to help us with the Jan Vishwas bill for Jindal, to put some students and help us in a speedy preparation of Jan Vishwas 2. But anything else that you can immediately comes to mind?
Sure. So what does come to mind, I agree with the panel's view here that, that things come to court, cases come to court simply because the way I look at it, there is a solid lack of credible institutions, and it is a perception that, courts are the institutions which are going to best handle the matter. So if you're flooding courts, pendency is a problem. If you're flooding courts, and we are inherently a litigious society, there's no looking away from that. The same judges, even if we, increase manpower, fill up vacancies, whatnot, the way I look at it is, if you want, there are certain matters that are going to be best handled by courts. You have to accept that certain matters will have to be adjudicated in our courts and are best done that ways. But for all other matters, the need of the hour, I really do feel, is we have to put brakes on how many matters keep getting filed in the courts of law today, right? So does this mean, and is it going to happen overnight? No, it requires, it's going to have to take time. It's a process which is going to evolve. But at the same time, I do think, I agree with you, sir, that it's not just legal amendments that is going to bring down our pendency in courts. For instance, decriminalization is a great idea. Rationalizing the process of adjudication in this bill is a great idea, which has now become an act. But there are several other stakeholders that can be involved. So, for instance, if you want to build credible arbitral institution, for instance, let's say our domestic institutional arbitral institutions, if you want to give it a push. For instance, I'm in the law school now, so academics can very well step in. The legal academia can step in to train specialists who can become arbitrators. The hope would be that if a specialist is amongst the panel of arbitrators along with a judicial member, we can hope that those outcomes would not reach courts again and again. That's the hope. Next, can law schools or other stakeholders, help out with weaning off litigation that could be safely weaned out? For instance, what I'm hearing this discussion to go is, government is a big litigant, right? And like Justice Manmohan said, nobody is going to take the chance not to file a case, because later, even if you've taken the decision in good faith not to file an appeal, there could be an inquiry against you. Now, I think this is a time to think harder, which is, can we have some internal control mechanism, maybe like a committee which also has a member of the judiciary there? There must be some application of mind as to whether such matters must reach court. Is there any merit in taking that matter forward? But for that, you also need data, right? And I understand that some work has already begun in tracking the data, but I think it's very important to find out which sectors is the government, state, and central government litigating in. What are the kind of disputes that are getting filed, and what are those typical clauses that are coming up for dispute resolution in cases again and again? So let's take the last 5 years. You could very well look at public contracts, which the government is entering into, and it's not a very, it could be done by professionals. Those contracts could be reviewed by professionals, but at the same time, those contracts can be reviewed by, law schools or legal academics to see, are there improvements in those contracts which are possible, and those very clauses which are disputed clauses, can you better them? Has the quality of those contracts increased over time? Sure, it has, but it's still being disputed. And then I think just generally there could be some good research on, like Mr. Puri mentioned, there's so many levels of appeal. So why not look at comparative jurisdictions to at least see how many levels of appeals are preferred, which matters go through which level of scrutiny. And to me, honestly, I feel for the judges to expend their time on matters that are already, novel matters that are coming and more matters that are going to come, whether it is to relate with contract enforcement or not. I just feel to free up that judicial time, we as a country really need to invest in the mediation space. There's so many matters in which just amounts are getting disputed. Why can't that be tackled through mediation? Why do we need to go to court for that? Right. So I think a multi-step approach with as many stakeholders would probably make some dent.
No, that's very helpful, and we hope the colleges will get some traction in engaging. But I just want to now break this down into two parts. What is judicial and behavior and what the lawyers can do versus what the government can do? I think we need to now sort of look for solutions within that those two buckets. So offhand, and I want to ask you the question. So one is, how do we discourage frivolous litigation? We have a very, the system of costs and so on and so forth is very not used very much by courts. Second is perjury. We find often people make all kinds of atrocious claims in their briefs, all kinds of submissions which are patently false. Why are they not prosecuted for perjury so that people stick to the knitting when they are actually making some statement? They think twice before they put a rubbish thing which you have to then go through and decide later whether it's factually correct or not. So that goes to what the judges can do and what the lawyers can do. And then I want to come back to Mr. Benny insofar as the settlement mechanisms are concerned, because I think clearly if we have to stop that incessant litigation, then we have to think about more settlement mechanisms which are on the basis of no admission of guilt, like SEBI has. On the other hand, what we've seen, income tax is even today, while we say that, it's become faceless, the litigation is huge. But whatever settlement mechanism used to exist in the law has been whittled down completely. The whole settlement commission has been given up. So you have no option. Often there are people who come to us who say, we want to settle because we want certainty. But because if you give up the appeal, there is a risk of penalty and prosecution because you can't settle like elsewhere in the world. People keep litigating for the sake of litigating. I have multiple clients, especially non-residents or even domestic companies who say, we are happy to settle. At least we know where this stands. I mean, Sudhir will bear me out. But there is no mechanism. So on the one hand, we are looking at this. On the other hand, are we doing enough in that area? So, sir, coming back to you on this issue of perjury. Why have we not? I mean, we've seen, pleadings which are absolutely false. But we have never seen, very rarely, I've seen 2 or 3 matters. Why don't the courts put the fear of God in the litigants that if you do it, we will direct perjury against you? What is the fear?
No, there's no fear. It's just that it takes long. And let me tell you, a large number of false statements are made because the person knows that it's going to be a long, drawn-out litigation. And he's only waiting for time to prolong the litigation. He believes as soon as the litigation prolongs, it'll get settled somehow. That's the endeavor. That's what he's playing on. You find that happening every day. But tell me, you're talking about a settlement mechanism. We have the captains of the industry over here. Tell them, can they approach any government officer and say, we want to settle the matter? This is my claim of 100 crores. I'll settle for 50 crores. Will you pay me 50 crores today within 2 weeks? And I'll give up my claim of 50 crores. Will anyone settle today?
No, one will. So people will. I'll tell you,
I'm just saying.
Just for certainty, people may settle.
No. People may settle, but will the other institutions settle?
That's the point I was making.
They will never settle. See, all this is happening because a large number of litigations are coming to court because there is no settlement mechanism.
That's what I'm saying.
But as far as, for instance, you would have seen, Mr. Well, recently, about 2 years ago, the government came out in the direct tax law with a settlement scheme. I think it was a great success. They brought it in the indirect tax scheme. Yeah. That also led to a large number of settlements. It is not that it did not lead to settlement. It led to a large number of settlements. So you have to always come out with schemes whereby you settle the matters. Mediation is a great tool if you want to settle a matter. For instance, family litigations. That's the best way to resolve it. Ultimately, these litigations, you're looking for a mediated settlement at the end of the day, whether it happens today or after 10 years. So if you can arrive at pre-litigation mediation, that is far better. See, the acrimony in the society is rising. It is not good for the society at large. And I think we as individuals, as citizens, must recognize that. And we must try to take steps before it goes out of control. See, when we were young, I had not heard of anyone shooting the other because he was not getting a parking space. See, you find that today in South Delhi. It's happening because there is so much of acrimony, there's so much of tension. On a small issue, people will try to kill each other. So there'll have to be some mechanism by which you resolve all these disputes, this conflict scenario that is emerging. Everything cannot be done by way of litigation. But that alternative is what everyone is searching for. And I think mediation is a great way to resolve the matter.
Sir, just to interrupt, take SEBI for example.
Yes.
SEBI is a money-based settlement. If you
Yes.
look at the amount of show cause notices that are settled without admission of guilt, it is an example. They're all complex issues.
Yes.
People pay a lot of money even though they have not committed the crime simply because there is an institutional mechanism available. So it's not as if we don't have systems available.
Yes.
We have limitations available in the law in the Income Tax Act, but we have to spread it out. So it's not even there. You could ask the question that why is a person making this payment, but they've laid down a process that this is how much it will be, this is how much on the disgorgement. You can institutionalize those because these one-off schemes will come once in a while. And you can't bank on them coming. So if a client wants to settle and says, listen, I don't mind paying this 20% tax, as long as I know that I can live with this 20% and that becomes a part of my cost of business, at least you are having that level of certainty. So clearly we have to find a way to enlarge this issue. Last Competition Act has introduced it. So it's not as if it is unknown, but we are finding, as you said, maybe because of the distrust, that it's reducing. Income tax, which had a mechanism, has been completely reduced.
Done away with.
Done away with almost practically. But quickly also on the issue of frivolous litigation, Sanjeev, you had some comments on that we were discussing. How do we...
One comment on the perjury also. See, perjury is a very serious offense, very, very serious offense. And you file an application before a court saying that a particular person has, or the plaintiff or the defendant has said something completely false on the face of it. It's a false averment. You file an application. The application is, the judge will take cognizance of the application, issues notice on that, and calls upon them to file a reply. Now, the position is that application then becomes an application. It's never heard because the other important matters and interim and injunctions and urgent matters keep on get hearing. The main purpose is that the perjury application should be heard first so that the man is non-suited. He should be thrown out of the court. And there are judgments to that effect.
Instill the fear.
But so there is no fear. Anybody can tell anything in the court and get away with it because ultimately that matter will be settled or it will take 8 years or 10 years for the matter to decide. I have never seen a perjury application being decided except for 1 or 2 judgments which I can point out are the only judgments existing on perjury. So there's only 2 judgments actually I've seen are on perjury. Otherwise, perjury applications never get heard because the attentions are diverted towards more emergent and urgent matters which are on the merits of the case. So that's on the perjury part. On the vexatious litigation, most importantly, when a petition is filed before the court, and I've seen, and Justice Manmohan does it, and there are some other few good judges who've done it. On the very first day, a suit normally when it is filed, a civil suit normally when it is filed, it can't be dismissed on the first day. The notion is that the summons have to be issued on that. But I've seen judges in the Delhi High Court who are very fine judges dismissing the suit on the very first day. On the very first day, and this is enormously helpful. Because a suit, if it is summons are issued, will take 10 years. It will add to pendency. Also, kindly see the condition of a defendant. If it's a frivolous suit, the defendant is actually languishing for 10 years. So that is one. On the frivolous litigation on the side of writ and public interest litigation, etc., the cost should be such heavy. It should be exemplary that there is a deterrent for any person to even attempt. And not only that, the lawyer should also be punished. The lawyer who has allowed the petition to be taken up for hearing has taken up the matter should be punished. I'm actually casting an aspersion on my profession, but I'm telling you that the lawyers contribute to that. And there are some lawyers who are specializing in those matters. So therefore, I think that there should be heavy costs imposed for both perjury and because there's very serious matters and filing frivolous litigation before court, which is equivalent to perjury according to me. It's the same thing.
So I want to get Justice Manmohan's view on our decriminalization and the retrospective aspects, because that's very important. Ashok, you will agree that decriminalization for industry is very important. But we hope that industry will be disciplined. That's what Mr. Minister also told me once, that we are doing all this. We shouldn't now have industry say we can keep repeating these breaches and just treat it as a cost of doing business. But sir, now the issue is that the DPIT secretary was very clear that he sees no problem. What has happened is that expenses which have been decriminalized, obviously, as a deterrent, we agreed when we even proposed it that the penalty should be high now, enough to be a deterrent, because earlier the fine would be, let's say, 5,000 plus imprisonment. Now imprisonment is gone, so the penalty is, let's say, 5 lakhs. Now, in our view, that is not a comparative to be prohibited from retrospective effect because it's not criminal there's not a criminal comparison in Article 20. Plus, what we are suggesting to the government is that you give a scheme, give an option to the person to either stay in the court and pursue his or her opportunities in the trial court, or choose the opportunity to actually pay and get the prosecution withdrawn, as we did in the Companies Act. We had this fresh company scheme and 4 lakh companies took the benefit of it. Right now, the Jan Vishwas bill unfortunately has a specific provision that it's not retrospective. So we are pushing this, but if you have a view which will support us, give us a little more confidence that we are on the right track, we'll be delighted to hear your views on that.
Decriminalization is a great step forward. That will declog the system to a large extent. And as I said, it will bring about a peaceful atmosphere in the society at large, and especially for the business houses, because these are just minor irritants. And if they get resolved, people will be able to concentrate on their business more effectively and efficiently. So it's a great thing that is happening, and I think the government needs to encourage it. The only problem is if there is a specific provision which says it does not have retrospective effect, then you would have an issue at hand. But if it is not stipulated in an act that it is not going to be prospective, then surely it can be urged that this is a beneficial provision. And if it's a beneficial provision, it can be given retrospective effect. So I think that way it can be done. But if there is a specific provision, you have an issue on hands.
The minister confirmed today that they got advice from the law ministry, and that's why they put it. Our suggestion was, if there's a doubt, leave it open. Don't put it there. And then through a scheme, we can give this option to clients, those who are in courts, to withdraw or not withdraw. So there's already some reconsideration. We understand and we believe the law ministry will support that. But I think getting your sense on this is very important. And it seems that you believe that it is possible if the law doesn't specifically say so. I want to touch upon one final issue, which is again linked to the law ministry as well, which is this whole issue about limitation against commencement of criminal action. Now, today the minister gave us an example, and that that there should be no time limit. And then I explained to him subsequently that the time limit actually starts from when the offense was committed or when the offense was discovered, whichever is later. So it's not as if you didn't discover it for 10 years, doesn't mean the limitation is over. But I think certainty is becoming an important element. If I ask Ashok or any of our clients or Ajay, suddenly get somebody who did some business with you 10 years ago, claims that there was an offense of cheating, files some criminal case. And today, so many of our civil disputes are being converted into criminal disputes. And then once it becomes an offense of cheating, it's a predicate offense under PMLA. So it goes all over the place. So in your view, is this another step that we should, as CII, continue to press with the government, that it is time to revisit CRPC and revisit the time limit for a larger number of offenses, and not simply to say that anything which is punishable with more than 3 years, there is no time limit?
Yes, limitation is an important issue. Today you find that a large number of petitions are coming up after 10 years. Even I feel that as a citizen, I feel, not just as a judge. For instance, in the tax laws, again, the limitation is for reassessment is too long. 10 years. I think who will maintain accounts in today's world for 10 years? So it's a bit of a problem. The government has its own problem because they take their own time. They have the problem of quantum. These issues are there, but somehow I think we'll have to move forward. And I think CII and institutions like them can play a very big role in this. Limitation is a very important aspect, and it is not being properly emphasized today. Government, at times we have seen, has introduced provisions of limitation, and they are the biggest violators of the limitation and ask for its waiver the maximum time. Their case is the stakes are so high. If you implement this limitation provision, the public at large, the public will suffer a loss of 1 lakh crores in one matter. What do you do?
It's public money.
It's public money. These sort of, but that no one does. That officer will be promoted. Please see, the problem today is that officer will be promoted.
You're absolutely right. This is the argument.
They use
Public money.
They are seeking an exception even in the 3-year limitation. Almost so many cases go to court, they'll give some story and the court says, okay, limitation should be extended. And this creates an uncertainty. It also creates an uncertainty for the government officers. Because today every offense under Prevention of Corruption Act involves a penalty, imprisonment of 5 years or more, which means that they are again without limit. So there is no reason why the bureaucracy would not want to support this. And there can always be exceptions if there is public money involved, if there are public sectors involved, there can always be exceptions. But Dr. Beni, is there something that you think that is worth considering? Because we believe the problem of criminal cases is so huge that a combination of decriminalization, making it applicable to the past, so which we believe is possible to do if there was no express limitation. And we just heard 10 lakh cases could be cleared. Outside, we were told 10 lakh cases just of, I think the secretary said, of Motor Vehicles Act could have been, eliminated. But also this also brings in some certainty. So I would like to hear your views from the Law Ministry's standpoint, both on decriminalization, retrospectivity, and the issue of time limit for filing of criminal complaints.
Well, this is a very not as a one-word answer can be given for your complex question because it has many facets to it. The fact remains that enactment of a legislation with retrospective effect is one of the attributes of sovereignty which is vested in the state, the parliament in the case of a central government, and the state legislatures with respect to the powers which are vested with them under the respective entries. Now, first of all, I think as public servants or as citizens, when we were law students, we were told that everyone is supposed to know the law as it exists on the date. So, given that concept that everyone is aware of the law, everyone should know the law, and no one can violate the law is the actually primary genesis for that. So, whenever any citizen or a public servant does any work in the discharge of his public duties, or as a citizen, I think the element of overarching compliance of laws is inherent in our duty as a citizen, or as a public servant. So that diligence and sincerity is the core to the discharge of your functions. Now, as regards the there are certain issues which we have also witnessed wherein people have faced problems despite all the due diligence which they exercised, and there were certain things which were not known to them, but later subsequently it led to some issues and problems with them. So basically what I feel is that this is a call which the government has to take about deeming retrospectivity to the to the decriminalized provisions under the various laws, particularly the Jan Vishwas Act, which has now been there. So that I think is to be taken at the highest level of the government, the stakeholders, including the industries, because basically their compliance issues have greatly been reduced now. But in case they feel that there are certain issues which need to be dealt with, that I think, as Judge Saab also mentioned, that in case something beneficial law has come in place, the courts definitely can, interpret it in a manner. If no vested interests of any party are being violated, it can retrospectivity can be interpreted into it through judicial pronouncements. That option is always there. But from the perspective of the government, to decriminalize the offences with retrospective effect, I think is a bigger question, which I think needs deeper deliberations with all pros and cons. As far as the issue of Motor Vehicles Act, which you mentioned just now, about that there are 10 lakh cases which could be wiped out if a retrospectivity is attached to it, because there is also an element of settlement in the Motor Vehicles Act, and in the Mediation Act also, with particular to this aspect, we have permitted mediation to be conducted in motor vehicle accident claims which are pending. For the compoundable offences also, the courts can refer such cases for mediation, and the settlement has to be again brought for the court, and the case will be closed. So at the level of minor offences, motor vehicle offences, compoundable offences, whatever is there, the law has actually progressed in that area and provided for a remedy in that situation. As far as graver issues of criminality are concerned, I think attaching retrospectivity to it would be, something not very progressive and in tune with the concept of rule of law. This is my personal opinion, which I feel. Of course, the government has to take a final call. Now, the aspect of limitation, which you mentioned, that limitation should not be, there should be a prescribed limitation. So as I was mentioning, as far as the aspect of limitation is concerned, something with due diligence and with you could not discover within a reasonable period of time, I think discovering it and later point of time, and then again, initiating the whole process of prosecution may be a great deterrent, for the industry or the, public servants as such also. But that all depends on the case-to-case basis. So to make a general sweeping statement, I don't think I'm in a position to comment anything both on the retrospectivity aspect as well as the limitation issue. Thank you.
So retrospectively, just to clarify, what we are simply saying, give the person the option there, because it's a twin objective. If you are making a section where you've decriminalized today, then it makes no sense that why a person who did it earlier should be still subject to the criminal sanction. I mean, otherwise, obviously, government and society have decided this is not an offense that should be treated as a criminal offense. So even if it has occurred and you treat it on the basis of a civil offense, there should be no, no public policy issue, no societal issue, dealing with it, and give it as an option so that the person who wants to stay, as I said, stay in the courts and take his chances of the criminal action versus somebody who wants to pay the penalty and be discharged of it. Government will make money in the process as well. And on the other one, we appreciate that, we're not saying that one shoe fit all. All we are saying is that if there is a limitation, that doesn't mean that the offense goes away. We're simply saying that if you discover the offense, then take action within a certain period of time, whether it's 3 years, 5 years, 7 years. A bureaucrat retires, and as you said, we've seen many cases where ultimately they've been discharged. But 7 years after the service is over, they don't even have access to the files that they are being, charged with, and they are running around reaching out to people. Can we have, find out what the case is about? That seems a little unreasonable because it obviously impedes their ability to take independent decisions. But I'm glad you at least have an open mind on that, and we can sort of try and continue to progress the matter. So I think we're at the end of the session. Ajay, do we have time for a couple of questions? Yes, please, by all means. Yes, please. He's the boss, so whatever the boss says.
No, it's just, I must be honest, it's a very, very interesting discussion, I must say. And I think it's a real issue which is affecting Indian economy across the board and the common man. I think it's something very... But two observations, one observation, one question. In Rajasthan State Electricity Board, where we have industry in Rajasthan, about 17, 18 years back, there was a chairman there of Rajasthan State Electricity Board called Mr. P.N. Bhandari. He became chairman of RSCB during the time of Mr. Bhairav Singh Shekhawat, who was the chief minister at that time. Mr. Bhandari moved a proposal with the government and got approval to set up 3 committees. One was to look at all pending cases of RSCB up to, if I recollect the figure, 25 lakhs. then up to 50 lakhs and above 50 lakhs. And he set up a committees of 5, 7 people, 7, 8 people, 8, 10 people. Over the course of a year, they sorted out thousands of cases, and 60 to 70% of the decisions were in favor of the consumer. So I'm saying that is such a progressive step which Mr. Bhandari took. That can we not think of having bodies like this set up at various places, various institutions, where there is so much transparency, and let a decision be taken objectively. I think that is one thing which was, to my mind, still I recollect, and I've talked about it umpteen times then, including to the Chief Minister, that we need people like him who take decisions, who have the guts, if I may say so, to take decisions in a manner which is transparent and open. So that is one incident I wanted to share. The second I wanted to ask is in terms of this issue of pending cases, and legally aap log sab hain, can we not say that a case cannot be adjourned more than, say, 7 times, 8 times, 10 times? I've heard of cases in Calcutta which have been adjourned 70, 80, 90 times. Can we not put a limit and say you can't adjourn it more than X number of times? And then the lawyer can't take a case saying, I've got a personal issue, I've got a headache today, I've got a backache tomorrow. How do we get into some way? I'm just asking a question. I don't know the legality of this.
Correct.
But to sort out the problem of pending cases. That's all. Thanks.
So the adjournment is not solely because the lawyer is asking for an adjournment, but adjournment is also when the matter doesn't reach for hearing. So right. Yes. So either way, there should be a limit that this matter is adjourned. Now it has to be heard. This is the last date, and I'm hearing this matter, and that's it, and period. That's right. That's agreeable.
I think you raised another very pertinent issue. I don't find any public sector undertaking or any municipality today adopting a zero litigation policy. They are not taking pride in the fact that they have no cases. They are taking pride in the fact that they have a large number of cases. See, this whole mindset, when I talk about the ecosystem changing, we mean that. See, if a municipality today, like the municipal corporation says, I don't want to have litigation. These are all my citizens. I must resolve the problem. If someone is adopting an unfair stand, then I will take him to court, but I'll have a transparent mechanism to settle the matter, like you said. Set up a transparent mechanism, not just your officials, involve outsiders, people who are eminent by any standard. They are involved. People will accept their decision. Just look at what DESU used to be and what today Tatas are doing when they have taken over. How much of litigation was there in the electricity sector when it was in the hands of the government? And today when you see it, in the High Court level, you'll hardly find 1 or 2 cases. It's gone. Because the corporate culture is to serve the citizen. He is not an enemy of yours. He is your constituent, which you have to service. So the mindset, like with demonstrating, that has to change. Unless until the mindset changes, this is not going to happen by a few amendments or a few judges working extra time or having more judges.
It can happen 20 years.
So I can, talking of P.N. Bhandari, as sales tax commissioner, he solved 50,000 cases. As commissioner of excise, he solved 47,000 cases. He settled 110,000 mutation cases in the district of Udaipur. He was a very dear friend of mine, and today he's a legal advisor. But sir, my point is this. I see the fundamental issue is that there is a lot that we can do in improving our processes to cut down time. Adjournment is one. Size of petitions. Singapore, you can't file a petition more than, I believe, 30 or 40 pages. If you want to put more pages, it's $40 per extra page. How much effort and time of the judiciary will be saved? And I hear that my ED files 10,000 pages of criminal complaint. Who can go through that? 200 witnesses. It is a definite recipe for endless litigation. You reply to a petition, the next date will say, you have received the reply? Yes, I have received the reply. Next date. Why can't it be argued the same day? My humble submission is, please look at the processes. I guarantee you 30% of our time can be saved. Secondly, sir, the problem is the way our laws are drafted.
Yes.
Not only because they are old, but if you look at the language, it is amazing. It can be interpreted the way, and it's a field day for the lawyers, a big hole in the pocket of the businessman, and a hell of a problem for my judiciary. I think a time has come to look at that issue in a very sincere way and do that. In this matter, I want to mention this IPC and CIPC is under revision. I wonder how much judiciary has contributed vis-a-vis with the government to see that we draft it properly, draft it in a true, transparent legal matter. In our case, notwithstanding, it shall be this. I mean, you have to read it 3 times. Can't you just say, it shall not be allowed, this shall be allowed? Come on. I mean, I'm saying this in all seriousness, and I'm telling you, this is one of the major reasons that allows a lot of litigation. Thank you.
Since we are at the fag end, I'll just amplify what you said by a joke. And a joke at the bar, which we used to hear, was that there was a very good, competent senior lawyer who used to advance very long, unwinded arguments. And if he had a matter before you, you could safely go and have a cup of tea or a cup of coffee, because he would take at least 1 hour even to get his matter adjourned. So the judges were very upset, and as you said, they wanted to curtail the process. That was one of the issues. So they called the president of the bar and said, you must commission a study on how arguments are advanced in court. So they decided that a project would be undertaken called Brevity of Arguments, and a book would be written on brevity of arguments. So the bar president, just to have a dig at that senior counsel who was known for taking very long time in advancing his arguments, was commissioned to write that book, right, on brevity arguments. But he was not to be left, he was true to his word. So after 6 months, they contacted him and said, what happened? There was supposed to be a book or a pamphlet on brevity of arguments. So he said, yes, I'm working on it. I have written 32 volumes. And I'm going strong. So this is what happens, as far as process is concerned.
Thank you, Ajay. I have a quick comment, sir. I have a background in IT, and I want to relate 2 things. One is what Justice Manmohan just said, that the laws, they don't reflect the reality of how business is done. So I was talking to a friend of mine in the US, and he made a comment on Indian laws. And he says something like, once in US, we had a speed limit of 50 miles per hour, and no American drives at that speed because this was to conserve oil. I said that day, the whole of America violated law. So you guys have laws which get violated in the normal course. The second thing which Namika ji from academics said, and that's where the IT part, we have enough data mining tools. We have AI now. We need to run it on our judicial processes and come out with strong cases where you need systemic changes which would take care of some of the problems.
I think impact analysis, Justice Manmohan has also talked about it. We will be discussing it because we think that judicial data bank can be improved significantly, and we may want to make those discussions with them. So that's part of it. But thank you very much for all making it here. I think, Ajay, it's probably the first time we've had a sitting judge of the High Court come and work with us and address us. I think so. We really appreciate that. And thank you for taking questions rather than having to see your mold of saying suddenly. I thought suddenly in the middle of it, you say, kya ho kya raha? Suddenly, Ajay, start asking me the question or ask Ashok the question, but you didn't do that. Thank you very much, Sanjeev, Ashok, Dr. Beni, Namita. It's been fantastic having all of you on the panel. Thank you, everybody, for making this possible. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, and now for the finale, the last and final session for today. Easy paying taxes and customs procedures. I'm sure this will also be of great interest to each one of you. I'd like he took it, he just kept it in the list. And now we are all set to start with the last and final session, which will be followed with drinks and dinner post the once we finished. I'd like to start by inviting Mr. Subramaniam, Senior Vice President, South Asia, DHL Express, and Managing Director, DHL Express, India, to please come up to the dais. Mr. Nalin Jain, Chief Financial Officer and Executive Director, Finance, IT, and Legal Affairs, Skoda Auto, Volkswagen India Private Limited. Mr. Deepak Garg, Senior Executive Vice President, Reliance Industries Limited. Mr. Sanjay Kumar Agarwal, Chairman, Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs, CBIC, Ministry of Finance, Government of India. To chair the session, I'd like to invite Mr. Sudhir Kapadia, Senior Partner, EY India. Welcome to all of you, and I'd like to start the session by inviting Mr. Sudhir Kapadia to give his welcome and introductory remarks and take the session forward. Over to you, sir.
Good evening and welcome to this last session, which is on easing paying taxes and customs procedures. We covered a bit of it in a summary form in the afternoon, and we will have a more detailed discussion, especially with members of industry. So given that we are quite delayed, I would not like to spend more time on, and most of you were there in the afternoon when Minister Goyal was there. So I will just quickly go through the slightly more detailed conclusions we discussed in the afternoon, but leave more time for interactions with the panelists. So just to put this in perspective, we are all aware of this trajectory of reforms, but when you look at the figures, it's just an amazing sea change from the time we, if you just go back even a decade, in terms of the buoyancy in tax collections, with a more than 11% CAGR. In fact, if you see the last 2 years, it's 18% increase when it comes to direct tax. Even when you look at the tax buoyancy, and we were discussing with Chairman Sir as before this session as well, that the tax buoyancy, direct tax 1.1, GST 1.3, there was a long time in India when our tax buoyancy used to be less than 1. For every increase in output in the economy, we were actually getting less than that increase in output by way of taxes. So there is clearly a far better efficiency in tax administration, no doubt aided by transparency and technology. Even if you look at the increase in the number of taxpayers in the economy, it's a significant 65% increase over the years. And then I mentioned the tech-enabled efficient tax administration. We alluded to in the afternoon how, at least on the personal tax front, at least our experience is that 99% of the cases do get absolutely, you don't need to have any interface with the department when it comes to personal income tax, including the receipt of refunds in record time. So this is the landscape as far as the journey of tax collection and administration is concerned. We discussed some of the alternative dispute mechanisms as well as the spatial schemes for dispute resolution in the previous panel. So I'll not repeat those. Again, some good initiatives taken, including on advance pricing agreement, which is very important from a FDI point of view. Then now coming to the focus areas of what needs to be still done in each of these aspects, whether it's controversy litigation, whether it's the interface with the CPC when it comes to direct taxes or withholding taxes or customs. So in terms of litigation, and this point was made in the afternoon as well, we still have more than 5 lakh cases pending at the Commissioner of Income Tax Appeals. And this is after the introduction of the faceless assessment scheme. For some reason, there is a clog up at the CIT appeals level. And now, of course, additional capacity is being created, but we really need to work hard to clear this backlog. When it comes to the alternative dispute mechanisms, there is a need to again accelerate the cases which have accumulated. These mechanisms have been very popular, no doubt, and therefore more and more cases are coming. But these are the figures. We are really still got more than 800 cases at the APA forum, and these need to be expedited, as I mentioned. When it comes to GST, what we have seen is that the advance rulings which have been coming from the different states, we have all experienced it. Naturally, the views are very subjective from those forums at the state level, and it has only increased the uncertainty when it comes to application of the law for the business person, for the taxpayer. So one of the suggestions which has still, I think, is still under consideration, we would love to hear from Chairman, is the National Appellate Authority for Advance Ruling, hopefully to give more certainty on matters which affect a business or a sector all across the country. Also, there is a suggestion to say that in the initial stages of introduction of GST in the last 3 to 5 years, there have been many cases which have piled up, which can be brought about in a settlement mechanism and start with a clean slate when it comes to interpretation issues in the GST law. So these are the two main sort of aspects as far as the evolving dispute resolution in GST is concerned. The CPC, as again I alluded to in the afternoon, has been largely working very well. But when matters get stuck, they really get stuck. We talked about the cases piling up at the courts, and the courts have expressed frustration. This is one recent Bombay High Court decision, the extract from that decision. The courts have expressed frustration that why are matters as simple as releasing a refund reaching the court, and why between the CPC and the jurisdictional tax office a simple matter like a refund is not getting sorted out. So clearly the few cases which are still stuck for the want of interface between the two systems need to be addressed. Withholding tax, just the statistics, 33 sections. The range of withholding tax being 0.1% to 30%. And what is most important is that India stands very unique in this respect. And I know that we have to, the compliance is only improving now in India, so we can't compare necessarily with developed countries. But the fact of the matter is that the amount of compliance in domestic withholding tax in India is unique. We can certainly streamline it. We can make it far easier with more moderate rates if we cannot eliminate the need for withholding taxes. And in terms of the trade facilitation landscape, we discussed that with the minister as well in the afternoon some suggestions around. First of all, the trajectory has been just fantastic. The figures tell the story about how the digitization of customs procedures has really catapulted India in terms of ease of importation. The suggestions which still merit consideration, particularly on the need for, as we discussed in the afternoon, if we can find a mechanism to make periodic customs duty payments rather than on a transaction to transaction basis and enable quicker conversion of EOU units into mover scheme. Those are the two specific asks of industry. And when it comes to SEZ union, I know the Desh bill, and again, Minister alluded to it, is still under consideration. But even if Desh cannot happen, but suitable amendments can be brought to ensure that the capacity created in the SEZ sector is used well for domestic businesses, and whatever are the input credits which are available are extended, whether the units are in DTA or SEZ. That would go a long way in removing friction for businesses, whether in the export sector or in the domestic sector. There are some other suggestions when it comes to the digital transformation roadmap. And also when it comes to the AEO auto renewal of certification. So this is the summary of what we have by way of recommendations on both the direct tax side as well as the customs side. So with this, I'll just go to my co-panelists who represent their respective sectors in industry for their opening remarks and comments on what they see, the positive part, but also what are the suggestions to make things even better. So maybe if we can start with you, Mr. Subramanian.
Thank you, Mr. Kapoor. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to CII for picking up, I think, our most favorite topic as a service provider from the logistic industry, which is ease of doing business. We don't do export or import, but we are in the path of everything which moves, and therefore any complexity makes our life really difficult. And I think we are on a path of what we call as continuous improvement. And every few months, maybe a year or so, when you look back, I think the few steps ahead we've gone and the efficiency which has come. And this, if you ask me from my side, what we've seen over the last 10 years is really commendable. I think ease of doing business for me, you touched upon it in some details. If I have to give it in very, very sharp few comments, I think the more easier it is, higher the compliance, higher the transparency, safer the working environment. I think the greater transparency leads to, like we were discussing just before we came into the panel, for startups, for example, if they are clean books, highly transparent, makes it possible for them to scale up without any challenge. And the upside of greater compliance far outweighs a minor intransigency, which gives you small savings in your taxation. But I think we've come a long way. The GST, be it the GST or be it the, for example, closer to my business, introduction of electronic clearances in EDI, in express industry, now the Gati Shakti, National Logistics Policy, or CBIC doing the TFA plus and complete compliance. I think we're really ahead of time in many cases. I think we are in front of things. I want to pick up 2 or 3 use cases to highlight, and I'm picking it up from the presentation which you just showed, few slides which showed. I think there's one comment about withholding tax and the kind of complexity which the complex situation which we have. So there talks about the tax rates and tax slabs, but that's not the point I'm getting into. For example, a service provider like us have 20, 30, 40,000 SMEs and micro SMEs who are doing business with us almost every month. And I think there's an opportunity to significantly simplify. While we possibly may not be able to avoid the working capital blockage, currently the situation is working capital blockage with hugely cumbersome procedures and complication in reconciliation, and finally a lot of write-off for service providers and industry. And the opportunity is for us to go to a zero TDS or zero withholding tax regimen. Yeah, if a player like us commit to paying the tax in advance, yeah, we should be allowed full reconciliation and filing at the end of the year. And there is no need because the current regime needs us to collect physically every single TDS certificate and reconcile it and file it as a return. Humongous task. If I have to do 20,000-30,000 a month and therefore in a year 3,50,000 physical papers, always there is 10-20% which is missing because some of them deduct, some of them don't deduct, and the reconciliation is a mess. And we write a few crores off every year because we need to maintain our books clean. And this is an easy win. But this is just an example of simplification.
That's a great suggestion, actually. If you have a deposit system, and then that can be easily reconciled.
So, for example, we were discussing, it's as simple as, the previously completed quarter, whatever be the tax, I pay it as advance for the next tax, next quarter. And then I keep rolling.
Sure.
And then we are able to give reconciliation. So there are methods and methods and methods possible. So that was one point. Second, you made a comment about mover. Yeah, there was a comment in your slides about mover clearances. I think it's a fantastic system. The challenge is that it still sort of operates in different silos. For example, if an exporter or an importer has a mover clearance bond in ICD Tuklagabad, he cannot clear anywhere else. If he goes to some other port, he has to create one more bond. But if the systems are talking, the players involved are national. They have multiple manufacturing locations. They are present in different locations. If there is a single account, single bond, you can clear anywhere else. It creates huge simplification for the exporter or the importer concerned. The second point, for example, closer to my business again, mover clearance should be enabled in express business because the EOUs who are getting into, who are going to use the mover clearance are in the tech sector and the emerging PLI scheme sectors where there is large amount of express play, and we are bringing a lot of small shipments for them which need more clearance, and they go through come very fast and go through a very slow channel. So this can be, I think, corrected. One last point I want to highlight here, which is when we talk about all the CBIC systems to talk to each other, which is that there is an ICE gate, there is ECCS for express, then you have ICES or the SEZ online or the EOE systems. I think all of them can seamlessly talk to each other. I think each of these systems have individually improved over time. Yeah, an ICE gate now is far better than ICE gate it used to be a few years back. But all of them should talk seamlessly, and there was a mention about it in your slides and presentation as well. I think if we move into a system where we move into a situation where these systems seamlessly talk and there is single discovery of data, so much more simplification is possible. For example, in the case of import monitoring, we have CHIMS, which is for chips and electronics imports, or PIMS, which is for paper-related imports. All of them actually is looking for data which is available in bill of entry. If the systems are talking to each other, the controls are available systematically, and we don't need to delay the clearances. And if there are minor tweaks needed in the system or in the payment mechanism or duty collection mechanism, which is very much possible, while the flow is seamless. So I think we are in a work in progress towards an excellence situation. Yeah, my sense is that there are a few leaks to plug, and we'll see a big leap of efficiency forward. I just thought I'll pick 3 examples. I'm not giving any theory. I think the experts are here, but I think these are use cases which highlight the point.
Well, absolutely, and on the ground situation. So thanks, Mr. Subramanian. If I come to you, Mr. Jain, from your perspective, what are the things which you think, well, whatever is working well, of course, but which can improve ease of doing business as you see it as a multinational operating in India?
Good evening. So I think, first of all, I'm between the drinks and the dinner, so we'll try and keep it short. But big thanks to CII and the ministry for organizing this and having me here. I think most of the high-level issues have been tabled, so I will try to maybe keep it very simple. We are a large organization, and combined between GST and customs, we pay in multi-thousand crores every year in terms of taxes. So, but of course, all the major things are here. But I think a little bit of digital push, which again I think the government is definitely working upon, but further push in that direction will help us significantly. Just in terms of GST is a great step in the right direction. We used to have warehouses in different states just to optimize on the cost and the liquidity, and GST helps us significantly. But very simple things like now GST invoices. Why do we really need hard copies of invoices when everything has moved digital? And somebody just said 10 years of keeping documents to just prove that yes, it's all digital. Why do I need hard copies of invoices? I'm trying to do everything digital, make my payments seamless and just scan everything and even release payments digitally. Yeah. The other simple, so I'm talking about serious, these are very, very simple things like GST refunds go through a scroll generation. And even if there's one entity's numbers are not tallying, then everybody in that scroll, the payment gets stuck. And for us, liquidity is very, very expensive. Yeah? So if my crores of GST refund is stuck, then that's liquidity, cost of liquidity for me. And then I know it's probably a bit more complicated, sir, but cross utilization of SGST, CGST towards IGST, because I may not have business presence in every state. But if I'm going and making an expenditure in a certain state and I've already incurred, how can I take input credit for that particular cost that I've incurred? Also helps improving my cost of doing business because it's a genuine set-off that I could take in another location. So some simple recommendations on that front. Again, I think customs is amazing. From many years ago to ICE Gate and digitalization, seamless payments, a digital bill of entries is phenomenal. But again, a very simple suggestion, sir. We end up paying a lot of demurrage because holidays come in between. And I'm sure it's a very simple thing that you can account for the bank holidays so that I don't have to pay penalty when there is holidays in between. So that at least give me that extra window to make payments on customs duty and not have to pay demurrage on those things. And of course, finally, I think, we spoke about litigations and we have practical issues on the ground. We lost certain forms, C forms, from past, I'm saying, but you lose certain documents. Our dealers, we have a huge dealer community, and we are, going into litigation after litigation. How can we simplify the process where we can actually sit on the table and say, okay, fine, I want to dispose of these cases. Yes, I don't have these documents. It is an unintentional issue. We have paid the taxes, but we are not able to prove to the government. And how can we simplify such issues? So some very, very practical recommendations, suggestions are from our side.
Sure. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. I think Subramanian.
Just one comment on your last this thing. So I think the complexity of compliance in the export-import regime, many of the tax regimes, yes, I observe it as a service provider to large number of SMEs. People make small mistakes. Yeah, some of it is omission, some of it might be commission. But when they are on the road to compliance, I think we need a voluntary disclosure mechanism. Yeah, so people are not voluntarily disclosing for the fear of consequences. Exactly. Yeah, and then if there is an opportunity for me to set right a small gap in data entry or something went missing or my books were not clean, but I can clean up and from now on I have a clean book. There has to be an opportunity for voluntary disclosure where they need not be afraid of penal consequences, but they can settle the issue. I think that will clean up a lot of pipeline.
Yeah, so the spirit and the intent was not to violate the law, fundamentally. Exactly.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Jain. Mr. Garg, if I come to you, I know you have the unique distinction of being on both sides of the aisle, as it were. So one is, how have you gone about correcting all the misconceptions you had when you were in the government? And of course, what else we can do better?
Well, one thing is certain, after having worked 22 years in the government, first of all, thank you very much to the chairman, Mr. Agarwal, to be here. It's really, heartening that he's taken time out to be here and hear all of us, despite all his busy schedule, because there can't be anything better than getting his direct ear on all the issues for the entire industry. And, thank you very much to Dpiit and to CII for organizing something like this. And it's an amazing thing how our country is focusing on ease of doing business, of ease of compliances, etc. Despite 7 years of GST, we're still trying to see how we can improve. And coming to Sudhir, your question, after 22 years in the government and now 8 years in the industry, one thing I'm certain, both industry and the government will benefit of a lot if there was a cross movement of talent between the industry and the government. There are issues of the industry which you don't understand when you're working in the government. I was also involved in policy making during the negative list. So now my understanding of industry and the processes is much more than what it was when I was 22 years in the government. Similarly, for the government, and for the industry also, the challenges of the government, the compulsions of the government, normally we don't understand. But if you worked in the government, then you understand those compulsions and challenges. So I think it's a very good thing. The government should definitely think of a movement of a cross flow of talent, as is there in the US and other parts of the world, between government and industry, all areas, including taxation. That was point number one. And secondly, how I see now, which one is easier, to be in the government or to be in the industry? Government, on such certain aspects. But the responsibility in the government side is tremendous. The kind of different moving pieces that you have to juggle, handle, manage is too much. It's if you ask me, it's neither easy in the government, it's nor easy on the industry side.
A lot of resources.
A lot of resources, yes, and a lot of accountability. So, but on and all, it's been a very fulfilling experience. Coming to GST, and indirect taxes, I think we are never satisfied, neither as an industry nor as a tax administrator. When we came out with a negative list in 2012, one thought that this is the end all of all reforms and you can't get anything better. But things got better with GST. There were initial glitches, but we've overcome them. And now we are thinking of more. What else can we do to make our lives easier and simpler? Industry 10 years back, if you go back, one would have never thought where we are today. Cross-trade credits, impossible. Nobody would have dreamt of that this would have been possible. Invoice matching, transaction level, seamless flow of data, excellent. I remember when we were preparing for GST, both in the government and in the private sector, one would say that invoice matching has failed everywhere, including Brazil, etc. Why is India even trying it? But what a remarkable work CBIC and GSTN has done. That today, after 5 years, it is an almost seamless, almost near perfect system. E-way bill generation, e-invoice generation. I mean, there is no better system available anywhere in the world. And what massive data you have. Transactional level data with the government, which is the driver for responsible compliances, not only in indirect taxes, but also in direct taxes, electricity, etc. Because each and every transaction now is available on the GSTN. So there is very little. One can do a little bit of fudging. You can have fly-by-night operators. Those will always continue. But broadly, sir, the groundwork has been done very nicely. Little scope for improvement, of course, is always there, sir, and we are never satisfied. Dil mange more, sir. So some suggestions, because I come from a company, Reliance now, which has about 1,500 registrations, GST registrations across the country, the entire group. 10 registrations, can give you nightmares. Imagine handling 1,500 registrations. I mean, it's not just me, there's a big team. But imagine handling 1,500 registrations in an environment like this. So one thing is certain, it is automation. Without automation, we cannot go ahead. A lot of things has been done, and we've been able to achieve. In Reliance, we took up this project called driverless GST, and all developed in-house, where all our returns are generated online by the system automatically. So we are trying to come to a situation where, without even looking at it, in fact, we are almost 90% there. The return is prepared and can be filed. But there are certain gaps, sir, which is where I want to draw your attention, which is till now, technology has been following the law. Time has come when law should follow technology. We should try to make a law which is technology friendly. I'll just give you one or two examples, which will ensure that the entire industry can technologically comply with the law. For example, very simple example, Section 17(5) talks about blocked credits. There is a lot of discretion in it. Used for construction, plant and machinery, accepted, immovable property. There are conditions, then sub-conditions, exceptions to exceptions. Why can't we have, I'm just giving a suggestion, sir. Why can't we have a negative, don't have a negative list. It's against the spirit of the value-added tax, including construction credits. Safari retreats was argued at length and reserved for judgment. Whatever the judgment is, we must, sir, reduce the blocked credits to the minimum. B, and if you have to have blocked credits, why don't we make them based on HSN code? 7308, so-and-so, not allowed. So that industry does not have to apply its mind. To automate it becomes very simple. Any 7308, credit not taken. I'm just a simple example, sir. There are a lot of ways in which we can make, capital goods removed after 5 years, 60 months, credits have to be done, reversed every month. Simpler processes. Maybe industry will also give in some, revenue has to give in some, but have simpler formulas, simpler processes, so that the idea should be that trade and industry should be able to automate their processes 100% without exception. So that is point number one. The point number two, sir, is, it's not a pain just because we have 1,500 registrations, but even for a person with a single registration, audits today, and particularly, in 2017, because they all got telescoped into the last 3-4 months, has become a source of great unease of doing business. Several factors have contributed to it. One of them is, state level officers, particularly because they're used to this old state mentality, they've started asking for something which is called a state-wise trial balance or a state-wise balance sheet, which does not exist, which accounting does not know. They say that you tell them that, no, there is no such thing as a state-wise balance sheet. They say, no, I don't know. You please create one and give it to us. So, and they refuse to listen. So, very clear guidelines with your leadership through the GST Council on these state-wise trial balances or whatever documents can be asked for. And number two, sir, to think of, which will be a remarkable initiative of a non-invasive, we have non-invasive surgery, we have non-invasive everything today. Why can't we have a non-invasive audit? Where your GSTR 9 and 9Cs are already, good documents. Rely on them and have a system of non-invasive audits where you come to the assessee's premises for audit only and only if it is required, or ask them questions. You can prescribe maybe 1 or 2 returns or reports more, but a non-invasive audit will go a long way in promoting a lot of ease of doing business. And similarly, for, let's say, a company like Reliance Jio, which has presence in 32 states, or any other, multi-state company, why not have a centralized audit? I think the board was thinking of it sometimes earlier. So have a centralized one-point audit, so where all the states can be audited at the same time. Because today, one audit, second state, another audit, third state, another audit. It's a duplicacy of work. And even the auditors don't get the entire picture unless they audit the whole company, And another thing which flows from this, again, I'll not take too much of time, but these are all suggestions, sir, for which will help. Services sector. So you've been in the CBIC for a long time and you've held all the important positions in enforcement. Taxation of services is the most challenging task worldwide, whether it is OECD, anywhere in the world, and that too cross jurisdictions. We are similar to OECD because they are a group of how many? 39 or 40 countries. We are 32 states, which are effectively countries as far as GST is concerned. The issues relating to place of supply. I mean, we have states, and states don't have the understanding of services taxation. We have states coming up with objections like, why did you not pay the tax in my state? We tell him, sir, this is a destination-based tax. Even if I pay tax in your state, it may not come to your state. Question is whether in the last stage the tax was paid with your state as place of supply. They just don't understand. So the nitty-gritty of services taxation, central service officers understand, sir. State service officers, they don't understand. It will be good on part of CBEC to maybe help train state tax officers on services part of taxation. NASN has been doing good work and they have been training a lot of state officers also. But this is one area which will help a lot because just to give you some statistics, because as I said, we have, quickly, I'm just nulling. We have 1,500 registrations, so you can imagine how many notices we would have received in September. I would not disclose a number, but large number of notices. But one statistics I'll share with you. Out of the total number of notices that have been received, 80% issued by the state tax officials. And out of those 100, I would say 70% pertain to services sector. So this just explains what I was saying earlier. Number one, the states not understanding services part of taxation and services being a complicated area. So, this is where CBIC can help, sir. And one last, and arbitrary interpretations which states are taking only because the assured compensation is gone. So they are they're deprived of the vital oxygen, as you would know. So all kinds of arbitrary interpretations. Their intent is that you do a pre-deposit, apna state usi se chal jayega. So a little more proactive, and credits are being denied left, right, and center. I mean, in telecom industry, even on something like telecom equipment, which is the fundamental input or a capital good for telecom industry, and there are huge stakes involved. So the CBIC and GST Council have been very proactive. One clarification, like for example, on recently issued on electricity reimbursement, will kill an area of dispute. Maybe 1,000 litigation, what they were talking in the earlier session. That is the way to handle litigation. All litigation related to electricity will go. All litigation related to your corporate guarantees will go. All litigation to that beautiful circular on liquidated damages will go. So areas which are in doubt have more sort of regular interactions with industry. Clarify. We are not saying clarify our side. Clarify on areas of doubt, because what we are looking for is certainty in tax rather than a beneficial clarification. Because if it is doubtful, then we'll always try to take benefit of the doubt. But if you clarify that bhaiya ye nahi kar sakte ho, then industry is clear. So certainty is so I think I've needed my brief, although there were 1 or 2 more. So sir, I hope I've not given anything which is impossible to.
Excellent suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I just want to vote for all the GST related comments. We are from the services sector. Yeah, we are also creating trial balances by force for states, which is not done. And we are facing enormous challenges in terms of variety of interpretations by every state. Central audit, that's a dream we've been asking for quite a few years, because we were from a service tax regime. Like he said, the states don't understand the services interpretations. And from a single audit 4 times a year and 1 final audit, we are now into 30, into 12, into whatever. So it's quite chaotic, sir. This needs some attention.
Needless to say, that's the sector which still has now 55% share in the economy. So, yeah.
So, short comment here, if I may. On the audits and the assessments are actually, and that's what I meant when I was saying about digitization, how the direct tax topic has become so seamless for us, and the 143(1) comes so quickly, and the refunds also on the GST front and on the customs, the SVB front. No, if at least a standard list of documents that needs to be submitted for the assessment is available, and that should at least cover 90-95% of the requirements of the department. And obviously, based on the fact pattern of that particular industry, you may ask for another 5-10%. But every time I go back, okay, I need this more document, I need more document. And then the officer gets transferred, and the new officer comes with a new set of requirements. I know this thing keeps going and going. So, sir, I think that was what I was intending in terms of bringing digitization and some standardization. And of course, I understand fact patterns based extra questions and discussions are required, but it could ease out the whole process of audits and assessments.
Sure. Thanks. So before we come to sir and for his responses, and of course any other points he wants to share with all of us. Meanwhile, anyone here from any of you want to intervene, have some observation or a question, so that we incorporate that in the response sir gives. Yeah. Sorry, I'll come to you. There's one hand there. Maybe we'll go from the last here.
Yeah, good evening. So I'm Zahir Bakshi from Delhi Airport. So I had the cargo for Delhi. A few questions or other comments to Mr. Agarwal, sir. Thanks to your good office, we were able to have certain policy advocacy and an amendment to a circular where cargo from a neighboring country were allowed to transport, example, Dhaka cargo has been allowed to move through surface to Delhi, and Delhi is now proudly being a transshipment hub. Similarly, we would request your good office to also consider other neighboring countries as well. We have Nepal, we have Myanmar, we have Bhutan. So we have several other countries neighboring us, close to about, I think about 11 land ports are there in India. which can also be connected through Delhi or any other airports in the vicinity, so that cargo from those neighboring countries can be brought into surface and been uplifted through India. I mean, that can be a big brother kind of status for India to all the neighboring countries. That's point number one. Point number two is, sir, we also wanted to see if such circulars or such provisions are created. We also request your good office to also see if there's any green channel or a green corridor being created between the neighboring country into the airports where the cargo is being transshipped. However, Delhi is being the gateway to various parts of the world. So if there's a green corridor being created, that also would help in moving the cargo from neighboring countries into Delhi. And with regards to GST, and I heard the panelists talking about, while the air cargo, the GST percentage is about 5%, 18%, whereas for sea ocean cargo, it's about 5%. Maybe a thought to that could be probably dwelled on and see how we can bring in a level playing field or see if we can, bring at par. And finally, I also heard the panelists talking about the single bond or the nationalized bond. Still, we see, although the circular was released a few years ago, but still we see the respective airports are not implemented the national or single bond policy, which I think your good office already issued a circular, but I think there has to be a direction to each of the airports. Chennai, however, has done certain progress to it, but then at large, many of the airports are still behind in terms of in terms of having the nationalized bond. That's the submission from my end.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. So
Sir, my question about pre-import conditions. There is a circular from the government that is 16/2/23. That is for the interest only. So after that, there is a case for the Mahindra and Mahindra also. The interest was the Supreme Court dismissed the case, and this was in the favor of Mahindra. So my question is that after this circular issued by you, whether we have to pay the interest or not?
It's a very specific. I will respond to what has been raised, but what you are raising is very specific.
But so one is a circular, another is a.
You are referring to a circular which is issued in a particular situation based on some case law or something like that. So because that is very specific, maybe I may not be able to respond. In such case, you may make a reference to CBIC so that can be looked into, because the issues which have been raised here so far are more general in nature. So, but I will be responding during my interaction.
yeah, maybe we can write specifically. And yeah.
The gentleman wanted to ask.
Yeah.
Good evening, sir. I am raising a few issues relating to MSMEs and startups. And during the day, there was a general realization that brunt of this regulatory burden, the pinch is felt by the smaller companies, because the larger companies have professionals and large departments who can handle it. So this a very small MSME or a startup today has to sell on e-commerce. And the statutory requirement is that you have to get yourself registered. And when they sell through an e-commerce platform, the next thing that happens is that the platform requires you to have local warehousing to give quick delivery. So a small startup or MSME ends up having registrations in multiple states. So our request is that this is a huge burden on them. They have to pay rent for getting the registration. Then they also pay money to people like Amazon for warehousing. So my request is that we can have at the home state, you can have a proper verification of the startup or MSME. But the rest of it, sir, because once you are fully digitalized, and I must compliment you, you have a very robust IT system. Today, banks are giving loans without taking a paper application based on the GSTN data which they pick up from there. They have a triangulation of data from GSTN, income tax, and their own transactions, and they're giving sir loans up to 1.52 crores based on that data. So your data is that reliable and that robust. So our request would be, sir, as I said, the home state, do a full scrutiny so that you don't have fraudulent people getting into the system. But the rest of that, which they are today being forced to do, can be on a virtual basis. Sir. All the data is with you, and this would be a big help. So similarly, on the export side, now today we find many of our small MSMEs and startups have the potential to export, but they find the procedure so cumbersome. And we did a comparison with China. Now they have created green channels. If you're going through a logistics company or a e-commerce platform, they make sure that the compliance burden is very, very less on the MSME or startup. So, sir, a similar concept can be started here that will give a big boost to our export. So these two requests are there.
Thank you. Yeah, so he was, yeah, we'll come to you.
Good evening, sir. It's been a very interesting day today. I mean, we have been learning a lot. Sir, my name is J.D. Giri. I'm from Shahi Exports, which is in apparel business. And there are 2-3 issues, which I would like to present before you. One is earlier, we used to import trimmings and embellishment without payment of duties. Some of them, they were without payment of duty. I mean, they were completely duty-free. And some were cleared under EPC, that is Export Promotion Certificate, which was issued by Apparel Export Promotion Council. In 2021, this came under IGCR, import of goods at concessional rate. So there, of course, a lot of formalities have to be done. But besides that, what problem we are facing, there is no integration between SEZ and ICE-gate. Because sometimes we are required to clear various inputs from SEZ, and for which we have to first go to the SEZ, file the bill of entry, then go to customs nodal officer, then debit the bond, go back again. Sometimes the officers are there, sometimes they are not available. So this is creating a lot of, so if the integration is done faster, I think that will be much better. This is one. Secondly, under foreign trade policy, we import a lot of fabric and everything, so which is based on certain input output norms. But when something is beyond the norms, of course, we have certain committees and we get it approved. Now the value addition, basically there are 2 points, value addition and the consumption. But consumption, always there is a dispute at the customs or dispute at TGFT level. So I think this can be ironed out. Under FTP, there is a scheme known as Annual Advance License Scheme. It means up to 5% of your export FOB value you can import, but of course subject to certain conditions. So here my suggestion is, rather than making it complicated, whether it is possible that you have that value addition done on CII basis. So whether for a particular garment I use 2 meters or 3 meters, it doesn't make any difference. So the total CIF value will be taken into account. And of course, it can be checked at the customs whether I'm using the same kind of the same material which I imported. Of course, there could be some reservations. There could be some sensitive items. Those sensitive items you can exclude from this scheme. Basically, and this may be on an experimental basis. It could be applied to status holders and AEO status holders. So I think this will ease out a lot of burden and a lot of issues which exporters are facing. Thank you, sir.
Chairman, you are always proactive. I have worked with you in Chennai Custom when Sir was commissioner. We will ask our issues. He will always try to resolve. But proactively, he will give. These are the refund. We are keeping it pending because your members have not submitted this paper properly. So if we used to collect, go to members, give this paper, get the refund. I think you have been, without asking, you have been doing. Sir will be here also, you will be doing like that. I have some requests, Chairman. One is 75-80% faceless are going fine. going in time. Balance 20%, it may be a key raw material for export. For production may be stopped. It's not like income tax, it's a postmortem. After assessment over, there can be a delay. But here we cannot wait. I think this 75% should go to 95%. That if there any measure if we can take, sir, that will help to all the industry. Other thing is, Mr. Jain talked about this no delay, bank holiday, like that. One more thing, sometimes ice gate also down is there. For that also we have to pay the penalty. I think that you may, if there is a down in ice gate, I think you should consider. And also our lot of members are asking about like GST, whether we can pay after a month. Every month we can pay the customs duty. Now you are allowing for AEO, whether it can be given to all the people. These are my requests, sir. I am from Pure Chemical and also I am co-chair of MSME National Council CI. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep.
Sir, I'm from an industry where there was an inverse duty structure and there was a lot of refund happening. But right now, because of there was no system available, a lot of manipulations happened, and the government has taken away the reversal, or they have increased the this thing. So I think there is still need strengthening of our GST system, wherein everything can be tracked from the system itself. Suppose if any this thing, even manual filing is even now allowed, and it is happening. So can we do away with manual filing completely? Because this happened, this duty, the tax increased only because of the manual option, and people started misusing, and maybe I heard like thousands of crores of rupees were taken from the government. So I feel that there is need a system improvement in case of GST, just like IT, so that everything comes automatically. It's my just a suggestion.
Okay, thank you. I think we will now request Sanjay Kumar Agarwal, if you can give your responses and also your suggestions to business over and above this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sudhir. And some very pertinent issues have been raised by the panelists as well as representative from trade and industry. And in fact, first of all, I would like to thank DPIIT and CII for holding this conference. And these are the platforms which gives an opportunity for us to interact with trade directly. We keep on receiving the representations, and these representations are looked into by the policy wings of the Government of India, and wherever possible, intervention is made. But in this interaction, I am hearing the issues directly from you. So the issues which have been raised, I would like to, because instead of responding to each individual, I have listened to these issues, and what I consider that the issues are falling into 3-4 main categories. One is when something has already been furnished, it should not be asked again by the government department. The other issue is that for litigation management, if somebody may want to disclose it voluntarily, then there should not be any penalties. The other is that maybe the present system is a bit complex. It needs to be simplified. The fourth is that there should be some kind of amnesty schemes because of the complexity which has been faced by the taxpayers, maybe in initial days. And those are mostly on GST side. On custom side, issues are related to maybe the recent initiatives which have been taken by Government of India, maybe on Turant Customs, Mover scheme, on certain things which are like, say, related to courier clearances, national bonds, integration of SEZ and IceGate. So basically the pattern is on these lines. So in the beginning, on the data which is coming to Government of India, I would like to mention that in GST, what was envisaged initially was a number of returns were to be filed by the GST taxpayers. That was too cumbersome. That was not feasible for a taxpayer unless he leave the business and start filing only returns. So that kind of situation was there, and government was considerate, and then they taken their own time in simplifying it and brought a very simplified return. So, but over a period of time, we have also learned now our IT systems are well placed, and whatever is furnished by the taxpayer is not being asked again. The returns or the statements are getting auto-populated. So the threshold for filing e-invoices has also been lowered gradually. Now it is those who are having the turnover of 5 crores have to issue e-invoices. But there I would like to mention that those who have to file e-invoices per law, there the compliance level is not very high. So we will be sending advisories to such taxpayers to start issuing e-invoices. So we want to not to adopt an approach which is intimidating. So we want to initially adopt a very soft approach. We'll nudge them to start issuing e-invoices. Basically, it is in their interest. Because once e-invoice is issued, it gets populated in their statement of outward supplies, that is GST R1. We call it a return. Actually, it is an statement. So once it gets auto-populated there, then on that basis, their GST or 3B return get a particular field get auto-populated about their outward liabilities. Similarly, on input tax credit side also, whatever is furnished by the suppliers and what is already available in customs CDI system, that populates a kind of, we call it a return, but actually it is again a statement which we call as GST at 2A or 2B. That again determines their whatever credit is available to them get auto-populated in their 3B returns. So government is not asking it again. But those fields have been kept editable because of the time lag at which they may be taking the credit or maybe settling their outward liabilities. So the fields have been made editable, but those have been misused for seeding fake ITC. So government again has to bring some kind of checks and balances. So it is an ongoing process. On GST at 3B also, a lot of industry consultation was done. And government is in the process of notifying those changes, and so that in the return, many things which my fellow panelist has mentioned from that the returns are getting auto-populated, but maybe there is section 17.5 which is about block credit. So if we can define HS code for what is blocked. But again, there are situations that what is blocked for a particular taxpayer may not be blocked for another category of taxpayers. Suppose somebody is providing transportation service. He can take credit on vehicles. But it is, if it is by industry, so there it is blocked. So frankly speaking, this credit which are blocked can be looked into. It's not hard and fast that that credit cannot be allowed. So that over a period of time can be looked into. Maybe if it is booked as business expense, then maybe in times to come we may think and we may revisit and we may remove certain items which are already there in section 17.5. But that process will take its own time because everything in GST, one thing is that it's a setup where the decisions are taken by council by building a consensus. So even for taking any issue before the GST council, there is a law committee in which there are officers from center as well as from states. Many times there is no agreement in taking the issue itself to GST council. So lot of discussion and persuasion has to happen before issue is taken up by the GST council, and then also we are not always sure that this issue will be decided. So that may be a flip side of GST, but one good thing is that so far, whatever decisions have been taken, whatever issues have been placed before GST Council, decisions are taken unanimously. And that is the reason this mechanism is working very fine. Now, so far, 52 GST Council meetings have taken place. And so many issues have been resolved. Clarifications have been issued. So as was mentioned, that basically what trade and industry want is that issue is clarified, whether it is in their favor or otherwise. That does not matter much, because if there is a clarity, it's an indirect tax. If there is a clarity, they will start charging in that fashion. Many times GST Council has taken a decision and then they have decided that for the past, it will be as is various basis, not to litigate it further. So those kind of decisions have also been taken, which were never taken in earlier times in any tax regime. So that is on that data which is being asked by the government. And on litigation, I would again mention that wherever we feel that there is a scope for reducing the litigation, we have taken proactive steps. Like initial days, the communication of orders to taxpayers, especially those who are registered with the states and they were using the GST and back office system. So the orders were communicated through the portal or sent through the email, which was used for registration, taking that registration. That may be the email address of a consultant who had handled their GST registration application. So the orders were not communicated to them, because earlier the orders were sent by maybe speed post or registered post, which did not happen with central taxpayers because the mode of communication mostly remained by sending it physically. So they're looking into the genuine difficulties, because then they were approaching the high courts, because this limit is prescribed statutorily, so cannot be extended even by courts in their writ jurisdiction. But looking into various aspects, some courts have given relief, some courts have sent it back. So government has taken into consideration these genuine difficulties being faced by taxpayers, have brought an amnesty scheme in which filing of appeal the date has been extended till 31st January 2024 in certain situations, with filing of or making payment of some extra pre-deposit in cash. So it is not that government is not bringing amnesty scheme for reducing the litigation. Time to time, whenever something is required to be done, is being done. And I would also like to mention that already there are provisions under, say, Section 73 of GST Act or similar provisions in Custom Act. If voluntarily you find that you have not paid that tax, you may pay a tax and then there will be no penalty. So you will have to take that call. So provisions are already there. Then on one thing I would like to mention, there was a suggestion that there should be some national advance ruling authority which may be ironing out the difference in orders which are being passed by various advance ruling authorities. I would like to mention then there is appellate authority. Sometimes in advance ruling, extreme views are taken, but mostly I have found that in appellate stage, so those differences are ironed out, and maybe most of the times there is some kind of semblance of uniformity. Whether it will be possible to have that national advanced ruling authority, I'm not sure, because in past it might have been received in the policy wing, maybe looked into, or might have been found acceptable or not. So I'm not aware about that. One thing I would like to mention, that the complexity in GST structure has come sometimes by the demands or the representations which are made by the industry. for seeking exemption. Because if you seek exemption and you were manufacturing, say, 5 products and 2 products on which you seek exemption, that basically upsets the whole thing. Because then ITC will not be allowed on the exempted products, then you will have to reverse it. So all sorts of complexities arise, maybe because of the demands made by industry. So I think industry will also have to do some introspection, that if they want a simple structure, then we will have to maybe have to categorize the product in such a manner that if the product is falling in a particular categories, maybe say, so tariff is designed in such a manner that we start with live animals, those vegetables, then go to processed food, then go to chemicals, minerals, then go to manufactured items, maybe in textiles or metals, and then we will go for machinery. So if the item is falling in particular category, there should not be demand to exempt your particular products. Because if you make the demand, try to bring it to a lower slab, then maybe at times it may be decided, yes, it can be provided lower tax, but that lead to a lot of classification disputes in future. If you seek exemption, then again it leads to disrupting ITC chain. So we'll have to work together. We'll have to again see that we try to minimize the litigation. We get this whole system simplified by not seeking exemptions, or by not seeking lower rate if generally products in those chapters are falling in a particular tax slab. The other thing is that on faceless assessment, it was mentioned that it is taking longer time. There I would like to mention, in fact, before I came for this session, and we were having informal discussion on faceless assessment in Turant Customs. That is the practice in most of the advanced countries. They have national assessment centers where it is done in a faceless manner, irrespective of the location of the port. The documents are processed centrally, and so those are set up commodity wise. But the thing is that in India, we have gone for this faceless assessment not too long back. So there may still be teething issues. We have already provided anonymized escalation mechanism, which may again have to be more fine-tuned, so that if the issues are not resolved in a satisfying manner, then it can be further escalated. But I would like to share with you that in faceless assessment, maybe 3 months back, the time being taken was more than now. And there was a particular reason, because the department follows a rotation policy of officers, maybe because the officers who joined at that time, they had taken some time to understand the issues. Because of that, the time taken for assessment has gone up. But now again we are back to the same time, and time has reduced. Maybe there has to be better knowledge transfer from one set of officers to other set of officers when they join. So those are the things, yes, we can be looked into to further improve those mechanisms. And it was mentioned that somebody mentioned that hard copy of invoices are being asked. I could not understand that where the hard copy of invoices are being asked, whether it is an audit or I don't know. So I'm not reacting to that. But on a scroll generation for IGST refunds, yes, it is generated in a custom system, and there was an issue of risky exporters. So earlier their refunds were stuck But then government brought another scheme, and then their refunds, IGST refunds, have been pushed to the jurisdictional GST authorities so that those can be processed by looking into their supply chains. So that issue, after that, and their refunds are not stuck. And somebody raised the issue of, in case of damages which is being charged by CFS, if there is a holiday, but that issue is to be sorted out with CFS. And on national bonds, yes, that is already available in the system. There may be certain implementation issues which can be again worked out. And already there are mechanism of PTFC meetings and CCFC meetings in field. Please raise such issues in such forums for resolutions. So if the issues are raised, if it is not maybe addressed maybe in one particular customs location, but definitely it will be addressed in one of the customs locations. So that way, because sometimes such local issues are also brought to board. So I always suggest that please raise it in proper forum. It will get resolved. And when especially it is brought by national associations, so they are again say the same thing. You raise in all CCFCs, somewhere it will be resolved, and then that can be replicated in other locations. There is one suggestion, and I can mention about this integration of SEZ online and IceGate, because lot of issues are arising out of that, and on that department is working, and because it requires some development on system side. So certain documents are ready, are being rolled out. Some more are yet to be completed, but in due course, I can assure you that there will be complete integration of SEZ online with IceGate, and all the documents will be filed in one system. So data will be available for populating in various returns. One of the issues raised was on monthly payment of customs duty, and that facility may be extended. So I would like to say that fortnightly payment of duty is made available to AU, T2 and T3 clients, because we will have to make certain differentiation between the compliant taxpayers or the entities who are in imports. So nobody is preventing them in obtaining that status. So please apply for that status, obtain that status, and then start paying the duty not on transaction basis. Is somebody stopping you to obtain that status, T2 status or T3 status? Nobody. You have to apply. And that will give confidence to customs department that you are compliant. So you will make the payment at the end of the month. But if we extend it to everyone, then probably we may have to, after some time, may have to withdraw the facility for everyone. So it may be a retrograde step. So we will have to keep few things for those who are making effort, proving their credentials before the department. One of the issues was MSME registration in multiple states. Again, because states have given up their powers for taxation, and basically everyone has pooled their powers of taxation. So to expect them that they will forego registration in their states, or because when we push these kind of things, then the thing is that the states are very sensitive about because they want to ensure that whatever is due to their state comes to them. So for center, it is not difficult because for me, it is the same thing. Whether I verify it in one state or verify in another state. But for states, it is a sensitive area. Someone mentioned about export procedure for MSME are cumbersome in India and more relaxed in China. I don't know what is the procedure in China, but I consider that export procedures per se are not complex. So in their case, there may be a specific issue, but otherwise, I don't think that there's any complexity in our procedures. And everything is available online, so you can file your documents online. In fact, on import side, the goods registration can be done online. On export side, we are working on that. So from Delhi airport, someone mentioned about that from Dhaka to Delhi, the goods are being moved by surface, and from there it is being airlifted. So similar facilities may be extended to the cargo from, say, Nepal and maybe some other neighboring countries. Yeah, because that requires some kind of arrangements made between two countries. So yes, if there is a demand, that can be definitely looked into, but because Bangladesh, they wanted this facility, probably that is the reason it has been done quickly. And then they, because certain compliances have to be done, because cargo movement, again, if it is moving in India, so there should not be any kind of maybe substitution of cargo in the process. So that again has to be ensured. So, but definitely it can be looked into. So these are largely the issues which have been raised. And I would like to mention that Customs is carrying out a national time release study. And in that, we try to quantify the time taken in completion of processes so that we are aware that the processes which are taking unduly long time are looked into so that we can cut down on time. And I am happy to say that when we conducted this NTRS 23, we found that the time being taken for clearances on import side in ICDs is cut down by 20%. In case of air cargo complexes, it has come down by 11%. And in case of seaports, it has come down by 9%. So that is again a significant improvement in reduction of time being taken for cargo release. And many of the issues like cross charge, interstate movement between related parties, the valuation issues now have been sorted out, corporate guarantees, those issues have also been clarified by GST Council. I would like to say that GST Council is very proactive in resolving such issues. So that will continue to be done. So I think the points which have been raised during this interactive session, I have covered largely, but still there may be certain issues which have been raised, might have been left out. So, but one thing I can assure that government is very sensitive about the issues being faced by trade and industry and trying to resolve that, because we also know that unless we create a very conducive environment for businesses to grow, the job creations or the economic growth cannot happen in our country. And now it is not that we are living in a isolated world, it's all connected. So if we want to be China +1, then we have to provide that kind of environment in our country. Clearances have to be fast. The process should be simple. So we are aware of that. So whatever steps are being taken are towards that direction. Even this mover scheme has been brought for that purpose. And now Desh Maybe that may come soon, but I cannot say about that because that is being dealt by other ministry, but the issues are being sorted out. So that is one thing. And please keep on sending the constructive suggestions to us so that we can look into those suggestions, and whatever is doable will be done. Definitely, that I can assure to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for a very comprehensive response to the issues raised. May I now request Mr. Sriram to give closing remarks, please?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to join Sudhir in thanking the panel for a very detailed discussion, a very patient discussion. Mr. Agarwal, I think you jotted down and noted so many points which were raised by everyone and very patiently gave a reply to that. Really appreciated. But I'll say that the course of today's discussions, as you also rightly said, I think we are all agreed that the government is looking for solutions. They want economic activity to move faster. They want growth to happen. They want employment to happen. And I think that is something which is coming across the board in all our discussions today with all government people who are here today. And I think that's a very positive direction which is coming about in terms of the policies of the government of India for the last some years. I mean, they've been moving very, very progressively. I'd say today was a very productive day. We've had 5 or 6 sessions and many thoughts, many ideas, many issues have been raised today. And we had very frank and open discussions with the minister at the start of the first inaugural session downwards with everybody. So this is a great day of ideas and thoughts. I think CII has a lot of work to do now to put these together and carry them forward so that we can take it up with the respective ministries or with the budget issue, with whatever ministries are involved, so that we see some results at the end of the day of what suggestions we would like to take forward. And CII will do that. CII will do that. I think this point was raised by the minister also and others, I mean, Mr. Agarwal also, that ultimately industry also has a lot of responsibility. We too have to fulfill our jobs, our responsibility of giving the data on time, putting transparency, giving suggestions, ideas. We have to continuously keep working on that. So I think industry has a big responsibility also, which we would request all industry members to keep this in mind as a primary area of their own focus and attention going forward. As we discussed earlier, also ease of doing business is an unending journey. It's going to take a long time. One can't say 2 years, 3 years, 5 years it will finish. I think it will carry on. But I think the good thing is the government is very open, government is receptive, and it's up to us to put up constructive suggestions, as Mr. Agarwal said, to find solutions. I think that is what will help. And we have seen under various laws have been changed, modified, scrapped, removed, all that has happened, which is a very positive direction. I'd like to thank all the chairs of the sessions today, which put together a lot of thought and ideas and conducted them very, very well. I'd like to thank all the panelists who participated in today's discussions and were open and frank and shared their thoughts and ideas, whether from the center or from the state. I think we consciously focused to get people from the state today, and we had 5-7 people from the states, which is very important because ultimately center and state have to work together. So we have to, CII has to work with the states also, and the center we've requested to collaborate more with the states so that we can come to decisions faster. I'd like to thank all the participants who took out the time and were here today to be involved and ask questions, and I'm sure you've got a lot of new ideas and thoughts of what can be done as we go forward. Before I finish, a very big thank you to DPIIT. I think their input, their help, their assistance, they're getting participants for today's meeting. Really, big thank you to the minister for coming and sharing his thoughts and spending time with us, for the secretary, for the joint secretary, for the director, for all of them for coming today and sharing the ideas and thoughts and being open to get suggestions from us, which we will do, which we will definitely do that. I must compliment CII and the team of CII also who've done a great job in putting together today's program. And we look forward to actually having these as an annual exercise. I was saying I must compliment CII and everyone there for putting together today's program. I think a great job done. Great job done. And we look forward to discussions like this carrying on to get ideas and thoughts so we can really move towards ease of doing business, which is the main concept of today's talk. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite you all to cocktails and dinner after this. But thank you once again to the panel and all the participants for being here today. Thank you.